Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. And they live happily ever after the end. So good day, everybody. So you're wondering what I'm talking about. Good to see you, by the way. Always a delight to be in your company. I never take it for granted. And I only hope in expectation that you do turn up. So when you do turn up, it's with great delight that I greet you. But as I said, and they lived happily happily ever after the end. So that is how a well-crafted story usually ends. So now we have come now pretty much to the end of this storyline. But for every story that has an end, it must have a beginning. And for many people, the beginning of this story started here. Watch this.
Kí ìgbà ìṣojú yín. Ó tún délẹ̀ nísìnyí o. Àṣẹ o. Láti ìgbà tá a ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ lórí AD, AC, ACN, agbedórí APC, oògùn ẹ̀fọ́rí. àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. A fẹ́ ṣe é gbà yẹn. This is me telling you between my life and God Almighty. Buhari ní kí n wá ṣe gbákejì o. Ó nítorí àkọ́kọ́ tó ń jáde, ó ń gbé fún Ọ̀kadìgbò, flamboyant, fàájì loving, Catholic, pé wọn ò dìbò fóun. Ẹ̀ǹkejì, ó ń gbé fún another Igbo, Umesioke, tó jẹ́ speaker, wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ òun. Wọn ò dìbò fóun. Ó ní òun rí i pé tóun bá lọ mú Pope wá láti Rome, wọn ò ní dìbò fóun. But ìwọ Bọ́lá Tinubu, ó ní gómìnà 6, ó tí ì lose election rí. Gbogbo nǹkan tàdé ń wò ní statistics ńgbà yẹn, ó fífọ̀ wá. Ó ní ká kó dìjọ rọrùn. Ó ní àti ìdí ibẹ̀ yẹn kó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ ká tó ẹgbẹ́ yìí tán. Ìgbà tá a tó tán, tá a mú àwọn PDP wọlé, Sàràkí rí i pé àwọn PDP ò ní rí nǹkan kan. Tí Buhari bá jẹ́ president, èmi náà Muslim, tí n bá jẹ́ vice president, òun ò lè rí senate president ò tún lè jẹ́ Muslim. Mo ṣe bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí campaign madaru ni ẹ wá, mo léèyàn tó jẹ́ Christian, màá mú un lẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ yóò gbọ́dọ̀ fọ́, àdẹ gbọ́dọ̀ fẹ́. Bí n ṣe mú ẹni tó jọmọ yín sílẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ó tọrọ ọbẹ̀ lẹ́gbọ́n yẹn. Orúkọ 3 náà ní kí n mú wá. Orúkọ Yẹmí Kàdóso wà number 1. Orúkọ Wálé Ẹdùn wà number 2. Yẹmí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò ó wà number 3. Mo wá ní ẹni kí n mú orúkọ 3 wá. Tí n bá mú 3 wá, mo ṣílẹ̀kùn fólè nìyẹn. Ẹ lè fi 4 kún, kẹ́ wá mú 4 yẹn. Ẹyọ kan ni máa fún yín. Ẹyọ kan, torí èmi ni fẹ́ surrender right mi fún yín. Àwọn ulamas tó ń jẹ́ ògbóǹtagì àáfàá Mùsùlùmí, wọ́n wá bá mi. Aago 2:00 sí 3:00 a ti parí ọ̀rọ̀ láti dá wọn lóhùn pé ok, a ní ẹyọ kan sẹ́. Buhari fúnra rẹ̀ dẹ̀ fẹsẹ̀ rìn wá. Olódà òun gbà kí n fẹ́ ẹyọ kan lẹ̀, kí n ṣe forúkọ Yẹmí Ọ̀ṣínbàjò sílẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ó tọrọ ọbẹ̀ nìyẹn. Ẹ tí gbọ́ lẹ́nu mi rí láti ibì kankan. Ibi ní ti kọ́ máa sọ yẹn. Ìpè kó má dàrú, kó má bàjẹ́, orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ká tiẹ̀ lè débẹ̀ ká gòkè díẹ̀. Ìjọ ta ti ń bàbọ̀. Torí bẹ́ẹ̀, ń ṣiṣẹ́ nísìnyí aṣọ dára wà mo kàn ní ó tásìkò ọ̀rọ̀ ojú orí kọ́ tó bá jẹ́ tìwé ni mo kàwé o. tó bá dẹ̀ jọ́rọ̀ àgbà ni èmi lẹ́gbọ̀n wọn dẹ̀ bí mi ń bèjì tí wọ́n máa ní ìkan ṣáájú gbẹ̀gbọ́n. àpèmọ́ra ẹni dẹ̀ ní lágbé tèmi dire mo ti ń sìn bọ̀ ọjọ́ ti pẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ kìíní wá èmi ló kàn.
And there it is right there. And there it is right there. You must hear it again. Ẹgbẹ́ kìíní wá. You don't need me to translate, by the way, because the you don't need me to transcribe, not transcript. You don't need me to transcribe because it's already this transcription already on the screen. But you must hear it again because the journey started from that statement. So there it is again. Here.
Èmi ló kàn. Ìgbà tó ń yọ ẹgbà tí Àtíkù nínú ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ tó bá sọjọ́ fẹ́ nà pa ọ̀dọ̀ mi ló sá wá èmi ló kàn. Mo filẹ̀ fún. Ó yọ akéèti Núrù Ìbádù. Ọ̀rọ̀ akẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ọgbọ́n orí ni kíní Núrù nìṣó mo gbé Núrù Ìbádù síta. Ọdún ó ti lé lọ́dún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n sí tí mo ti ń sìn wọ́n bọ̀. Eléyìí tó jókòó lẹ́yìn mi Dàpọ̀ ṣé wàá lè sọ pé òun lè di ìdádì gómìnà tí ó bá ṣe mí. Àbí àbádìjọ wà ń stadium gan ni gbogbo pósí ẹ̀wọ̀n ìyàtọ̀ ó ní àṣẹ ẹgbẹ́ gan wọn ò fẹ́ gbé fún ẹ lọ wo fídíò èmi tí mo gbé lẹ́yìn. Tó gan bá fẹ́ gbọ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ àgbo tó bá fẹ́ bá Ọlọ́run nípò ẹ̀ á mọ̀ pé òun ò lè di gọ́fìnà láì ṣe iṣẹ́ Ọlọ́run àtèmi. Ọ̀gáre ó ṣe ó ti dójú ẹ̀ sẹ́yìn. Kò ní ìdí ká kọrin Ògúndé Yorùbá sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ní bọ́ọ̀lù fàyàráyé gbá ó gbá wọn sísàlẹ̀ ó gbá wọn sódò ọ̀rọ̀ orin kọ́, ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀tọ́ ni. Ó tásìkò náà tá a máa gbà á. Ọmọ tó mówó wálé ni bàbá àti ìyá ẹ̀ máa yan rìn. Agbára yìí kò ń ṣe fún Òkè Ọya nìkan. Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun. Tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sọkọ lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀gbọ́n kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn.
So there are two things that Tinubu establishes there. So you listen to that again. I think this translation is on the screen, so you don't need me to push it. You know, I have a particular way of punching things. So let me not punch it at you, but listen to the man. Two things he said. If we look at the overall mix of the dynamics, it is the turn of the Yorubas. And amongst the Yorubas, it is my turn. Èmi ló kàn. Èmi ló kàn. Listen to him again, oh. Èmi ló kàn.
Tá a bá dẹ̀ ṣá Yorùbá náà, èmi ló ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ ṣá Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn. Èmi ọmọ Tèmídire àpèmọ́ra ẹni dẹ̀lí. Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀dẹ̀ ń wọ plane. Tẹ́ bá wà nú aeroplane. Wọ́n ní tí oxygen bá fail. Tí face mask bá yọ. Bó ti ẹ̀gbọ́n mẹ́ dání sí ẹsẹ̀. Má má fi kíní ẹsẹ̀ nù ẹ̀ náà. Wà á kọ́ fi sojú ara ẹ̀. Tó bá kọ́ fi sí ẹnu ẹ̀. Tó bá change. Tó bá protect rẹ̀. Ní kó tó protect ọmọ tó gbé dání. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́. Eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání tó. Èmi náà fẹ́ ṣe present. Mi ò fẹ́ kán pa mí mọ́tàn. Mo ti adopt gbogbo nǹkan tí everything said by Kazeem Shettima. It is very true. And the helicopter only after 6. 6:30, wọ́n á ra gbé wa dé Ìkẹjà. A máa tún padà lọ láti Ìkẹjà lọ s'Ábùjá. Ẹni tí wọ́n á bẹ̀yìn fún. Kò ju pé etí yín ò ní gbọ́yìn kùn. inú yín ò ní bàjẹ́ èmi ni kẹ́ ẹ dúró tì ẹ̀yin delegate tó wà ń bí ọlọ́run ò ní sọ̀rọ̀ yín delegate o. Ọlọ́run á gbọ́ ti yín o á gbọ́dọ̀ àwọn ọmọ yín o àwọn ọmọ yín náà wá jù wá lọ ẹ má fẹ́ gbò ìṣègbò lé o. Gbogbo wa lọmọ lé ẹ ṣé mo dúpẹ́ o ìdọ̀bálẹ̀ nìyí o.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that was, and by the way, apologies for the unusual opening of the session. You know, we have an opening sequence, but necessity dictates. So there it is right there. So the journey of the life and times of a particular man, Bola Tinubu. So there it is right there. A man who seems to have this, there's a sort of a child that they call a savant. It's like a special sort of child that just stands in talent and, you know, all the elements aligned. So you see a lot of that. This is a man that never loses. And not only does he never lose, he has now gone to win everything. Everything that this guy aspired to, he got. He won the Nigerian presidency by a landslide, is holding on to all the houses by a generous margin, and is taking the pearl in the crown of the Nigerian state, Lagos State. Winner takes all. He takes everything. Do you understand? Winner takes all. He takes everything. He's taking everything, though. And you can flap and hoo-ha and do somersault, but he has taken everything. So there it is. So there it is. Unusual opening, that, like I said. So let's now get back to, because I just had that lined up and I just thought I was actually going to do it in a different sequence, but sometimes as the spirit moves, that's how we do it. So here sometimes as the spirit moves, and that's also how the spirit moves. So apologies for my self-indulgence if I was a bit indulgent with that one, but of course you have to acknowledge that moment in time. This is a man that set about a journey. You saw the beginning of that journey, and all of the promises that he's made to himself culminate today, where he takes everything. Everything. So to some headlines then that we'll be permutating with, and we'll be garnishing the session with our clips, and I'm hopeful that people will be monitoring the announcements of the results. So hopefully we'll be able to complete all the tabulations of the states from the latest information that we're getting. So Wolu has virtually more or less won Lagos State, but surprisingly, Chinedu came a distant third. But we're monitoring that space still to give you a categorical confirmation. Winner takes all. Lagos State 2023 Guba results. Surprise as governorship candidate. Congratulates APC's Sanwo-Olu. So who that candidate is and what's led to that congratulations, we'll find out shortly. We'll be looking at snippets of videos of what happened in other spaces as well, because we got countless videos that people have been sending in. So we share some of them on the screens, the ones that are shareable. But spare a thought for Peter Obi, by the way. So the fact that somebody won does not then make the loser either. The fact that somebody won does not then make the people who did not win either losers or enemies. So Peter Obi is neither a loser nor an enemy, because he's equally a winner in this electoral cycle. A lot of people will say he's the biggest winner, even though Tinubu won the presidency, because what Peter Obi has done in this particular electoral cycle is probably something that would never repeat in the history of Nigeria again. He, from a start point of 0 8 months ago, has established himself now and his movement as the foremost leading opposition party that opposes the governance. So it's the leading movement now. I wouldn't call it the leading party, no, but it's certainly the leading movement in terms of opposition outside of government. And all of this guy has done within the period of 8 months. So Peter Obi is certainly not a loser. He's a winner in this electoral cycle, and he's not an enemy of anything. is a hero of the Nigerian state for what he has done. The Anambra-born man, he's a hero of the Nigerian state for what he has done, because he has shaken up the political firmament and has now brought a lot of our politicians up short. And he has even managed to shed some of the debris, political debris, all these rotten eggs, a few of them, he's managed to shed them as well. So certainly, Peter will be a winner as well. By the count, he's taken 34 seats in the parliament, both assembly and House of Reps. So and he has also taken now a state. So Peter will be very much, if not, is the winner, not the president, of course, but the winner of this electoral cycle. If you are looking at who has achieved the most in this cycle, it's not beyond Peter Obi. So there it is. The next headline, Alex Oti of Labour Party has emerged the governor-elect of Abia State. So there it is right there, and there it is right there. So Peter Obi, now look out for him 2027, because certainly he'll be taking more heads. So still back to Lagos State, Lagos Guba election, Rhodes-Vivour loses his polling unit to Sanwo-Olu. So the wayward man from Anambra, wherever, tried to rebrand himself as a Yoruba man, a thorough flogging, of course, to Chinedu, even from his own front door. Lagos Guba election, Rhodes-Vivour loses his polling unit to Sanwo-Olu. So there it is. And an additional thing, I am going to want to see if we as a platform should start a petition for the arrest of this Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour. And I shall be explaining the reason why in the course of the session. But I feel as though a petition must be started for the arrest of this Chinedu Rhodes-Vivour, because this guy needs to be picked up. And I'm willing to champion the petition for his arrest. Tinubu's victory, Peter Obi article told to withdraw litigation over presidential election results. So yes, they should withdraw the litigation, because the litigation is not going to lead to anything. Peter Obi did not win any single thing. In fact, he rigged a lot, but still, whatever it is, he sadly did not win anything. He did not get the spread. He did not get the popular vote. So that tells you that he won nothing. Neither did Atiku. So all of these litigations and noise making, hopping from one studio sofa to another, making noise and inciting people, all of this is anti-country, is unpatriotic. Because, of course, there is no single thing that will upturn this election. There is no single thing that will lead to the cancellation of election so that they can then form an alliance to then kill KPC and Tinubu. So none of that will happen. So what they need to do is to calm their nerves, take their losses, and fade into the background. So that's what is being invited. So there's that. And a lot of people are actually hopeful that the push from the PDP and the Labour Party is still to hold the space at a high octane till these gubernatorial elections come and go. So after this gubernatorial election now, they don't need their political capital anymore. So now they start to look to the future. And in the course of the week, people want to start to see, and people expect to start to see a reversal of positions. As Tinubu starts to flesh out an administration, he's already told us he's not doing a government of national unity, and he's telling us that he's going to run a meritorious sort of a government. So he's already shaping up governance for the next 8 years. Is Lagos still no man's land? Omokri asks, as he says the results so far from Lagos governorship election makes him very happy. So, Reno, it's been a very unusual election this cycle, because Reno Omokri, of course, a deep and satiated, very much marinated and died in the wool PDP man, a senior functionary of the PDP. But he abandons all to back Sanwo-Olu, as a lot of people did, because Sanwo-Olu has a lot of things going for him. He has what people call likability. He has that. He has what people call likability. He's a likable guy, which is always a plus for anyone. If you're a likable guy, life goes easier for you, because people want to do you favors, and if they don't want to do you favors, they don't want to do you harm. They want you to think of them kindly because they see you nicely. So he has likability factor. And that is what you're seeing playing through as well. And of course, he has achievements as a governor of Lagos State as well. Is Lagos still a no man's land? Reno Omokri asks, as he says, the results so far from Lagos governorship election makes him very happy. Every single person wants, because any party at all, they want, if you are PDP, Labour Party or anything, you want Lagos State to be within APC with Tinubu sitting as the president. Because if you have ever heard the phrase "all the ducks in a row" or all the stars align, if you've ever heard the phrase "all the stars align," this is what it means now. The former governor of Lagos State, who has adopted that state with a passion since 1999 and has orchestrated the evolution of that state, fighting against the central space to achieve as much as he can, putting surrogates after surrogates to manage the state to take a shape that he would like. That's Tinubu. So that person is now the president that has the full reins of the Nigerian state. So for all of his aspirations and ambitions for Lagos State to take its fullest of fledgling, then you would like to see that an APC man is in situation. So that's all the stars aligning. And that is why a lot of people cross party. They wanted Sanwo-Olu to win. So we go to this one, fact check. Did the United States congratulate Tinubu on presidential election? So that story being circulated amongst the obedient space, of course, that Joe Biden has not given Tinubu a French kiss. That means then that the Americans are looking to send the CIA to come and shoot him up anytime soon. So that story being debunked by this particular piece. Fact check. Did the United States congratulate Tinubu on presidential election? So we'll stop there as well to find out what is going on. So there it is. As ever, a rich and diverse menu. When is it ever not a rich and diverse menu, but a blockbuster session this time around? Fasten your seatbelt, get yourself that glass of wine and coffee, and get the chocolates to the side. Make sure you have already clicked on the like and subscribe. And of course, the invitation, where is that invitation to buy your host cups of coffee? We don't even see the super chat streaming in. How come the super chats are not streaming in? So let the super chat stream in and let the coffee stream in as well. So we've had the coffee. Let me acknowledge. So let the super chat stream in, and certainly let the coffees stream in as well. So let me acknowledge, of course, if Ayo was not sustaining the coffee space, it'd have been long dead. So Ayo sustains the coffee space still. I wonder if he wasn't doing it, how long I would have been able to continue to say coffee. I'd have probably have to abandon it at some point for reasons of lack of traction. But the traction, we maintain the 100% still, all courtesy of the majestic Ayo, who does as he always does. So that's Ayo clocking in via buying his own cups of coffee. So if you want to join Ayo, go do that. So all of that, thank you, Ayo. So all of that. So let me take a micro musical intermission. And by the way, I'll try to pull it together, but there's a lot going to be condensed within this session. So bear with me. Just go with the ride. Go with the flow. But go with the flow. I invited you to go get yourself a coffee or a chocolate. But if this is your poison, go have some of this as well. Okay, guys.
Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi akeke elemu re o. Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ lẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Niriwa Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. You know the power of that prayer. And amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So Ikuku Niriwa Agbeshe, let me skim through just the readouts quickly. A lot of it wrapped around the results in Lagos State. We're monitoring the results in Oyo State as well for selfish reasons. That's my homestead. But we're monitoring all of the results. So as they are coming in, keep notifying us everywhere. So you are citizen reporters everywhere and anywhere you are that you're hearing the sound of our voices. You are citizen reporters. So as the results are coming in, point them out in the comment section. We check them out on the media space, and we want to be up to date just as quickly as possible. Lagos 2023 Guba results. Surprise as governorship candidate congratulates APC's Sanwo-Olu. The governorship candidate of the Action Alliance, Tope Abdul Razak Balogun, has congratulated Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC on the 2023 governorship election in the state. Balogun congratulated the governor in a statement he personally signed and made available to correspondents on Saturday, March the 18th. And this is it. Congratulatory messages to His Excellency Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. I am filled with a sense of gratitude as I use this opportunity to express my appreciation to God Almighty for the privilege to be part of the electioneering process from start to finish. From the conception of the Lagos Rebirth agenda with my team to the various stages of the campaign and finally the election, it was an arduous journey that has been both challenging and enlightening. As the incumbent governor is set to emerge victorious with the highest number of valid votes cast. And by the way, this is from a presidential candidate of the Action Alliance. So it looks as though Sanwo-Olu has found the devil within him, and he has held an AK-47 to Chinedu and the rest of the bandits coming in from the south. So AK-47 to the bandits coming from the south. As the incumbent governor is set, and by the way, so this is from the situation room of one of the leading candidates in that now, I was going to say keenly contested, but it's not a keenly contested anything. It's a slaughter. It's a massacre. As the incumbent governor is set to emerge victorious with the highest number of valid votes cast, I send my heartfelt congratulations in advance to His Excellency Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So now we spent a thought as well for Peter Obi, of course, who is another champion within this electoral cycle. I'm not sure who had the bigger win, and that is a conversation that we'll be having in the course of the weeks to come. So we'll be having this conversation to say who had the biggest win in this electoral cycle in the course of the weeks to come. Because the first thought of mind will be to say, whoever became the president had the biggest win. No, whoever had achieved the most in this cycle had the biggest win. And there's an argument to say Peter Obi had the biggest win in this electoral cycle. He has actually gained the most from a zero start. It says, news flash, Alex Otti of the Labour Party has emerged as the governor-elect of Abia State. Congratulations to the people of Abia, damn after 24 years of same party in charge of the state. Labour first governor in 2023. So there it is. Somebody should tell us which party held sway in Abia State. It looks as though they've held sway since the first report. Probably PDP, wouldn't it be? So they've probably held sway since 1999. And of course, now the first time that they've had to yield, they've yielded to Peter Obi. So congratulations to Alex Otti, and more to it to Peter Obi, because Alex Otti would not be anything, would not be a name known to anybody if it had not been for the Obi phenomenon. So from that to this, Lagos Guba elections, Rhodes-Vivour loses his polling unit to Sanwo-Olu. And as I said, we are considering starting a petition for the arrest of this guy. The Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos State, Gbadebo Rhodes-Vivour, has lost his polling units to the incumbent Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of the All Progressive Congress. Results collated by INEC staff, Rhodes-Vivour polled 18 votes, whilst Sanwo-Olu won with 29 votes. PDP's Olajide Adediran, popularly known as Jandor, polled 2. So it's not even Sanwo-Olu winning anymore. It's really now because I have some sympathy for the Jandor narrative as well, the way he has been cast adrift by the political space. So I would like to see something coming for Jandor. I want to see him get as close to Sanwo-Olu as possible and to be as distant from Chinedu as possible. So that would be the natural order. That would be the fitting order of things to settle, or for things to settle. So on to the next headline. Tinubu's victory. Tinubu's victory. Peter Obi article told to withdraw litigation over presidential election results. So who's speaking and why? Mohammed Keilani, a stalwart of the All Progressive Congress APC on Saturday, called on the opposition presidential candidates to withdraw their litigation over the February 25th presidential election. Recall that the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and his Labour Party LP counterpart, Mr. Peter Obi, headed to the court to challenge the victory of the APC candidate, Senator Bola Tinubu. Keilani, National Coordinator, Voter Education and Awareness of the APC, told News Agency of Nigeria in Kaduna that the withdrawal of the litigations would make way for national unity and development. According to him, the litigants should place national interest above personal interest. So there is nothing at play here, of course, for Atiku and Peter Obi outside of personal interest. The chances of anything, Peter Obi will come and tell you in that rather squeaky, whiny voice that, no, I went to the court and I got my mandate in Anambra and all of that funny thing that he does. But no, he does not have Justice Mary Odili to write verdicts for him this time around, you know. So it's not in the interlands anymore of Anambra State. It's in the bright lights and the sparkle and the razzmatazz of the national space. So it's not some big fish in a small pond. It's just a minnow in the sea of sharks. According to him, the litigants should place national interest above personal interest. He said, if they, Atiku and Obi, really love Nigeria, they should withdraw their cases from the court. Their efforts would only become efforts in futility and would not be beneficial to us as a nation. He added, thankfully, the president-elect Tinubu had promised to run a unifying government, a government of national unity that will give everybody a sense of belonging. So Tinubu has not made that promise. In fact, he has said to the contrary. Still to the Sanwo-Olu space, Reno Mokri, you know, he never misses an opportunity to poke at the East. Is Lagos still no man's land? Reno Omokri asks, as he says, the results so far from Lagos governorship election makes him happy. So a landslide, it looks like. Reno Omokri congratulated Babajide Sanwo-Olu, even though the result of Lagos state governorship election has not been called. Reno said the result he has seen so far makes him very happy. He then proceeded to ask, is Lagos still a no man's land? So this is his tweet. Is Lagos still a no man's land? The result of the Lagos Gubernatorial hashtag Nigeria election 2023 appears to have settled that question in a way that makes me very happy. Not that I am declaring results or saying who won, but from the bottom of my heart, let me just say congratulations, Sanwo-Olu. So this now the last readout. So the last readout, this is just to document, we're a fact-based platform. So we like to go to facts. So fact check. Did United States congratulate Tinubu on presidential election? So of course, the ever Igbo Times magazine, who they seem to have taken down now, is probably come up with another fantabulous something that needs to be checked. So fact check, did the United States congratulate Tinubu on presidential election victory? So the claim widely circulating on Twitter suggests that the United States of America did not congratulate Nigeria's president-elect Bola Tinubu over his victory at the 2023 presidential poll. Full text. While many social media users posted the claim on their timeline, a Twitter user at whatever it is his name is, whilst replying to a tweet posted by presidential campaign spokesman Festus Keyamo, said, Ologogoro, I just knew that as the news was going round Twitter yesterday, that United States did not congratulate Tinubu festive. So first, F-E-S, then the word thief. You know how they like to, all these silly things that they do, emefiole and all this kind of nonsense that the low brains like to do. Festive will surely cook up another lie in defense. Festive, where, when, and how did the United States congratulate Tinubu? Yeah, they smell. So it goes on. So the verification now are checked by PR Nigeria Plus TV, Vanguard, and other credible media outlets, shows that international communities, including the United States of America, United Kingdom, and France, have actually congratulated the president-elect Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC after he was declared winner of the presidential election held on Saturday, February the 25th. The United States, through its State Department spokesman, Ned Price, congratulated Nigeria and Tinubu on March the 1st. And March the 1st, by the way, I think was the day that the declaration was actually made. On March the 1st, 2023, on his Twitter handle, Ned wrote that we congratulate the people of Nigeria, President-elect Bola Tinubu, and all political leaders on the February 25th election results and their contributions towards advancing and strengthening democratic process in a new era for Nigeria's democracy. Price acknowledged the dissatisfaction among some Nigerians over the validity of the results, but called on the largest African country to embrace peace. We understand that many Nigerians and some of the parties have expressed frustration about the manner in which the process was conducted. He said, Nigerians are clearly within their rights to have such concerns and should have high expectations for their electoral process, Price said, urging political leaders to register their concern through established legal mechanisms. The press briefing was equally covered by Premium Times, Vanguard, This Day Live, amongst other Nigerian media outlets. Conclusion, based on the information gathered from several sources by PR Nigeria, the U.S. officially congratulated Nigerians and Tinubu on his victory in the election in a statement by the spokesperson of the State Department, Ned Price. Therefore, PR Nigeria concludes that the claim that the United States did not congratulate Tinubu on his election victory is false. But I think this PR Nigeria is missing what the point is. What the obedience space has said is that I think the argument is that Joe Biden has not yet given Tinubu a French kiss. So until he gives him a French kiss, the election is not valid. This is what the obedience are telling us. So they'd like to see Joe Biden French kiss. Would you like to say? Imagine that sight. Imagine the imagery I'm conjuring up in your head. They would like to see Joe Biden give Tinubu a French kiss by way of indicating then his acceptance of his results. So thank you. So thank you for the coffee, Ayo. And Ayo continues. I keep on saying Ayo is the one that keeps the electricity turned on this platform. So he follows suit with the buy the coffee, which he did, which I showed you, with another super sticker, and still not satisfied, comes in with a super chart. So that's your super chart, which says then Sonweko. So Sonwo-Olu now being I think rational mind calls him Sonweko after EndSARS, but you're now rebranding him Sonweko. So there it is. So you can see your panelists. We'll get to them in a moment. Just the opening preamble to set the scene, to set the stage for the conversations to come. So that was Ayo. Kulata joins Ayo in the super chat space. It says, looks like Lagos dodged a bullet. They avoided an empty suit. It's not time for irrational voting. So empty head, Lagos. Lagos would never. Lagos is too sophisticated for some half-brained returnee that cannot speak Yoruba to be governor. But still staying within that Lagos state space, let me show you these snippets of micro clips that have lined up to really set the story to be told. So let's pick it up. Let's pick it up from here. So we're looking at the Lagos scene, and the story starts with electoral violence. Me
no come outside. See, Jesus Christ. They don't shoot go. No. They say if you don't vote for APC, no come on. If you come outside, what be this useless way with this? Ekene don't run.
So the story starts with electoral violence, and there's a lot of report, by the way, in Lagos State about voter repression and all of that narrative. So there's reports of quite a lot of violence within the Lagos space, which I'm sure a lot of people will want to highlight in the course of conversations. Certainly, very quick to the microphones. Chinedu, he's very quickly trying to latch onto that space. So let's hear from Chinedu then, who's trying to leverage that electoral violence narrative.
This was the street where I was raised, right? You know, behind you is Ilizik. Nnamdi Azikiwe built this house. This is where I used to live. I was one of the first settlers in this area of Lagos, and it's a community that has been built based on, you know, the Lagosian, the indigenous Lagosian is welcoming. It's not tribal. It's exposed, and that's why Lagos State could become the center of excellence. But unfortunately, the APC government takes its strength from division, violence, intimidation, and this is what they've done for almost 2 decades. So by God's grace, the will of the people will prevail, and this government that gets its validity based on voter intimidation will be a thing of the past.
From the information you got from your party agents, how will you describe and assess this conduct of election?
There's been a lot of targeted voter suppression. Currently now at VGC, the polling agents do not want to go into the estate. Instead, they are trying to get the people to come to the express, where they've colluded with thugs to harass and disenfranchise them. So that's already an illegal thing, because INEC, the polling agents have an address, they have a location, and
all right. So that's sort of Rhodes-Vivour addressing now what we just saw, the electoral violence. So he's trying to leverage that space, of course, because at this moment he has to scramble for everything. So we saw the electoral violence. Well, we didn't see the violence, but we saw the aftermath of it, and we saw some alarmed lady reacting to it. And that's Rhodes-Vivour then telling us that from the report he has been getting, there's quite several incidents of violence being reported. So that is the that's from that side. But in politics and in life, they say the house always wins. I don't know if you're a gambler, but if you go to Vegas, you may win. You may go to Vegas with $1,000 and play the roulette and walk away with $1 million. And you think that you took that 1 million naira from the house. No, you did not take that 1 million from the house. You took that 1 million from the other guy that came in with 100 million and lost everything. The house always wins. So the house always wins, and the establishment always rallies around itself. What nonsense am I talking about? Maybe Fayose can explain it better.
Well, Isaac, it's time to wish Makinde the best. Yes, Makinde, tomorrow na your day.
By God's grace.
Luti Wole.
By God's grace.
Ẹ̀yin ará Ọ̀yọ́, kò sẹ́lómi o.
Kò sí.
Makinde ni o.
Ó ní o.
Ẹ̀yin ará Èkó, Sanwó-Olú ni o. Ẹ dìbò yẹn o.
Ẹ má ṣiṣẹ́ o.
Àwọn tẹ̀ ní ṣiṣẹ́. Wọ́n ní ṣàkóso.
The great to show.
A ti sọ.
Godfather, you don't know.
Ó lè ti sọ fún yín.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Pé Makinde lọ́yọ̀.
Lọ́yọ̀. Ẹ má ṣiṣẹ́ o.
Sanwó-Olú l'Èkó.
Bó ṣe wù ú.
Straight ni o.
Bó ṣe wọ Ọlọ́run ni ẹ.
Sọ kán jẹ́ kán gbọ́ ọ̀gọ́ta.
Bó ṣe wọ Ọlọ́run ni ẹ.
So there it is. Bó ṣe wọ Ọlọ́run nìyẹn, it is God's will. Bó ṣe wù Ọlọ́run nìyẹn, it is God's will. The house always wins. The establishment always wins. So now you saw me blowharding and brouhahaing that Sanwo-Olu is looking like a landslide. And I'm only really able to see that from all of the things that I've been seeing coming through. An example of one of those things are what this.
Answers.
90,
91,
92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120.
So now you heard it. So it's not looking like a landslide. It's not even looking like a massacre. It's looking like a crime against humanity. What Sanwo-Olu is doing to Tinubu and the rest of the smellies in Lagos State. It's not a landslide, not even a massacre. Almost a crime against humanity. The slaughtering that is taking place in Lagos State. But Sanwo-Olu, is it contrite though, as the victory almost now comes guaranteed? Is it contrite? Are we seeing the language or imageries of contrition from the funky guy from Marina State House? Well, let's check. Let's check. So there it is. So there is nothing, absolutely nothing sweeter than victory. There's nothing sweeter. And if you've ever been victorious in whatever minute or big way, then you don't need me to expand on that. There's nothing sweeter than victory. Nothing succeeds like success. But an A-star panelist, of course, to throw this over. Enigmatic Hundi joins us. Solid joins us from Amsterdam. Gideon with us. Ogbeni now back in situation in Scotland. Sam joins us, the majestic Babati. He's a prince, a prince and a doctor. How much elitism can one person have? We have Oscar joining us as well. Princess Rosie, she joins us. She spends time. And the excellent, magnificent Zita. So an A-star panelist. So an A-star panelist. So let's kick it off then and go immediately to Enigmatic Hondi. Enigmatic, are you ready? As I said, nothing sweeter than victory and nothing succeeds better than success. That's somewhat low, a landslide.
Okay. First of all, let me say congratulations to everybody on the panelists and all the folks on the comment section. First of all, we should congratulate ourselves. We started this journey together, and we are here to, see the eclipse of the journey. Nigeria is our country, regardless of our political leanings, our political sympathy. We should always understand the fact that we are all Nigerians. So, Variable Olule, Bode George Olule, Bokno Akerele Olule, gbogbo àwọn tá a ṣíwájú, gbogbo wọn lulẹ̀. So this is not just about Sanwo-Olu. This is an electoral and political referendum on the people of Lagos and Yoruba land. They called them to action. They heard loud and clear, and they reacted. They answered. So the matter of who owns Lagos is finally settled, and then the verdict is clear now. So what is the moral lesson in this? There were maybe 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, Ms. Zita came here. She was appealing, screaming, and then trying to sermonize the people to cool down. Let me use that normal Nigerian parlance. To cool down. Wherever you see yourself, you are making your living and you are prosperous. Respect the fact that there are people there who are indigent. And then what you do not expect, the way you do not expect to be treated, right, in your own stead, do not try to dish it out. Because when it comes to the game of politics, they are all political juggernauts. The game you play, some people can play twice as that. So what you see today in Lagos and in almost all the nook and crannies of Nigeria, they gave it back. Labour Party, PDP and APC, they know how they play their politics all over the years. But the entrance of Peter Obi's national politics came with a lot of political schism and the cannery that is on they were not used to. So they quickly learned from Peter Obi his political of religious leanings, ethnic divide, and then riding on the gullibility of a unknown.
Well, what about the violence, though? Factor the violence is as well, because violence played quite a. I'm not sure if we will say a pivotal role, but it certainly is a factor within what went down in Lagos.
Yes, I'm basically building to that level.
Yeah.
So what you see basically is some people they result their own strength is e-violence, right? E-violence, violence online and bullying online. While some people will answer you with manual violence, the local violence, water violence on the field. So you think you can do everything, but when you come to the field, it's what you see. Is it very good for our politics? Not good at all. Is it something we should be sharing or celebrating? No. But these people, they've forgotten that they are not. This is not a seminary. This is not a non-school. It's not a Catholic school. It's not. These are not popes. They are professional politicians. They will do anything to pay back when they see their backs are against the wall. And I'm like I was building it up, right? APC and PDP, they've been having votes, they've been having elections. in previous years in Lagos State, in Rivers State, in Enugu State, in almost all the locations in the country. But what you see in this election is a new dimension that came to them ruthlessly, and they have to react in the best possible ways they could. Do not forget that we said over here, we don't even know the fortune of a Labour Party now. We can tell that they've picked up a state.
Sorry, let me just say one thing. If anybody has, you remember how we had like a website that was giving us a live update sort of thing. I think Babati had that the last time for the presidential space. So if anybody has something similar that we can be using to monitor as it's going on, then they can just send it in. But carry on enigmatic.
Yes. So when you are dealing with fellow politicians, if you come up with a certain game to them that they are unfamiliar with, when they want to pay back to you, when they learn quickly, when you look at the obedience, they are an offshoot of PDP. They learned the rigging machinery from PDP, and they did it in a different way. But APC and PDP and all these legacy political parties, they quickly learn from them that how did these people do their stuff, and how were they able to get away, caught almost all of them, the political Ugandans, unaware. So within 2 weeks, they rejigged. They went back to the drawing board, and I was telling you that most of them, they went back to actually have their forensic report, and after the effect report. So what you see is actually, everything that they came up with those reports. So let me tell you one thing. Some lessons that are learned in this cycle now, in this political cycle, thank God is come and gone. People will understand that Peter Obi, as he is an endangered species in Nigeria's political system, either we like it or not.
Is he an endangered species or a new phenomenon? I'm not sure I agree with you. I would say he's more of a new phenomenon than an endangered. But carry on. I want to see how you build that. Go on.
I will explain to you.
Yes.
Before, it is only people who are close to his politics in the Southeast that knows the kind of politics he plays, except people who want to lie. But there are no lies about his politics now. They all know who he is now at the national level. So if he comes back in the next 4 years as a major political candidate of a political party, presidential candidate, they know how to tackle him from day one. If you see the strongly worded op-ed from APC presidential campaign yesterday, you basically see that they are taking off the gloves for him. They are calling him out for who he is. They've singled him out to be an unrepentant pathological liar and a pretender. So there is now they were looking at him as a different species of a politician, in the quote and unquote the ones with integrity, but they've seen that he's nothing but a normal politician. And what you are seeing now is more or less like a rejection of what he introduced during the presidential election in Kaduna State. In Kaduna State, in Anambra, I believe I hear there's a very big battle between Abgadat Soludo, who is supposed to be an erudite professor. He has taken the gloves off and gone. He has gone low to the trenches of political, game with them now, because they are defending their political lives now. They never expected what they saw. So the result of the gubernatorial election, at the end of the day, when the results are finally out officially, you will see what will happen. Now, Labour Party, I think they have a state in Anambra State that we actually almost unilaterally predicted for them. Let's see what other state they will pick up. In Delta State, right, they are teaching them lessons, political lessons. In Edo State, they are teaching them lessons. They just taught Gbadebo the monumental political lessons of his career that he will never forget. They beat him like a 2-year-old boy. He couldn't shed tears, right? So, and as time goes on, what you will see now is that they've permanently put them in their space, and when they are coming back again, like I said again, Peter Obi is coming back again. It's not new with this. They know there's no way he will use this religious or all these pretentious schemings against them anymore. And then what are the lessons that are learned? The lesson is number one. I see most of the media spaces, especially I think I saw maybe I was maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes when I saw people speaking on Dr. Damages. For several hours, they were basically fixated on only one state, Lagos State, as if election is holding in only one state out of the 36 states of the federation. This is the mistake they are making every time. They made the same mistake during the presidential election. They were so fixated on Lagos, they threw their faces to Lagos, and then they started doing other stuff in the other places. And that's why they always lose ground where they should be focusing their attention. Now it's been Lagos, Lagos, Lagos. Do you know they killed somebody in one of the wars in Port Harcourt?
No, I know they killed somebody in Lagos as well who wanted to Okota, who wanted to vote APC, and then they beat him to death. Yeah.
So, and then what you see basically is like more or less like a media gag or media attention, some like a sponsored, coordinated media attention on Lagos alone. Because we are always asking this question: why are they not telling us what is happening in other states? This is the problem, and this is the issue about this trying to legitimize this election or anything that comes from Lagos. And they're always making this mistake, because the mistake they keep making is that tomorrow they will be crying about Asiwaju this, Asiwaju that, but they keep playing into his hands. They've been doing this since the primary election. They did this throughout the whole campaign period. They never learned their lessons. And at the presidential election, they did the same thing. They played into his hands. And now they are still playing into his hand. Now they will come back to tomorrow. They are going to court. They don't know what they are going to court for. They don't even know what the basis of their substance, the substance of their cases in court. So basically what I'm trying to say, and the lesson that I tell you that is learned, right? That now what you will see is like a certain region now, they've opened themselves up for scrutiny. Scrutiny in the sense that, I don't know how many tribes that lives in Lagos. I believe there are more than one tribe, right? If I have to be conservative about that. But are you seeing any, I believe there are so many northerners who live in Lagos, but are you seeing any agitation or this clamor from any other ethnic region or any tribe in Lagos? No.
But to be fair, the other ethnic nations are not in play, but the Southeast is in play. So their party is in play, which is Labour Party, and one of their at least partly biological sons are by DNA Rhodes-Vivour. He's in play as well. So they have to support their own.
It's the same thing I'm saying, one man, right? Because the narrative would be from what I've been able to see all over the place, especially from the Dr. Damages today. They were asking, why do they hate Igbos? Why do they do this? But you keep asking the question, when you throw the question back to them, why is it always them? You know what I'm saying? Why is it? Because you immediately after during the presidential election. I know a lot of Yoruba people, Lagosians, who voted for Peter Obi, but immediately after that election, it's like they woke up from their slumber and they saw the whole things, the whole narrative, and they turned around like, no, this is gonna change, and then this is the result you are seeing. So now there are policies and there are bills, Mama, that will be coming up soon. There are policies and bills. And then when those bills and policies are actually springing up, what do you think the narrative will be? Oh, they are trying to shade them out of Lagos. They hate them in Lagos. And then when you see the northern folks too, they are coming up with several bills and several policies. Oh, they are shading out of the north, and they probably want to suffocate them back to the southeast. How do they get to this level? The question will be, what is the rhetoric prior to the election and after the election? Do you know this man went to Lagos again? He went to the same neighborhood that he went during the presidential campaign. He went to his tribe-dominated neighborhood. He did the same thing again. And there are so many things that are coming up now that were not actually out there before, even before for this Rhodes-Vivour. Rhodes-Vivour, when he got to Labour Party, do you know what he did, one man? Do you know Salako, Foluke Daramola, that popular actress? Her husband was the former chairman of Labour Party in Lagos.
Yeah, I think she came out today. Did she not? But carry on. Yeah, carry on. She came out today to tell this story. Yeah, go on.
So there are so many things that they've now unearthed about this guy being like a stooge of a certain ethnic tribe. And then do not forget, like I said, these are politicians. When you got into a political party, and with the first thing you did was how to ease out the chairman that facilitated, your entrance into that political party, being a Yoruba person. One, then you took all the tickets that have been that were already secured in the hands of Lagosians, native Lagosians. You took all the tickets from them, House of Assembly tickets, House of Reps tickets. You gave everything out to Igbo people, and you think there will be no backlash, or you think they don't have intel of what you are doing behind the scene. So they turned the game around, and they give them what they wanted eventually. And then what you see in Lagos is just a replica of what is happening in almost all the parts of the country. But the only thing is that it is only focused in Lagos, on Lagos. So we have the deficit of basically seeing what is happening in other parts of the country. So the election is and the liberal open door policy to guests and then visitors, quote and unquote, in Lagos now will be reviewed, and there will be so much reforms within the law.
Is there enough to wrap a petition requesting the arrest of Rhodes-Vivour? Is there enough for a petition to be wrapped around to have this guy arrested?
Yeah, when I believe he was calling for somewhat of a riot, that Lagos would be on fire if something like that. That is incendiary, and that is trying to stoke ethnic crisis, and they stoke cause some issues within Lagos. That is enough to but they don't pay him attention. The best way they could have paid him attention is how to have shown him that you are a very small boy, a very little tiny boy. You are not even on a very good day. You will not make the PA to the Twitter handler of Sanwo-Olu on a very good day in Lagos politics, in the level of hierarchical order, chronological order. You will not make the PA to the Twitter handler of the executive governor of Lagos State. But because of the people that are behind you, because of the enemies of quote and unquote Tinubu that are behind you, they took you from zero to the high that you are, and then you want to challenge the status quo. Not the status quo per se politically, right? But because of the politics he was playing. You saw Obi play the same politics. It wasn't really cool for him. You had the opportunity to change your dimension, to switch your gear, but you were still doing the same thing, and they had receipt upon receipt upon receipt on you. So what you've seen again is like that fraternal alliance, and then strong political bridge, and then understanding ideas, and then the idealism between the southwest people, quote and unquote, the Yoruba people now, and the north is gonna be well cemented, because we've seen that they are better allies. One man in the presidential election, go and look at the northern dominated people places in Lagos, Agege and all those places. Go and look at their turnout for the votes. So, and this is what we are saying, right? You don't necessarily need to align with the local politics of your host nations, or your host states, or your host communities, or your host neighborhoods, right? But do not be too loud. Don't be too obnoxious. Don't be too loquacious to the point that you want to stick it in their eyes to tell them, what do you mean by Lagos belongs to nobody? What do you mean by that? And then when they show you that Lagos belongs to us, and then it is all over the news that they are. So what they did in the southeast is a replica of what they do now. When the result will be out, you will see the margin. You'll be seeing 80%, 80%, 90%, 70%. Because they are telling you, if you can do it. And this man came to the national TV, instead of him to be elegant in his statement, he said he could have got. He was expecting 100%. Oh, you really 100% in your stead? Okay, we're going to show you that where in our own state too we can afford to have over 90%.
I think Babache wants to come in.
No,
Yeah.
because I wanted to ask Life a question because you talked about Yorubas having to modify their position on that accommodating nature. But if you don't mind addressing Chief Gomez, I'm sure he's listening because I've challenged him on this particular position, and he's talked about us being accommodating and welcoming, and I've said that part of our culture needs to be reviewed because it has not served us very well in Nigeria. So, what do you say to people like Chief Gomez that still have this stance about we've been accommodating without borders, without control? How can you, if you had to address him directly, how would you address people like Chief Gomez? Thank you.
Okay. First of all, it is our liberal nature. It's not bad.
Give it a short address so I can bring other voices in. But carry on. Yeah.
Okay. It's not a bad thing to be liberal. It's not a bad thing to be nice, right? It's not a bad thing to be accommodating, but do not forget when it becomes like a sort of a threat to your life. Like you are seeing plotting, you are seeing schemings, rantings, you are seeing rumblings, and then it becomes some kind of rumblings of envy, envious, hate-filled, bitter demon or possessed kind of satanic, people around, and then it becomes something like that. Then you want to question yourself. It's like you have a house, right? You for because of your sense of magnanimity, you've chosen to probably give out your basement to somebody almost free of charge. That person is living good, prospering, in wealth and in health. And then what you want, what you can have back from that person is probably disrespect, and then trying to challenge your space with you. At that point, even if you're a pope, right, you will rise up to say, look, this is my land, this is my home, this is my territory, this is my space. So in talking about the reviewing of these policies, it is now I don't know if all of you are aware, there is a law there is a bill that has been lying fallow in the especially the Lagos State House of Assembly for the past 15 years, and almost all the southwest states, they have similar bill. I forget the name, the code now, but I believe it's something that has to do with ethnic and alien, whatever. And then this Land Use Act, because the first thing that, and then it's like they give up, they tell you their secrets, even if you are not thinking about it. They remind you, oh, your forefathers sold their houses to us, they sold their lands to us, so it becomes my property. Have you forgotten what Land Use Act says under the law? Have you forgotten that the government, the governor still have the power to revoke all the Land Use Act and then reduce it to maybe 10 years or 20 years? Have you forgotten that? Right? So this is what it's been in House of Assemblies of the Southwest State for a very long time, but because of these issues of trying to target especially the Southeast people, right? Because the first thing they will do is you will see them tagging the United States Embassy, tagging United Nations, tagging all those things. So one man feel okay, and then when they do not question themselves, even the old ones among them, the senior members among them, they don't know how to question the young ones. So when you look for it, and then when they start sticking it out to you that look, we have laws that could provide all these things. For instance, on the Land Use Act, right? One man, I know that for a fact. Though I'm in the Ekiti State, right? They have the bill already. All the houses that you have, everything, if you have the 99 years lease, which is the normal standard, they will revoke that. They will revoke that and give you a new one that will be 20 years or 10 years. When you are done in 10 years, it's either you sell the house or the property before 10 years, or you lose it to the government. So by the time they do that, what do you think will happen? It means a lot of people, there will be no incentives, right, for people to be moving to the Southwest. Southwest will be able to do their own thing, and there will be there wouldn't be this ethnic crisis or whatever. And then the implication of this election, I'm saying about this thing, one man, this election has the consequences of it will last forever. They've not just seen it. Obi came with a wave, but his wave will be a lasting consequences for them if they do not understand what this means. Because the Northerners now, they have a perception about him and the kind of people, the kind of politics he brings. Now, okay, we can trust the Yoruba people or the Southwest people more than you guys do. No matter what we do, no matter what Buhari did, Buhari never amounted to anything. Now you are shifting it to another person. So the review of policies will happen. There are so many things in Lagos. I'm hearing. I don't know if Dr. Gomez, Chief Gomez, is aware, or any Lagosian. They know where you have where you are dominated. If they think tomorrow now, okay, Ladipo market want to turn it to tech hub, you cannot stop Lagos State not to develop their state. They say, okay, we want to turn Ladipo market, right, to an ultra modern cancer center. Then that is it. We want to turn Alaba market to tech hub of Lagos State. That is it. By the time you see what is happening, right, one man, when they change the laws for the land use act, the houses, the lands, and those things that you believe you have, they change the system for you. They change almost all the markets, they do everything, and then it becomes a really good. And then the central Lagos build the central Lagos policy that is making most Lagosians now, natural Lagosians, indigenous Lagosians living in the suburbs now. They open it all back, and then they bring all of them back to the central. So look, there are consequences that they need to be very, very careful. Their leaders need to start talking to them. You cannot stay in people's. Nobody will go to the north and say this is our land because you have. And when you look at the investment, have you taken time to look at the investment in Lagos State? The number one investors in Lagos State are the Northerners. I think they have almost 75 billion in investment, followed by Yoruba people by almost maybe 56 or 66 billion, right? 56 or 66 billion. I think there are 5 of them. The least of them, 7 billion, are the Southeast people, and they are the most locations, they are the most people making noise almost every time. You cannot keep doing that every time. When they keep pointing the finger at you, when the whole room is pointing finger at you, you yourself look at yourself in the mirror and say, what are you doing wrong here? See if you can correct it.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Well put, enigmatic. So well put. So that was you say I give enigmatic a lot of time, but it's so spellbinding when he speaks. You don't even know that you've been listening for a long time. But enigmatic, hold steady. Still plenty to go through. But just for counterbalance, just to balance the narrative a bit, apologies to everybody on the screen, but I want to go to Charles and next, who might well have a different view from what is being said. But before I go to Charles and next, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. So Alexander Gomez comes in. He says, Che, Aburo me, you are a master political analyst. No one does it better than you, enigmatic. Young but highly knowledgeable. See you soon. So that's it. So just as Alexander Gomez said, we were all spellbound by enigmatic Hondi. Prince comes in. He says, Akari Dolu's wife is Igbo. Same with Adeleke. We love each other. Don't divide us, enigmatic. Be a unifier. So, enigmatic, very much like my mind. You either love him or you don't. But there it is. So, thank you, enigmatic. Let's go on then to Charles next, who joins us. So, Charles, it looks as though I started off with the assertion that this is a man that started a journey, and at the destination of that journey, he got every single thing he wanted. I'm talking about Bola Tinubu, who started off telling you, Emilokon, that it is my turn to be your president, and is set on that journey to achieve that which he has. And in the course of that journey, he held on to his prize to draw, which is Lagos State. So a man that got everything. What says you? The results still coming in. How are you monitoring the Guba elections? Good to see you, Charles.
Yeah, hi. Really, I don't expect anything less from the results. Tinubu is the owner of Lagos. He owns everything. So, GRV, it was a good competition. Like I've said, the only thing, like I've said about him is I think he's starting off his presidential ambition in the wrong footing, in the sense that as much as we blame Obi for playing the tribal and ethnic politics, we can say much the same about him in terms of the whole agitation and intimidation of voters. To be honest, this whole claim of Lagos no man's land, I think we're overflogging it. I think the problem with us is that we as Nigerians, the truth about it is that we've always been harboring sentiments and animosity amongst ourselves. We are not a united front because logically, Yorubas, in terms of population, look, they own Lagos. We all know that. Even if there was no way in hell, there was no chance that Labour or Igbos come together and rally around GRV, he was ever going to win. But the only thing that this whole thing has just brought up is that there's been an underlying sentiment of hate among Igbos, Yorubas. I think we just pretend that among ourselves. Within politics, I think that resentment has been there, especially against the Southeast. And the unfortunate thing is that they're bringing that resentment into households, into individual households within at grassroots levels, which is wrong. And I believe that if Tinubu is really a president, I think he should try as much as possible to unify the population.
How would you recommend that he does that? Because we are now at that phase of coming back together. So the elections are done and dusted. So how do we now come back together again as one family?
Honestly speaking, it's a really tough one. I think the first attempt would be to reach out to Obi, not like personally, chat away with him, try to reach an agreement with him in terms of, just play your own part in terms of calling your people to order, and I'll follow up on that. Like, okay, Obi has joined us, he's validated this result. Let's come together, myself and Obi, because that's the only way he can address. I think Obi has an important role in trying to legitimize, diffuse the situation and try to legitimize, giving Tinubu that kind of backing that, okay, you know what, let's put things aside, let's look at what Tinubu will do, you understand, and give him that chance. But I think, first of all, the other step he should take is no one should try and instigate anybody or rub it off on anybody like you're a loser or things like that, you're the minority, you're not part of Lagos or anything. Let's drop all that aside. Let him unify with Obi. Him and Obi needs to actually discuss among themselves, reach an agreement, and form a unified front in one Nigeria. That's just what I think. Obi has a critical role in doing that as well, not just him.
Do you not anticipate, because there's a sense that this particular electoral cycle is shocking Lagos State so much that I'm not saying that there will be reprisals necessarily in terms of physically challenging anybody, but I suspect that there will be policy position, just like Enigmatic was saying, there will be policy positioning by the Lagos State space, especially over the course of this next 4 years and for the future, that this sort of thing does not repeat again, where Lagos is challenged. It felt like an invasion, though. I'm telling you how it feels to some people. It felt like a foreign invasion.
No. If they do that, honestly speaking, it would be a very wrong move. Because if let's look at this thing, Igbos have really not taken anything away from Lagos. Do you understand? Even in terms, what they've done really is that they've migrated, they've come to Lagos and made it their home. They've contributed to the economy. They've not taken anything. They've not contested in terms of taking land or taking away things from Lagos or Yorubas. So trying to kick them out or trying to make life harder for them.
Not make life harder, but make it so that narrative of Lagos being no man's land, it never occurs again. So that there's not necessarily to advantage the indigenous space.
Let's be rational about it. What do we understand by someone telling you that Lagos is no man's land? In the sense, is it just at a political?
It's an affront to your identity as an indigenous person of that space. It's an affront to your. Let's say you had a tenant that you take, and then you give him the lay of your property.
Rules, yeah.
You treat him like a member of the family, and then at some point it starts to say that this house, it belongs to all of us. So there has to be that demarcation, isn't there? That you are the owner of your land, as kind and as humane as you are to him. So that's the thing. It's an affront to the indigenous identity of the people.
No. So the idea of you challenging an ethnic group saying no man's land is more or less like trying to what's the word? Subject them. Like, we own this place, you are under us, and you do what we say. It's more autocratic. Look, Lagos is it's a capitalist. It's an open environment. One of the things that makes Lagos thrive, one thing that differentiates Lagos from the southeast, do you understand, that has even made it thrive, is the fact that it's built on a conducive economic environment that allows the best brains, the best hands to actually contribute to the society without any form of intimidation or harassment. Do you understand? If Lagos goes through that route, then what differentiates you from the southeast, that we always claim that they are territorial in nature. They don't allow people to buy properties or grow there. Do you understand? And I think that will be detrimental, even from the economic point of view, from investors, outside investors. Because if you put in policies that say you're under our control, if you misstep.
No, it's more like indigenous policies. Indigenous policies, not a control.
Let me give you an idea, Charles. Let me give you an idea. Look, I think you are conflating two issues now. There was a time, I don't know if any one of you is very conversant with Kwakwanso's administration. I've never said it before, but this is one of the reasons that they don't really like him, right, in the southeast and the south-south. He did something when he was the governor of Kano State. At the time, they felt generally, even with the caliphate, that they are having this kind of that if they are not careful at a point, right, they will be challenging certain territories with them, certain areas with them, business areas and everything. They started having some, I would say, silent but very diplomatic move to ease them out in some certain areas, certain quarters of Kano metropolis, and they were pushing them into majorly the Sambongeri area, where they can know, okay, before you move an inch within this space, we can control that. They did that in Rivers State too. In addition to that, I pray it does not happen, right? If this actually happened and they have to choke, right? They have to choke the Southeast people back, they will understand, then they will miss the accommodating and the liberal nature of Yoruba people, because this South-South that they will push you guys to, you will know South-South do not love you. Then that's when you will know you will miss the Yoruba land very well. And then number two, I had like three different.
All right, make it brief so that
okay.
Yeah.
I had like three friends then, right, that we graduated together. In Lagos State, you are free to join the civil service, right? You can join the civil service or any of the agencies, regardless of who you are. There are so many directors in the civil service in Lagos. But I know three people that they tried to join the civil service in Anambra State, and I know what they told them. I'm not going to say it here, but that's one of those things that we are saying. So when you look at that, and then you see that a state is allowing you to do that, but in the same country.
Yeah, but hold on, enigmatic. Would that not be detrimental though? Because you'll be denying yourself of all of the talents that you have if you are limiting certain positions are for indigenes. So that means that you're not getting the best person for the job.
No, when I told you about a certain bill, right? The indigenous bill. If they sign that bill, that will never happen again in Lagos. In anywhere in Southwest, it won't happen again. There will be no non-Yoruba person that will be in civil service in that place. Even an appointment. All this Joe Igbekwe and all the people that work with Tinubu during his administration, all of them will never be in the administration.
But you know what?
Never want it to get to this stage.
Do you know what? I think honestly speaking, maybe I'm even being too sentimental about the whole thing. I think in some ways, I would like them to actually enshrine that policy. Do you know why I say that? You know, on this platform, we've been hampering on we need a regional system of government. And I think by doing exactly just that, I think it will indirectly force Igbos, both at home and in the diaspora, to focus their resources, their intellect in their own homes. So really, if it's a matter of enshrining policies that it's more looked at, it seems that it's more to protect the will, integrity, the heritage of ethnic groups within a locality. I think as much as it wouldn't it would rub off as bad on a lot of businesses and everything. I think it's a welcome development because I think it's the right step towards regional growth and development. Just take, for example, the whole electricity stuff that this guy just signed now. At least now it's a step in the right direction. The West, everybody will start developing the electrical generations as a region. So honestly speaking, we might frown about it now, but I think if that should happen, I don't think it will really hurt Igbos. It will only allow them to actually look from within, and everybody will look at developing themselves as a region going forward.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Do you know the good evening, everybody.
Good evening, Zeta.
Charles, are you Igbo?
Yes, I am.
Do you know the anthropology of the Igbos?
By anthropology, are you talking about the business acumen or just the heritage, or I don't understand?
Their characteristics, how they behave.
Okay. Can you enlighten me on that, please?
Man and society. Igbos are not actually people who stay in their house. They like to explore. I will come to that when it's my turn to speak. So saying that a law that is passed in Lagos will make them come home, I don't really think so. Igbos are not the people. They like to go outside, hustle, make their money, come home, show off, build things, and walk away. They are not actually people who stay in their domain, if you know their anthropology. But continue.
All right. You can respond to that, but I want to play. I actually respond to that first, then I'll play you a clip.
I think yes, we are very maybe our entrepreneurial spirits. We're enterprising in nature. We're businessmen. We like trying as much as possible to seek out opportunities. Really, we look at ways of which we can grow outside of our home base. But look, honestly speaking, Nigeria in itself, I just feel. See, we really are not a united people. And
well, is it fair to say that though? On what basis do you say that? On what basis?
Oh man, that country, we are built on see. Look, I've always been saying this. One of the reasons why I say that we should even a regional government will be the best for us because we can channel all this bitterness, all this rivalry.
I don't agree with the bitterness. Is where I was really going.
Well, maybe not bitterness, but the rivalry.
Let me say this because I grew up in Lagos, in the Oregon space, at least up to when I finished uni. What I see is I don't actually see that there's any deep resentment or any real. And I'm going backward. That was in 1802. Also, I'm speaking from long memory, but I don't have any sense of that there was any ethnic anything other than just joshing. Back in, you call them Omo Igbo, and then they'll call you Omo Yoruba. But you live side by side. You eat from the same pot. You know, there was never any real demarcation. And also I have presence in Ibadan, and it's the same thing as well. You know, so I don't. There's a lot more that binds us together than divides us, and there's no real this great chasm that people speak to. I'm not sure that I can agree that there's a deep-seated hatred amongst us. I don't think so, but that's my personal view.
The hatred, let me know, like within on personal basis, on personal relationship, we can coexist. We trade, we relate with each other. But on the, I think the fault lies in the political class. You see, in the political class, I really don't know how they think things through, but they seem to thrive on on subjugating Igbos or making them feel inferior. That's how I see things anyway, in terms of the political class. And unfortunately,
Why would you say that? Sorry, I keep challenging you, but I don't agree with that. You know what I think? I think there are two things that I say about the Southeast. I feel that they're not both fit within the Nigerian project or the Nigerian journey. They are one fit in, but one fit also in nationhood forming. So they're not fully engaged. Well, it's always been there, I think, since the Biafran War.
Biafra, exactly.
How long ago was the Biafran War, though? That's what, 50 odd years.
So why are we stereotyping? I don't understand. Since that Biafra War, like I've said, since that Biafra War, it seems as if the entire Nigeria has actually grouped the Igbos as a kind of...
No, that's not what I think. I think, and please don't shoot me, but I think that the Southeast, they've not let go yet of that space. Maybe there's not been a proper healing as a country, but I don't feel that they participate fully. I think they somewhat see loosely Nigeria as foreign land, and then when they get to the Southeast, that's another land. But when it comes to politics, that's their relationship with the politics of the space as well. Because the politics of Nigeria is unique and peculiar, and it's usually a negotiated politics. But they don't negotiate that politics. We saw it with the Peter Obi space as well. He did not really negotiate with power block spaces. And Soludo was even saying that in his essay.
Okay,
so it's an alliance-based politics that we play in Nigeria.
What's the difference between what Peter Obi did and what Tinubu did? Okay, let's put it in this perspective. In the Peter Obi saga, okay, there was probably an agreement, I don't know, with PDP that it was meant to go to the Southeast, if I'm correct. And Atiku frowned against that and cancelled that deal that he should be, you understand, and Peter Obi walked away. You can also say it in similar terms that under APC, there was an agreement anyway between Tinubu and Buhari. As a matter of fact, Buhari, from all indications, was already looking at not coming to terms with that agreement. The only thing Tinubu did was not to move out of the party, but to fight.
Yes. So there it is. So, and I don't agree with everything you said, but let's pick it from that spot. Just for the purposes of the conversation, I don't agree, but for the purposes of the conversation, let's say there was an agreement to cede it to the Southeast in the PDP, but then Atiku moved in to try to seize that space, but then Peter Obi walked away, so that's it. And then let's say there was an agreement to cede it to the South, and by extension, the South-South in the APC, but we saw it play out in open glare that they tried to deny that opportunity. Tinubu stayed in there and he fought both the Southeast, the Southwest, and the North to get that ticket. And he fought everybody to get that ticket. But Peter Obi walked away. He walked away.
So the question is, from a political point of view, it would have been very difficult for Obi to actually fight because I don't know the way the demographic, like I've said,
but he did not even show an indication to take on that fight, even if he loses it.
Even if we see the way the Southeast is, look, the way they've separated that Southeast as being nobody in Nigerian politics.
No, they have not. You cannot hide
if you are Obi, what is the likelihood? What kind of fights will you put that they'll actually listen to you, or they'll see you as okay? Let's put what is in it for them? Because
it goes back to the alliances that Soludo was speaking about in his essay. That you have to form alliances with power bases. So, and Peter Obi, he started the journey too late as well because he could have been forming those relations. Who carried Tinubu through? It was El Rufai, Ganduje, all these sort of names. Not necessarily people from Yoruba land. It was carried through by the North. Is it because, hold on, enigmatic? Is it because he's so handsome? No. It's because he had formed the relationship to establish that trust and bind. Which is what Soludo was saying in his essay as well. Hold on, enigmatic. Yeah.
I want to give him an idea.
No, just hold on, enigmatic. Let Charles respond, and
so
then
Tinubu's
Zita
case,
come in.
so that's what I can see. Tinubu's case is a bit different because even when the whole tussle was going on, you could still see that he still had some form of caucus, northern caucus, that was still fighting for his behalf. But
yeah, why? No, why? Why did they have that caucus? Is it because he's so handsome? Why did they have them backing him?
Maybe dollars now.
No, come on, man. Yeah, but it's not. You can't. It's relationships now. It's relationships and negotiations now. It's relationships. Who is he going to give $5? He's been looting since 1804. He's been looting since.
I think his political, in terms of his political and strategic and economic influence, especially as being the one driving Lagos, I think he has that influence in terms of swindling votes or support towards
No,
his side.
don't do that now. It's more the case.
It's the same way Jonathan. It's the same way Jonathan had that same influence because of the South and the pipelines and
you're not going to get away with that.
Give me something.
Hold on, Zeta. Yeah.
Give me something that you can say that, you know what, the Southeast has this kind of power within Nigeria that they can use to.
Let me tell you the power
like Joker. Let us say like a Joker in Nigerian politics.
Okay, the same Joker that the Southwest has is exactly the same Joker that the Southeast has. So listen, this. So I'm please forget. He has the Lagos State, and don't forget about the money. You see these people that we're talking about. It's beyond money now. I think each of them individually comfortably dollar billionaires. So a billionaire will always want an extra billion. We know all that, but I think it's beyond money so it's beyond politics. It's too politicking now. The same strength that the Southwest has is exactly the strength that the Southeast has as well, and so it's their population numbers. So they have almost equal measure population numbers, and that is what they bring into the political permutation.
Economically, what does the Southeast? I don't think the Southeast don't have anything. No. I think that Southeast has been carved up in such a way. And
all right. Okay. Well, if you want to go with that mindset, then it's up to you.
And that was the idea behind the Biafra war, or carving that Southeast away from. I'm serious.
All right.
Southeast have no power in Nigerian politics, economically or otherwise.
All right. Let's see if Zita can. I'm going to play you a clip of Gbadebo's mother in a moment, but let's see if Zita can have a go at it. Zita, let's hear from you.
Charles, both of you are somehow right, but the way you put it, I think is the way both you and one man is saying it, I think is not right. Now, first of all, I must say, saying that Igbos are not like in Nigeria, they've been showing signs of Biafra, and I will say sometimes it scare other parts of Nigeria from them. But coming to politics, I can tell you that the Igbos are very dogged. If they show interest in Nigerian politics and work towards it, they will beat everybody in the game because they're very dogged. That being said, secondly, talking about P2B and walking away, I would say more is a kind of P2B's antecedent. Talking about Tinubu having the same issue and fighting to finish, I would say that is, I'm talking about personality now. That's Tinubu's antecedent. But again, being a president of a nation, as I said before, long time in this platform, it's not a day's job. It is a work in progress. Just like one man said, you have to keep allying. You have to be giving and taking, losing and gaining. That way you build up an empire. That's why I said before, if Igbo people will show interest in that, the way they show interest in their business, I can tell you, they will beat everybody to the game. Continue, Shas.
Charles, before you continue, let me tell you this too. First of all, I think what you are missing one man is you have to look at the politics during the primary first. When you compare the primary in APC versus the PDP, do not forget that PDP, I mean Southeast, they've been loyal to PDP for 23 years since 1999. That's a card for them that they dropped. They dropped that card, unfortunately. So when you look at the primary, there's a suspicion that Atiku Abubakar will be throwing his hat into the ring. They should have prepared for that, for such event. So there should have been an alliance and a consensus candidate from the Southeast. How many candidates under PDP from the Southeast extraction went into that primary? How many of them? All of them. None of them stood down for any. When you on versus what happened from the Southwest and against the politics that actually played at the end of the day. And then two factors that you guys are not seeing. You have to factor the political the political sagacity of people. You have to factor his political acumen. You have to factor his political capital. You have to factor his political fecundity. Those things are very, very important, which Peter Obi lacked, right? There is no way if Peter Obi find let's not subject it to Peter Obi now. Let's say a prominent, like it could be Dave Umahi before he left PDP, right? It could be Pius Anyin, it could be any one of them. They have almost 8 prominent Southeast sons on the card. If they find a way to say, look, we are going with only one of you, get all the Igbo billionaires like this Otoeze in PDP that has the ears, right, of the northern folks, especially Atiku. Stand on your ground. It's either we have this presidency or we move in drovers of PDP. You find a way to find this kind of wiki as strong as he is, and the South folks in the Southeast. I mean, in South folks in the PDP, form an alliance with them. Look, my brothers, this thing should come to the Southeast. Southeast in PDP, we deserve this. Just as APC's governors and the political movers and shakers, they've zoned it to southwest. Please, let's work together. Let's zone it to southeast. So you come with a voice, not you having like 5 of them or 6 of them, talking in different directions, and then you have Wike having using that loophole to make his own deal. So the unity is not there, and this is what is going to happen again if they are not careful, right? Going to 2027. So Soludo actually gave a plan. He wrote an op-ed. Now Soludo is the most hated now because of what he said and the advice he gave. And this is part of the politics we are speaking to.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So Charles, let me play you this clip. I'd like your reaction to it, and then I want you to speculate to the future of Rhodes-Vivour. But before you speculate to the future, let's hear what his mother, Mrs. Rhodes-Vivour, had to say.
My name is Mrs. Rhodes-Vivour. I'm the mother of the incoming governor.
What's your experience so far?
My experience is nothing to write home about. People are buying vote openly. How can you vote and you show who you are voting for? And the APC person is capturing you to go and give you money. Is that the society we are trying to change?
What are the INEC officials saying about that?
They are not saying anything. Even the police are not saying. They are watching and they are not doing anything. My name is Mrs. Rhodes-Vivour, the mother of Badebo.
So there it is. To you, Charles.
Look, these elections, see, blatantly the whole political violence and intimidations, that videos going around and everything. Well, I guess her hopes are dashed, and she has every right to be upset. She's just upset about the turnaround. But look, honestly speaking, the political future of Badibo, regarding Lagos State is very bleak. I don't even think he should just leave politics for now and probably try as much as possible to probably get an appointment, maybe in a ministry. He seems like that kind of person that would perform well as a technocrat, really. Do you understand? And maybe from there work his way up. But regarding contesting for governorship, I think after this he should just drop out, because the way they've branded in a way that he's just in between. The only person that can remove what they've given him is someone like Tinubu or the Oba of Lagos that can redeem his image regarding Lagos politics.
Do you think he should cross over to APC? Because I think he should. Because I think he has a talent, Gbadebo. Clearly, from what we have seen, he has something there. There's something he has that has to be that he has something to offer. But if he crosses over to APC, maybe they can harness whatever talent he has.
They can mold him.
Yeah, they can mold him.
Yeah, crossing over. To be honest, what he should do, he should play his cards right. So what the ideal
because he's not loyal to Labour and he doesn't care about Labour, so he doesn't.
Yeah, we the youths we hate all this betrayal, moving and everything. Is what we fight against. So the best thing he can do is wait for Labour to collapse, because that's the only thing that Labour can do. Labour has to merge, from what I'm seeing, with PDP. Do you understand? Wait till that opportunity comes and make a deciding factor that, okay, if Labour is going to PDP, I am going to APC, and everybody knows that everybody is playing their politics. It's not as if it's a betrayal or anything like that. You understand? So I think it would be best for him to actually move to APC, but do it at the right time, not now. Do you understand? He could do it when there's some form of reorganization within the political landscapes, where there are alliances made here and there between Labour and PDP, APC and Labour, and some part of Labour. That would be the right time to move. But I think he'll be more successful moving to APC and understudying somebody, going under the wings of someone like Fashola that would groom him, give him some form of portfolio in one of these ministries, and he can grow up. But he must learn his Yoruba.
Yes, he must start there. But what if he finishes a distant third behind PDP? What would that say about his political potency? Because of course, losing to Sanwo-Olu is one thing, but then losing to Dando is another. But then coming a distant third, would that be the obituary on his political?
It's not an obituary at all. Look, if anyone wants to become successful in Nigerian politics, especially in Lagos politics, so all you need is to form the right alliances. And if he has the backing of only Tinubu has that capacity to actually elevate him beyond any measure. So I think, like I've said, I think him finishing third is nothing. Okay, let's take, for example, he can still say that he's the youngest, if I'm correct, he's the youngest contestant that has actually pulled that amount. He still has some bragging rights to some because he gave APC a run for their money. Let's be honest about it. With the mass followership and everything, you might say it's not him, that it was an Obi movement, but
you can only say that when the results come in, which we are monitoring at the moment. I'm actually watching INEX portal, and they are a good 60, nearly 70% up already. So we should get.
But like I've said, this is more or less like a platform where he marketed himself, and even you have agreed that he's a very good orator. He speaks well, and those are qualities.
Charles, just a second. A question. Yeah. Did you monitor Agbaje's election versus Fashola?
No, not really. I didn't follow that too much.
Okay, go and check the numbers. That was almost the toughest election for APC in Lagos State. You should check it. The Agbaje is the Oba of Lagos direct cousin. He chose to support somebody else as against his cousin.
So one thing I've noticed in Lagos politics, let's equate Lagos politics with Atiku's politics. Do you understand? One thing I know is that for now, anybody that is outside that Tinubu camp cannot get it. For now, maybe things in the near future it can change, but for now, no matter who you are, you can't get that position unless you align with Tinubu. Do you understand? It's somewhat similar to Atiku, and if you continue down, you don't need to be a forecaster to know that if you continually be in the opposition to this group, you only end up to where Atiku is. you will not move anywhere. And that's what happened to Jimmy Agbaje. Now he has even killed off his political career and so many others. So the best step for him to take will be actually to switch to APC. That's the only thing I can think of. There's nobody outside of APC that has that capacity to actually give Tinubu or APC a run for their money regarding Lagos State. Anywhere else, yes, but Lagos State, I don't think so.
If he wants to have a political career, he has to switch to Lagos State. And if he wants to have a political career, it can only be in Lagos State. He can't now suddenly say, oh, my mother is from Anambra, I'm going there. No, because it's now established within Lagos politics. And if he wants to have that career, he has to go to APC. Because APC, almost in perpetuity, after this scare now, they will hold on to that Lagos State to the end of time.
You know what I see? I think what he should do, if he should play his politics, I think he should try as much as possible, go to APC, try and get an appointment or whatever within the civil service. Do you understand?
If
he plays his game right, when Sheyi is going for governorship, he can go under his wings and become deputy. That's the only thing I can think of.
Charles, do you know where he played his politics wrong? He could. Do you know? Should I tell you? He has the key to be anything in Lagos. But where he played his politics wrong was he jettisoned his father's side to go with his mother's side, and then these PDP folks, they got him. His dad is very close to most of the people in APC, and I think his two sisters, and then there's a popular law firm in Lagos, right? He's not close to the paternal side of his dad. That's his major problem. The paternal side they are from Isale Eko, right? The Isale Eko very close to that Oba of Lagos. So he jettisoned that. So if he should find a way to walk himself back to
his dad. His dad builds political appointments and rapport with him, gets him into government. Then he now, like I've said, I think he should try as much as possible to work closely with Sheyi. So that Sheyi can be governor, but if he can play his cards well, he can be a very good deputy to him. Even if it's not a deputy, maybe a minister or whatever portfolio that Sheyi can give him as per youngies or whatever.
No, you know what? To add to what you just said, he also needs a couple of titles. So some Yoruba traditional titles. I'm being honest right now. Find a way to get the Oba of Lagos to give you something that says you are
somebody that can't speak Yoruba. They will give him titles.
I'm telling you that it goes a long way to help him politically. I'm telling you. You need
Aremo
needs. I'm saying now.
He needs to be close to his paternal side. His dad will get everything easy for him. But I don't know.
And also, you know that woman in that woman in Laswa that designed that London Elizabeth rail line in London, the UK. She was part of the people. She runs Laswa now. So all the train things you see in Lagos, all those things, that's her doing. That she oversees that.
In fact, now that you mention,
I see him more in what Charles just said. I see him as it will be a good deputy governor.
But yes. You know that now that you mention all these things, honestly speaking, I think he's dug a hole for himself. I don't think, because the insults on Tinubu, the corruption, so many things. If he's smart enough, he should just accept all those his comments of him saying they will challenge or this. He should just drop everything and try as much as possible to do some form of damage control. Now, accept the results. Don't follow Obi with his routes. Do you understand? Because at the end of the day, if he tries doing that, challenging or doing anything, I don't think there will be any pathway for him. So right now, I think he should change things around and try as much as possible to play his politics well. You understand? Seed the thing to Sanwo-Olu and paint them in a good light. Not spoiling his party, but play in the middle, you understand? And he should just try as much as possible not to speak ill of Tinubu or his alpha beta or any of those things. You just get out of the press for now. Don't give any comments. Don't give anything.
Yeah, that's the best advice.
I doubt that will happen.
Hold on. Let's hear from Rosie. But I think that's the best advice.
But his mom is still talking, which is bad for him politically. She needs to stop talking. I'm sorry.
No, but she can talk in this cycle though, because this is still in the middle of an election. But going forward,
for the future, she needs to stop talking. I'm sorry.
All right. let's say from Rosie, and then I'll play you a clip, just a quick reaction, and then I'll go on to Ogbeni. But let's hear from Rosie.
Yes, good evening, one man, and good evening, everyone in the platform.
Good evening.
Yeah, I think my own opinion is this. I feel Badibo must. I don't think he's going to be successful in politics anymore in Lagos. To me, I think he has stepped on too many toes, and just like the internet never forgets, everything he's been saying in the news and all in the TV houses, all that is going to, go continually haunt him. And unfortunately, he can't even go back to his mother's place because he won't be accepted. I mean, like in Nigeria, you claim where your father is from, not where your mother is from. And then even if he goes to wherever his mom is from, he won't be accepted. So to me, I think he has dug a hole for himself, and he's going to be tough.
So he can't be the governor of Anambra State, is what they are saying.
No, he can't. He cannot. You see, one thing in Igbo land, they are very territorial. He will not be accepted there, not at all. And if I might even say this thing also, like the Yorubas, they are very they accept strangers, they welcome people, they are very they are very they know how to live with strangers. You go to Lagos, you want to buy land, you go to Monile. Once you pay the right money, you settle the right people, you will get your land. You would, get everything you want. But if you go to the east, most often they will not going to sell any land to you. They will tell you, okay, if we sell this land to you, what land will be left for us to sell to our children? So they guard their stuff, they guard their property very, very well. They don't let it go easily like that.
No, just on that space, Rosie, I've heard somebody give the explanation that a lot of the land in the southeast, they are ancestral lands, which is a family stock land, and they don't sell it by virtue of tradition. I think it's more of a tradition than a resentment or.
But most of the land in Lagos too, the ancestral lands, those lands belong to forefathers, first, second, third, fourth generation, right? But they still sell it to strangers. Anybody can get to Lagos and buy land. And then, like, even in the civil service, you don't have to come from Lagos before you can get a job, or in some of these places. But like in other states, it's very tough for you to get into the civil service. It's tough. Like even for River State or Bayelsa State, you can hardly get a position there. They're going to be like, no, you are not. You're not part. You're not a son of the soil. So why?
But don't you think that Lagos, the real reason why
Can
Lagos
I ask you a question,
is welcoming in nature to indigenes is because it was a former capital one, and it being a port of its location, the idea of it's used to people and welcoming people from outside the country and everything. So I think, I don't know, I just feel that the location of Lagos, one, as a port of entry, and two, being a former capital, if I'm correct, of Nigeria, it's more welcoming. It's not as territorial as landlocked areas like the East and some other places in Nigeria.
No, I just think it's their nature. It's not because Lagos is being the capital or it's a city that has a port. It's just, I think it's the nature of the Yorubas. They are welcoming to strangers.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If we are welcoming, then why do we keep on being painted as we hate the Igbos and we're jealous of them?
No. I don't believe that, because Yorubas
but that's the narrative that is always pushed all the time. The moment you get a pushback, even if it's just a tiny bit, even if you've been allowed 99%, the moment you get 1% pushback,
I think that narrative just started though.
It's not
it's
so.
Because look, it's not just even if you look at the comment section, it's still being pushed there. Everywhere I go is pushed.
One thing, I'm not Yoruba, I'm not Igbo, I'm from one of the minor states, tribes. One thing I have observed among the Igbos is this: if they want some, let me not say Igbos, some Igbos that I've interacted with, If they want something from you or they come to your place, they would behave like they are stupid, like they are foolish. They would tolerate anything you dish out to them. But once they get what they want from you, then they will come out and show you exactly who they are. But initially, the approach is, very kind. I mean, not aggressive, not hostile. Very peace loving. But the moment they get what they want, then they turn around and show you what they are. So, but that's why all the time I just feel Lagos. That's why you see there are so many foreigners, strangers, not these foreigners, strangers in Lagos. They go in there, they stay there, they settle there, and they buy lands, and I mean they're welcome. So to me,
I think your statement about the Igbos is too universal. That's more your, and I think there's a lot in what Charles is saying. Lagos being the former capital, the capital brings in anyone. That's where the federal presence is. And that's what really
Calabar was also a capital. Calabar was also
when was it? 18 something.
Port Harcourt also was the capital of River State. I mean, was a port city, but still, I mean, the people there are not very welcoming to strangers. They are not.
All right, I don't know about that one, but
it's just it's not Lagos.
I have something that I'm very happy about. I have a news now that I'm very one of the states that I've been monitoring for since morning. Anambra State. So Soludo, he finally survived that Labour Party tsunami. So out of 26, I'm telling you, those guys are ready to impeach him. So out of 26 House of Assembly seats, he's able to have 14. Then Labour Party 7, YPP 3, PDP 2. So Soludo is getting the political game now. So his second term that you guys are promising that he's gonna lose, he's gonna challenge you guys. So get ready. Up Soludo. Soludo 1, Labour Party 0. Olule.
All right.
That's if Labour and PDP don't form a this thing. What do you call it? They don't merge, then that will be another
problem. If it doesn't control half of the house, it cannot rest easy anyway. But it looks as though you said they got over half. Did they get over half? Out of 26, they got 14.
Yeah. Out of 26, he got 14. Then followed by Labour Party 7, YPP 3, PDP 2. So they have more than the 50% of almost 80% of the majority already.
All right. Thank you, Enigmatic, and thank you, Charles. So 4-time Charles. Let me move the conversation out to Ogbeni, who hopefully is ready. Ogbeni, are you there?
Yes, Oma.
All right, brilliant. Are you ready?
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
All right.
Good morning, everyone.
It's not easy. You would think we are on the ballot, or the way we are all doing night shift over somebody else's job application. So you take the center stage next, and I want you to start from where we started, the narrative that we started, that Tinubu started a journey and he reached the destination to collect everything that he always aspired to. So that's where I wanted to kick off. But before you kick off, let me read out Kolata Super Chat, and then I want to play you a little video clip, and then you pick it up from there. So pick it up from the video clip and then run through to the build-up for where the session is. But first, Akulata, Gbadebo needs copies of Alawuye and Aka and something or the other. So he needs a copy of Alawuye. Akomolede. I did a copy too. Yeah, but I was looking at it and I couldn't put it together. So thank you, Kolata. So let me play you this clip. Let me not even build it up. Just watch this. But this is what just happened in 2023.
Amana lema da ku don walawa amana. Ku wanda ya karbi kudin ya karbi amana. Amana lema. Amana aka ba ku amana. Amana. Just one nice don amana. Kin karbi amana. Ya yana zuwa bibu tana amana.
So there it is, free and fair election, Aboki style. 2022 Electoral Act, what 2020, what are you talking about? So here it is. Aisha, take this, vote there. So there it is, free and fair election, Aboki style. Obeni, to you.
Omar, you see, they said what we do here in, I know it's better in Yoruba, but let me try in English, that what we do here, and it is not a taboo in another space, it is a serious taboo. That is how the Hausa space, Hausa Fulani space is. I've told you, my wife is a Fulani woman, and I've learned a lot from her. I've learned to realize that, I don't know, people that always believe Nigeria is a one country, Nigeria is one. I don't know why they just like living in the world of fantasy. Nigeria has never been. If you go back in history and you check how, apart from the fact that Lord Lugard forcefully amalgamated several societies of different cultures and background, of different idiosyncrasies and dispositions and different culture, different language together, which you will hardly see any other prototype in the world. Apart from that fact, when the Abat Macaulay, the Awolowo, and all those guys, Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was later invited into the space, and Tafawa Balewa and others, when they were there, when they were coming up as upcoming politicians, they understood this on time, that there are things, diversity that we have within this space will not allow us to run one single country that we can call ours, and then we get authority directly from a particular central point. And that is why if we go back to the Awolowo, particularly Awolowo and Zik ideologies of them, you know, these were guys that wrote books. They put pen on papers and wrote out their ideologies. There are so many books for us to read outside there if we really have interest in Nigerian politics. Unfortunately, the Gen Z and even people of our generation don't even read much about all these folks have gone ahead. We don't really read much. We just jump to social media and make, we make comments. But I just encourage us to, always analyze whatever it is in our political space from a very informed perspective. Nigeria has never been one. And when I say one, I'm not saying a political entity, I'm not saying a geographical entity put together. In terms of political alignment, in terms of our understanding of what is happening around us, in terms of our culture, in terms of our choice, we have never been one. Even style of doing things, it differs. Sometimes the way my wife, being a Fulani woman, her perspective to politics is different from my own perspective to politics. I want things done. Let's get somebody who can do this. She will just laugh and say, it doesn't work that way. You go to the Hausa Fulani space, it doesn't work that way. You won't just say a leader will just emerge. They believe in something like an apprenticeship, and they believe in having somebody who understands, who has the mastery, who has mastered that skill, okay, at the central point, and everybody follow. That's what they believe, and they believe in waiting for your own turn. But we are not really like
Ranka Dede politics,
something like that. But they took advantage of them and turned into rank and Dede politics. Actually, when you look at it, and when you go to the old Greece society, you go to the Roman society and all those society, you realize that they always have somebody at the center, and they have people following them. They have someone at center, they have their lieutenants, and they have people following them. So they don't believe in everybody should lead, okay? And they don't believe that everybody should have your choice, because sometimes if you have too many madmen in the society, democracy will not work for you, because the majority will be mad people and they will be the one to determine your leader. So that's the kind of society they run, and you can't blame them for that. It's their own style, which is not our own style down south. which when you get to the space down south also, you have different, it's not the same. Okay. You have people from different, backgrounds and different, so that's the way I see that. I won't blame them for that. I would love to quickly go to Tinubu's clip on Emilokon, another thing that
yes,
yeah. You see, Tinubu almost like give a summary of his struggle within the political space, and he tried to justify why he think he should, be the next president in Nigeria. But when you do a retrospect, when you go back a bit into Tinubu's story, you realize that Tinubu is a man. Tinubu came from, first and foremost, he's a man who came first and foremost from a technical background. And he reached the peak. It's not just anyhow person that just is not. I don't like talking about Gbadebo really these days, but it's not like someone like Gbadebo that he just after NYSC he just did IT one or two places and he started contesting. And when they ask you show your CV, you show them where you done IT during NYSC. No, not that. That's not experience. That's not work experience. Tinubu was from a technical background, right? From there, Tinubu arrived. He got to the climax of whatever you think you can get to in the space of accounting and auditing. He was the Auditor General of a reputable multinational company in Nigeria, and he also wrote to their Treasurer General or something like that. And after that, Tinubu left that and moved to politics. He got his way to the Senate, and that was short-lived after Abacha took over government and they pushed Abiola away. Then from there, he found himself in the civil rights society, right? He joined them to establish NADECO. 49 or 59 people established NADECO. He was part of the founding fathers of NADECO. And he was a major figure pushing NADECO. And whoever understands NADECO's history, you understand the kind of struggle they went through. Okay, so many of them were chased out of Nigeria. I read something about Tinubu that when he was chased outside Nigeria, it was his uncle, who is now Akinolu of Lagos, the Olowo of Eko, who was the Assistant Inspector General back then, who gave him an hint that Abacha will be coming to kill you next day. You just need to leave the country. The man left without any money, without anything. He couldn't pick anything from his house. And the entire family scattered for some numbers of years. His wife was in the UK, was in the America, right? He first went to somewhere in Benin Republic. He was there for a while. When Abacha guys got to know where he was, they had to take him away. And from that history, he said it was a note, I think from US Embassy, without international passports or whatever, that he used to get to airport and then flew to America. And they were there fighting for Abiola. Kudira Radio in those days, I remember we were in Southwest then. Kudira Radio was the struggle. Abacha will be wind chanting then, bomb blast everywhere. And this man returned to Nigeria to still come and contest and became governor of the best state in Nigeria. And he was able to turn things around. So, so when you look at Tinubu, most times people that talked about him, particularly people talking against him, don't even really understand this man. They don't even know his history. They are, like I always call them, they are emergency political analysts, because now they are picking interest. They won't take time to go back to history to even go and study who is who in Nigerian political space. But you will not really blame them. You blame people who allow, who give them space, to hear their view when they are not well informed about what is happening in political space. So for me, Tinubu Emilokan was, and I've been saying it. He wasn't talking really about himself. He was saying it is the turn of my people. And you won't blame him. Somebody like me, I love regional politics because I've come to realize on time that.
Hold on. Before you go on that journey, or take us through that phase, it says it is the turn of his people. But how is that a justified statement? How is that is it justified? And if it is justified, how?
One man, it is justified. And why will you say it's not justified? He said something, I understand Yoruba very well, at least to a certain extent, at least more than Gbadebo. Now, he said there is this
You're looking for trouble.
yes, that's how you so so before you went to that space of Emiloko, there's something he said about when you more like when I can't remember it now, but what that simply means is that they won't you something is meant they said everybody should come and pick things, and instead of you to pick, you won't pick for others before picking for yourself. You have to pick for yourself. He talked about emergency landing in the aeroplane, and the landing rule is that you must first pick the mask and put in your nose before you should even remember your own child. Is the small child that you are carrying. So, and yes, rightly so. Let me tell you, one man. Let me take you back to political history a bit, and you understand why this man is justified. My brothers from the southeast will always say, "Oh no, why won't they cede it to the southeasterners? Why would it? It's only about this." And my answer, the answer I always give is this: in 1999, did any southeasterner withdraw for any of the major guys that contested? And was there any was there any opportunity for them to withdraw then and strategize on when it should be the time for their turn? Let me tell you, Alex Ekwueme contested against Obasanjo. They begged Alex Ekwueme to withdraw. Alex Ekwueme never withdrew for Obasanjo. He contested, and Obasanjo beat Alex Ekwueme scarcely, right? Now, in 2003, Ojukwu contested that election, if you remember, don't forget, from the same axis. And I can be Okorosha again in 2007. I can be telling you like that till date. So why would Tinubu now say, oh, it is not my people's turn, it is the Southeasterners' turn, if they keep contesting in every round of election we'll be having in Nigeria? So, and that has always been my answer. So to say that this man was wrong to say it is his people's turn, no. Over time, nobody has actually conceded to any other tribe really in the real sense in Nigeria or any other geopolitical zone. People have been contesting. They told Ojukwu in 2003, wait for 2007, don't contest, so that we can have this thing round and then they move down to the south. But Ojukwu never cared. Why? Because he established Abga, and he felt I should be able to annex what I have from my people and one part of. And don't forget, it was allowance for democracy was reigning back then. So he believed if you could have allowance for democracy in the western region and southwest region, why can't I have my own in the southeast? And rightly so, he was able to get southeast, one or two spaces in the southeast back then. So he contested. And like that, Okorosha, look at them up to 2003. So when you see Tinubu coming and said it is turn on my people, it was an agreement he had with, don't forget, Tinubu started from regional politics, right? Alliance for Democracy, which was more like Afenifere metamorphosed, Nadeko Afenifere metamorphosed to Alliance for Democracy. It was the only surviving governor in 2003 when that Obasanjo tsunami came, and they killed Bola Ige and took Bola Ige off from that axis. And Obasanjo took over from all those guys, the other four, Adeniyi Adebayo, Lamade Sino, and others. He was the only surviving guy there. They took over from Ade Faratin and others. And he felt, I should be able to replicate this and then leverage on it and get to the top. And what did he do? He re-strategized and took over that space back from PDP, right? That was when he reinstalled the Fayemi and Ajumobi and others into that space. And he was able to now form an alliance with CPC, then part APA, MPP, and then also find a way to get NPDP, which is the new PDP, the Sarakis, away from PDP, annex them together just for one agenda of him to be able to pick that his model, which he has already done in Lagos, to take it to the federal level. So if he's coming to say it is my people's turn, I don't think, you see, when you have legitimate ambition, I don't think anybody should vilify it for that. It is an ambition. Every Nigerian, 200 million Nigerian, anybody could have that. And then, if you have that ambition, nobody should vilify you for that. So for me, Tinubu was right to say it was the turn of his people and he should be the one to go.
Well, what about the argument that obviously, because if you look at the fourth republic which we're in now, I'm not sure that the Yorubas have not had more than their full quota and everybody else's portion as well. So we had Obasanjo for 8 years, so that's fine, and then you had Buhari for 8 years. So that's fine too. So Buhari is a Fulani man, by the way, so it's not for the totality of the North. But then you have now, but under Buhari, you had Oshibanjo, which is another half, let's say something. And then now you're having Tinubu again. So the argument that it is his people's turn, is it tenable in the actual governance of that country?
Yeah, one man. I don't think so. First and foremost, if you go to our constitution doesn't talk about you rotating the presidency from south to north or north to south, right? And that was what Atiku told them, right, at the PDP, that no, throw this thing open because there is no constitution that says it. Despite the fact that, you see, I've had the opportunity to see the founding document of PDP before, when there was a case we handled, I involved in that case, which involved one man called Yaya Kwade case. It was a case against Jonathan. Sometimes before that 2011 election, we went to court around that time, 2 cases. I can't remember the name of the other one, but I remember that Yaya Kwade very well against Jonathan. We went to court to say there was a document signed by Bola Ige. In fact, it was Bola Ige who prepared that document and signed as the secretary of PDP. And don't forget, Bola Ige was founding fathers of PDP before he moved to ANPP and then to go and form Alliance for Democracy. So they signed that document, and it was in that document they ingrained this issue of rotation. And you see, if you go back to that, if you go back to that case, that document was actually exhibited in that case, right? I've led the law firm, so I don't have access to such a case file. But when you go back to it, it was in FCT Abuja that case was filed, FCT Maitama. Now, when you go back to that case file, you see that document they all agreed to. The rotation was north-south. It was not even as per geopolitical zone, right? That is why sometimes I laugh when people talk about, oh no, south, east, south, power rotation. First and foremost, there is nothing like that in the 1999 Constitution. There is nothing like that in all the alteration that we have made to our Constitution. There is nothing like that. People talk about equity, fine. But my point is this: if you're going to follow this equitable rule we keep talking about, then each geopolitical zone and the big guns you have in this geopolitical zone should be able to cooperate and say, see, when it's time for XYZ election, let's stay clear. And let's make our position clear that the reason why we are stay clear of this one is because we believe the next one should be our own. Not that your brother will go and contest that. Your brother will lose that election and will come around again and say, it's my turn this time around. And you don't want any other person to now contest against. No, it doesn't work that way. That is just my point. It doesn't work that way. Apart from the fact that it's not ingrained in any constitution or any ground anywhere. My major point is that you just have to put your hearts together and make a point. See, when the southern governors came together, you remember it was Okowa. They called it Asaba Declaration. Then later they went to Ibadan to do that declaration. You remember?
Yes.
Towards the election. And they all made a declaration. Did they mention Southeast or South-South? No. And they were all there. They said power must move to the South. And I remember one of the journalists asked them back then, okay, where in this? I said, let it come first. We will decide when it gets to us. So I don't think any geopolitical particularly in the South should feel so entitled.
Obeni, can I interject, please?
Yes.
I know you are a constitutional lawyer, but there is something I have to say. In as much as you are 100% right, I don't know if you have come across the word unwritten constitution.
Yes, please.
Moral imperative. Yeah.
Let me give you a typical example. There is nowhere in the Constitution of Nigeria, I don't even think in any word, that it is written that an ex-president cannot live in the capital, but an ex-president will not live in a capital. The moment he finishes his time, he has to leave. That's what we call unwritten constitution. Now, coming to the space of moving from one zone to the other, yes, you are right. I understand it should be done north and south, not regionally. But then, to put a face value to the things we are doing, in as much as I'm not happy the way my people are doing it, but then somebody can call them to the table and tell them, okay, how do you get this thing done? Because I was very angry with Ubonayono when he walked out in APC primary saying that he should have gone to the Southeast. And I was like, Southeast has never voted APC before. You should have been saying that in PDP. Do you get my point? So I'm just saying sometimes we just like do something, put a face value to it, not because it is written somewhere, not because we must follow every rule of law. That's just what I'm saying, Obeni.
I agree with you, Madam Sita. Yes, sure, there are moral imperatives, sure, there are unwritten constitution, which, when you want to look at it, you deal with geopolitical zones in Nigeria, right? You deal with the southeast, the south-south, the south, southeast, south-south, southwest, north-central, northeast, and northwest. And you say, okay, since we have northwest before, we have never had north-central. Don't forget, we've had we've never had northeast, right? We've had northwest. We've never had northeast and north-central. We've had southwest. We've never had southeast, but we have south-south. Then it means that it should be, if we have to follow geopolitical zones, that's what I'm saying now, then it should be among either southeast, north-central, or northeast. And don't forget, that was Atiku's claim. Atiku said, ever since Tafawa Balewa, right, we have not had this ours, northeast. We need to have northeast, right? North-central is there. So what I'm just saying in essence, and see, what I'm saying in essence is, my brothers from the southeast needs to learn. They know, don't let me say they need to learn, but I think they need to re-strategize. I love the way Labour Party and Obi Tsunami is happening in the southeast. I think southeast is gradually becoming like southwest of 1999, right? Where you have Alliance for Democracy in charge of the entire southwest, right? I think that's what they are gradually heading towards now. You have Labour Party Senate, Rep, and now they have Abia, and I learned that they're having Enugu now. And by the time you have that house as well, now intact for them, then possibly by then they can now gather their house together and say, okay, we need to re-strategize. Let me give you an instance of what I always give them as example. The Nadeko struggle. Some Southeasterners actually play major roles, okay, to return us back to democracy. But when you go back and read books written about Nadeko, you realize that those guys that actually play roles there never got the support of their people from the Southeast. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you go back to the 1999 election, the Southeasterners voted massively against MKO Abiola. Massively. They voted for Bassir Tofa, okay, against Abiola. Now, Abiola lost that, and when you now push it a bit further, I'm just talking about strategy to position yourself within the political terrain in a space. When Abiola election was when they were announcing, it was a man from Southeast space who went to call together an injunction, right, to bring it to Onfrenwosu to stop that election result, right? And the entire thing went crazy, and the entire country almost went ablaze. And they formed Nadeco, and there were nominal roles there, and we returned to democracy. Now you return to democracy, an average Southwestern will believe that, okay, you truncated this election, right? You didn't vote for our own right. You didn't fight for our own right. Okay, now that the North wanted to concede this position to us, then stay clear of it and made a bold position that because what have happened to people from this space and what had happened to their brother, okay, we are considering this because we believe our turn will come. And we believe when it is our turn, you will support us. That's what Tinubu is doing for the Northerners presently now. They are giving Tinubu their vote because they know what they are doing. Because in the near future, they will tell Tinubu, see, we supported you back then. It's our turn to support us now. So I expect the Southeastern. But what did they do? Unless they come and contested Kelly. That's why father was the vice president to Shagari, who contested against Awolowo. So when you go back to history and you look at this, I expect Obi also to go back to history. I know he studied philosophy and he understands all this. To go back to history and reposition the Southeasterners in the right position they should take. That is just my take on
in terms of the right position they should take, there are two ideological strands that are at play. There are two ideological strands, not that are evolving, not at play, but are evolving within the Southeastern space. There is the narrative that Soludo fleshed out in his essay, and then, of course, there's politics that Peter Obi has just played out now. Which for you is the best direction of travel for the Southeast? Because there are two opposing strands, of course.
For me, Omar, I don't think they should follow that Soludo thing. Probably before Obi's emergence, that Soludo ideology or master plan would have probably worked for them. But they've been able to gain a lot in this election. And that is why sometimes I feel worried when I see Obi playing that his conspiracy politics and all those sentiment thing on TV. I felt you have gained a lot from this election. Why don't you consolidate what you have gained and then look inward and re-strategize, starting from your region? Tinubu didn't start from nowhere. He started from his region and then he launched for the federal. Then why do even Anambra, Awolowo and others, they were one-time premier of their own region, right? They didn't just start from nowhere. In fact, if you study the history of Awolowo very well, it didn't even really start from the western region. They were the guys following Abat Macaulay and others around. Now they took advantage of all what Abat Macaulay and other guys fought for, right? And they started from Lagos Legislative Committee. At that level, they started moving. He had a newspaper house where he used to sell newspaper himself, right? At Izzy Oshodi also, they said he used to sell. And from there, so now, as it stands now, they have the weight within the Southeast. Nobody can see. Yoruba will say, Ajanoku kọjá morí nǹkan fèrí, ẹni tó bá rí erin ká sọ pé a rí erin. Meaning that you won't see elephant and you say you just see one tiny thing that just. You will acknowledge the fact that there's an elephant, that is a beast or a monster moving around. That is how Labour Party is in Southeast now. The fear of Labour Party now is the beginning of wisdom. You see Soludo going around. The only thing Soludo didn't do in this election was to be sweeping market for them. But he has gained it, right? But he knows very well that he's not gaining it. Just they will still go to court to even challenge some. I trust Obi. Some of his 14 assemblymen that he has now, they will still go and challenge some and probably even win some. So my point is, consolidate what you have. I don't think they should follow that Soludo thing now. Consolidate what you have.
Can I interject?
All right.
Do you think he has that antecedent?
That's Obi?
Yes.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't because
okay.
He doesn't. I don't think he's a good. I don't think he knows how to manage human beings and coordinate them to build leadership. I don't think so.
When that was the question I was asking in the previous episode, that Obi movement has to evolve beyond Obi, but it has to let go. But is he willing to do that is the question. He has to be bigger than him. Beyond
He won't.
No, but is it not the star name though? If you remove Obi from the obedient movement, then it will fall apart. Will it not?
But he has to sacrifice.
I don't think so. One man.
If he wants to build something bigger than himself, that will evolve beyond himself. Because all I hear is obedient. No, but he has to be bigger than him. But
he is the bright light. He is the bright light that they all gravitate towards. But if you remove him, then it will cannibalize. It will cannibalize itself.
Not removing him. to make it more than him alone. Make it like an idea, a belief that evolves.
You mean to build an ideology around the narrative?
Yeah. The obedient, but he has to be willing to sacrifice his own ambition for that.
I think if Showore joins him, that might be a strong part. Showore might have a strong part to play with him too.
Showore will not join Atiku. Showore will not join at Obi because
Showore would rather die than join Obi.
They don't.
But it's a natural synergy, though. It's just a shame that the egos will prevent it. But it's a natural synergy. Obi and
It is not a natural synergy. Obi is part of them. Obi is part of this corrupt.
No, leave all that. So what Obi is presenting is a left of center narrative, pro-people politics, and that has always been the watering hole of Showore. So Showore will feel that Obi is somewhat of a poser, but I just think it's a natural synergy. But I think the ego of Obi of Showore will be too big to.
What antecedents does Obi have that is pro people?
That's what I'm asking, because
but it's not.
But he's a poser. He is a poser.
What is building, in my opinion, if he's really sincere, in the next 4 years, will be so big that even when they have their next primaries, it might not even be their flag bearer if he's really sincere. But is he willing to sacrifice his own ambition for that to win?
But should they though? What other name could they have that has the
country like he says he does? Then are you willing to sacrifice your own ambition for the greater good? Is the question.
Yeah, but there's no name that has national reach in that movement.
You never know. For now, you have 4 years. You're gonna have new names come up in that labor movement. If he's willing to open up that space,
you are speaking as if you don't know the currency of Nigeria's politics. When the old dust is finally settled, right? At the end of the day, first where they will start is how many states have we been able to flip? They have one in their kitchen now, which is Abia State, right? So if they are unable to move beyond that, then they will go to the how many assembly seats at the local level.
Bro, that's my concern for Labour. Like Labour winning in the Southeast does not mean anything, in my opinion. They needed something in a different part of the country, because you are feeding this Igbo-centric narrative by having Labour in Southeast. If they won in a different part of the country, it would have been better for the Labour movement. But winning in Abia to me does not mean anything.
But Babati, are you not seeing it this way, like what Benny was actually saying earlier, right? Now, they have a state in Abia State, right? They have a governor in Abia State, and for instance, in Anambra State now, they have 7 seats already. And then there's ABGA, because they do not have a uniform political party yet in Southeast. So there's ABGA in Anambra State. If there's a way that one way or the other he's able to iron his differences out with what's his name, with the incumbent governor, Soludo, right? And then Soludo is able to move into Labour Party, then he gets his second term under Labour Party's ticket.
No, but you get my point. What I'm trying to say is that Labour would have been better off winning a state that is not in the Southeast, because you don't want to keep feeding this egocentric narrative of the Labour movement. And number two, he has to start grooming people, like Kay was typing in the comment section.
But he has no antecedents in that. In building people.
That's the problem.
Yeah, he lacks zero antecedent in that. Zero. So we can say that is that's the negative on his part. Then number two, for as the current status of the political partner, let's stay there. We know he has not won any state yet, as we can see, until the whole gubernatorial numbers are actually in. The one we can be sure of now is Abia State. So I'm staying on that, right? Regardless of or irrespective
I think the guy is screaming now. You know, when they start screaming, you know that something is going wrong.
Who is screaming?
I mean, OT.
OT is screaming already.
No, I've got the. Okay. Now let me play this. So you've opened that up. So it looks as though. Let's watch this.
Virtually all the results that have been uploaded and released, Labour Party won landslide. Unfortunately, the PDP government has refused to allow some of the results stand. And they are doing this with the active connivance of some compromised INEC staff and security agencies. The local governments involved are Obingwa, where the outgoing governor comes from, Osisioma, Aba North, and Aba South, where we won overwhelmingly. Obingwa is a very interesting case because in a majority of the wards, with the active connivance of INEC, the beavers were not used. So they are making efforts to push in fake results to the collation.
Oh man, this is
so there it is. They are celebrating too early.
What I saw, right? The margin is what, except probably they are basically pasting fake results again. But this margin I'm seeing over 300,000 to Alessot as against like 5,000 to PDP and maybe 9,000 to APC.
Where did you get such a result?
I put it, you know, the caveat, except that they are pasting their fake results all over the internet again. But honestly, I want this man has suffered a lot. He has really suffered.
It sounds defeated in that. It sounded defeated.
I think they are doing him strong things, serious strong things already.
And sorry, one man. And also, just to point out, I think there's going to be a fight for the soul of the Labour Party. Remember, you have three angles to watch out for here. You have the original members of Labour. They were there before Obi. You have the Obi movement coming in, and you have people like the new governor in Abia and people that won because they feel like they are in office. They have the power. There's going to be a power tussle in that space that we need to look out for. So that would be something to pay attention to in about a year or two. That they're going to have to fight for the soul of that party. So that's what I was really speaking to earlier. That he has to be willing to at least compromise some way somehow with others to build something for the whole country, not just Obi-centric all the time.
Or he could just go and form a totally new political party because the obedient movement, they are not necessarily members of the Labour Party. So he could just go and found the.
So what I'm pretty much is about him then.
It's not about him now. It's about the movement. You know that a good 80% of obedient space, they are not registered members of the Labour Party.
But they are following him, is my point. But it's still about him. If he leaves the Labour Party now to go and form a different party, that means he's saying that he cannot work with others. He has to be about himself. That's what he's saying. If he does that, if he goes
because the Labour Party is an established institution, as you said.
That is the reason why I said he needs to fight for the soul of the party. He needs to do that.
One man.
Well, it doesn't have to when he can just go and start a new party.
There's one thing Obi has been doing. I think he still did it. Maybe was it 2 days ago or 3 days ago? When he was trying to separate obedience from Labour Party. At this point, he needs to find a way to marry those two families now.
That's what I'm saying.
That actually want to push for a national, but I see. Well, I think we are overstretching this, right? I think we are, and that was the reason I was saying when everything settles, right? Then we want to, because this man he has a precedent already.
That's
and
my point. That
there's an antecedent
they're
of
going to have a fight in that labor movement eventually, right? They're going to fight.
You know, for him, for Labour Party to work with Peter Obi in it, he has to have a charge of the party. You know, he cannot be in the party with his existing structures because the Labour Party is a socialist sort of a movement side of ideological thrust. So but the Obi movement is more of a left of center but capitalistic thrust. So there's an ideological chasm between the Labour Party, which is just a vehicle at the moment, and the Obi philosophy. So if it stays within that party, then it has to have charge of it.
So
and they won't yield, and they won't surrender it.
No, man, who wins then in that battle? Who wins?
Nobody will win now. That's why he has to leave. That's why he has to leave.
Okay, well, let me just.
No. Do you disagree?
No. Like I feel like it's gonna be like he has to fight for the soul of the party. I think he has the upper hand, but at the same time, he has to also compromise with others. That because guess what, Labour will also attract new members that have new ideas. They might be former members of PDP, former members of APC, that they have to absorb into Labour. Because as Labour progresses, you will attract more people in that movement. Then it starts to shift away from that obedient narrative to a bigger platform, something bigger than obedient movement. Will he be willing to give that up for the greater good of the party? Is the question.
There are some reports, right? That's what but they are just basically some kind of coded one. That some folks, even the ones that basically moved from OBJ recommended to, they are working clandestinely now with APC and everything.
We can barely hear you, by the way.
So you can't hear that. Did you hear that?
No, it's better now. But we couldn't hear the tail end of what you said.
Yes, some of his men, right, that moved from OBJ and some other political parties.
Right.
They're working clandestinely with APC for appointment and stuff like that. So it's like they're
abandoning ship. Abandoning ship.
I said that even the 30 members in the parliament, I don't see them staying for at least a year or two. But it depends on how Obi plays the card in the Labour movement party. If he does this one-man show thing again for one more year, they will leave. If he does this obedient, it's just me. Look at what he did today, that one man. Because remember he went to the polling booth to vote today, and they asked him about the election. Do you know what he said? He said blah 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 blah. And you know what happened is because of what happened 2 weeks ago. But dude, it's not about you, for God's sake. It's different people. Why are you fighting to what happened 2 weeks ago? Focus on what they're asking for now.
Yes.
I'm like, this guy is just, it's not about you. That's the problem.
I watched him. He said that they asked him if he's can he say that the election is I think seamless or something like that, and he said that
of Lieutenant Abi. He said what happened 2 weeks ago of President Ben. It's not you now. She was long belated. Why is it about you all the time?
Yes. He said I can't say it's seamless now because of what happened 2 weeks ago. That until the result of election is out. I said, so if your candidate doesn't win, it's not seamless. If your candidate win, then it's seamless. Look at this man. I don't understand why.
Let me ask something that is legal now, legalese, right? Do you think that because of this is stoic approach now to at least the judiciary, quote unquote, do you think they will want to tacitly punish him for certain reasons?
No. I don't think so. You know, the judiciary are human beings like us. They are also Nigerians. They can feel what Nigeria is feeling, and that is why I believe they will still be very dispassionate.
Yeah. Sorry, Ogbeni, and also you remember they said Tinubu told NBC and the DSS to caution Obi. I mean the news media. How far do you think they can take that, even though it's not in office yet? How far do you think they can actually caution him for now until he becomes president, to kind of caution him, or the NBC from having him on TV questioning the elections?
I think once this election, we've ended we're ending the election now. I think once this election ends now, between after the announcement of the result of all this election till 29th May swearing in, you start seeing DSS will swing to action. I see them swinging to action because if Obi continues the way he's going, even without Bola Ahmed Tinubu even telling them to start watching, if we continue to go the way he's going, it can upset a lot of things in the country. He will start. It's either they leave him and they leave him to irritate people who were even supporting him before, and they will start talking about.
Which is starting to happen.
Yes, it's happening already. It's happening already. It's people saying, some people that were supporting him before, you see them saying, no, you're already in court. Why will you be?
It's a bit like those things. What we ordered and what we got. What they ordered is not what they got.
Yeah, and the more is coming, and that's why I said something yesterday. I said, see, I've advised politicians before, at least at the level of Senate and governor. I'm talking of sitting governor, right, and senators before. And what I know about this election matter is this: if you have a good complaint, you won't be the one rushing to the TV station. Your lawyers will be the one going there and be talking.
God bless you,
If you don't,
Ogbeni. I think I said it 2 days ago here, and Des and the other guys, they are not getting, they were cashing it.
But when you see politicians being the one rushing, then there is something the legal team is advising them. They are not taking that advice. So the legal team will rather tell them, see, look, I'm a lawyer. I can't go and be canvassing that your argument there. You go. You are the politicians. Go and that thing. Or maybe a professional. I've never seen any of his lawyers. I've seen anyone except Levy, what do you call that one? And he didn't even address the conventional press, the traditional press. It was just a private interview somewhere where he was talking about we are trying to get artists stay, they are giving us to and things like that. But you won't see them coming, you won't see Piazzosan coming to come and do what? That man is a gentleman, he's a professional to the core. He won't come outside and be talking. And the more Obi is talking, the more the guy that he's just okay. For instance, just yesterday now, at least Nigerians have been able to know that he doesn't even know the difference between beavers and iron. And average Nigeria.
that was shameful. You are in court for something that you don't even have an idea of what you're in court for.
So you are just making noise. You don't even know how it works. And do you know that's how so many obedient are? Apology if there's any obedience on this platform today. That is how they are. I've tried all my best to enlighten so many of them on wherever platform I see myself. I try to let them understand there's a difference between voter register, form CAA, B, C, D, E.
And when they apologize to me very well.
You said?
I'm obedient. But
no, you are disobedient, or you are disobedient.
Ogbeni, you can add this to your point too. What I see that is going forward, you know, if you know, mostly the APC folks, right? APC presidential, they do not really address. They just leave everything fallow. But they came out, I think, for the first time to basically address Obi himself, and they called him out. It's like they took off the glove for him, and then with the after the whole politics is gone and everything, I want to suspect that something will come out from the southeast, especially Anambra State, against him. They'll probably trying to, don't be surprised if you start reading one or two things online, publishing some stuff about, all those is fake stuff that he said he did in Anambra State to start putting down his.
I don't think that will happen.
Ogbeni, since you said that it might be going against legal advice showing up on TV,
yes.
What do you think he's trying to achieve? What do you think the aim is of doing what he's doing? What is the goal of coming on TV and seeing all these things?
It's for public sympathy now, but when yes, it's to you.
First and foremost, I think it's the governorship election. Don't forget, it's just a day to the governorship election. So he needed to reinforce that obedient movement, particularly in the southeast space, or in all the obedient space, okay, to regig the whole thing, because he couldn't even make it to all the states. I'm not sure if he went to Lagos. I don't think so.
He did go to Lagos, but I was going to ask you if he did enough to support Rhodes-Vivour.
I'm not sure he did enough to support Rhodes-Vivour. I think he just left the guy to his fate. Because I expect when he was in Jos or Plateau, I expected him to be in Lagos first. Lagos should be the first. Lagos gave him the highest number of votes in that election. So why will he, apart from the Southeast, that's what I'm saying, outside Southeast, Labour gave him highest now. So why will he go to Plateau before Lagos? And that is, so he just left Rhodes-Vivour to his own fate. And so for me, yes, for now, Obi is there. For now, everything centers around Obi. If Obi is a wise man, which is antecedent, yes, it's antecedent show that he's a wise man, but his antecedent doesn't really show that he's a builder of human being. His antecedent doesn't do that, shows that he's a good administrator of human being, and also that he knows how to coordinate people outside space of power, right? If we are wrong, let's say he's proving us wrong. If we are wrong, I think he should try and consolidate on what he has on ground. And see, I don't see anything wrong in you playing regional politics. That's what I love so much. Play regional politics because I've seen leaders done that, Awolowo and others. They've done regional politics until today. Everything anybody will say about Awolowo was not now. Anything you say about Awolowo that is good now is not what Awolowo did when he was in the House of Representatives in Lagos.
But he claimed, he says he's not a regional candidate. That's what he's claiming. So I know, but that kind of, if you say it's for all Nigerians, what about the non-Igbos that are obedient? What are you trying to say to them then?
Obedience is just, see, that's why I said there's nothing wrong in you starting with regional politics. And I've given an example of Alliance for Democracy. Alliance for Democracy also used to say that the party was a national party back then. But we all knew because you can only win election. But see, when they now metamorphosed to ACN, that was why they were able to now get one state. I can't remember that state, outside Southwest. They got one state outside Southwest. And then from there, they moved to APC. They were able to get and gather.
I think it was Edo State.
Okay, yeah. I think it was Edo Adam
Shomole, yeah.
Which Adam was labor. He sold labor to them. Don't forget. He sold labor out to. And that was why Showore told labor one time that you are just a rag bag. Everybody will just come and use. Mimiko also used labor, if you remember.
In those states.
So labor has always been that emblem. They come, they use you, and they dump you, and they move on, right? So yes, AD, Alliance for Democracy started like that, a regional thing. But then they used to brag, oh, we are national, we are this. But everybody knew. And over time, see what they've been able to move and now a national party. That's the way I see Obi should. Well, I'm not a veteran politician. I don't really know too much. But from the little I can observe around me, he should be able to consolidate on what he has. Hold those guys. But you will need money to hold those guys down. That's another thing.
That's my point now. They will rebel now. That's why I said they're going to fight in that Labour Party eventually. Because if I'm a governor, if I'm a governor of Abia now, one former governor that I feel and I'm telling you what to do, the ego will come up now. He's a governor now, so he has the power. Usually people in power control the parties, right? That's the way it works in Nigeria. So if I'm a governor or a senator or a House of Rep member, it is very difficult for me to control them. That's what I'm seeing will happen eventually. We'll have that fight.
Yes, because Obi need, when you see Tinubu and they said, oh, Tinubu control his own people, he has so many lieutenants around himself, they all those guys and go. Tinubu is not just controlling them or just having them like lieutenants around. That you need money to do this, you need strategies to do this.
Obi
will not release money on those things now. That's the issue. You need all these things and you need check and balances. And that is why you see Aregbesola talking anyhow to Tinubu. Wale Alake will be responding. As Wale Alake is responding, you see another person responding from that angle. It will overwhelm you. Why? Because Tinubu also use divide and rule system within his space. He will use, a lot of strategies you need to maintain human beings. Even in honorary office, we manage. We do all these things. Little divide and rule thing. We do all these little things, right? To manage.
How long do you think Obi can sustain this? Whatever it is that he is doing?
1 year.
Because
1 year.
No, I don't think he can. I think he will fold within a week. I cannot see this going on for another week.
No, Oma.
But because people, yeah.
I think they will advise him. Don't forget Obi study philosophy. I studied little of philosophy and I understand how an average philosopher thinks. They like do a kind of retrospect. Okay, look at, you see everything. Don't be surprised that Obi is listening to this program. See those guys there. Don't be surprised that he's listening to all these criticism here and there and there and there. That's what an average philosopher do. They bring everything together and they now start, they try to synchronize and think, okay, this is what people think about me. Okay, let me find a way around this thing and demystify these people or their thought about me and things like that. So I know they were writing, and he has good people around him anyway, lately, like Shutogun or Shutogun.
Do you think the decision is his or Obasanjo's? Who is pulling the strings in that space?
No, see, the relationship between Obi and Obasanjo will end the day Supreme Court delivers the judgment. I'm telling you, that's the day it will end. And let me tell you how it will end. For me, that's my permutation. Supreme Court will tell Obi, you have made a very good case. Your case, we've looked at it. We realize that if we have to deduct votes from Tinubu and from Atiku and give to you, you won't still be the winner. Tinubu will still be the winner. So yes, we have also looked at your case about non-compliance. We realize that transmission of election electronically is not in the electoral act, and even if it's in the electoral act, INEC was faced with fair company, which is they try to act their thing, So technical fault, you can't blame it on the winner. Therefore, it is not a substantial compliance to throw away the entire the bowl with the baby. Therefore, we declare. Now, the moment they made that declaration, Obasanjo will want people to go out to protest. Obi will say, I don't need any protest. Let me go back and consolidate on and they will fight. I am 100% sure on that. Their friendship will end the day Supreme Court declared Tinubu finally. And everybody will part and go their way. Don't forget that they were not friends before. When Obi was in PDP, Obi was in Jonathan's camp, not Obasanjo camp. Obi was not part of the NPDP. Those NPDP were the Obasanjo boys in PDP that they chased away, and he later turned his own card and said he's now a statesman and he won't play politics again. Only to see him coming back to be playing the same politics he said he won't play. So for me, their friendship will end because they'd never be friends before. They were just friends because enemy of my enemy is my friend. That was the only thing that just brought them together, and the same thing will scatter them eventually. So I don't see Obasanjo controlling him. But I see good man around him, like somebody like Patutomi. Yes, Patutomi, another betrayer who had made all his life and everything from Tinubu and just felt, okay, now I have somebody where I can get a good cake to cut or a better cake to cut. And now, eventually, and unfortunately, he will be biting his fingers now for not following Ajiwaju. But by and large, Patutomi can help him to shape that party, okay, and sustain that momentum. Oshuntogun can help him to sustain that momentum. And if they are able to...
Do you, sorry, in terms of loyalty, because as you were talking, I was thinking in terms of when we get to the final destination, how many people will be standing? I actually saw this interview that Ruben Abati granted to one of these bloggers, and he was talking about the last day experiences of Goodluck Jonathan. And he said as soon as he made that phone call to Buhari, everybody turned against him. Not turned against him, but they abandoned him. And he said one of the things that struck him, one of Jonathan's very good friends, maybe even best friends, because there are still people they have friends. He came to Aso Rock and he was saying that, Oga is in the bedroom. He said, no, I've not come to see Oga, I've come for order. So even when he was trying to take the presidential jets, they were trying to stop him. You know, so when they get to the final bus stop of this journey, how many people, the Gulasio Akin can be there when he gets to his final bus stop, when all of this thing, because I think they are starting to pack their bags. So I think actually Ochintokun, after a week to 10 days, he's gone. They only brought, he had the ticket. Sorry, he had the ticket with SDP. They only brought him just because of Donyo Okupe to come and it's a placeholder now. So he's gone now.
He's Obasanjo boy now. He's Obasanjo boy. So, but for me, I don't think they want to throw away the gains they've been able to gather for now. They'll find a way to still hold it. So, but everything depends on them. If they are not careful.
You know what? Because I've also heard in some quarters that Tinubu needs to bring Obi in so that he can help with the government because he has all this crowd. That the Tinubu, I'm like, Tinubu is not going to have time for this guy you'll forget him within 3 or 4 months when he becomes president. But is there a need for him in Tinubu's administration, like a need for him to, I don't know, but I've heard that Tinubu needs would be to at least pacify the Southeast, not an appointment.
Tinubu Babati.
Huh?
You don't know Tinubu?
I tell me, I don't know. I mean, maybe
yeah, Tinubu doesn't need him. It's there are certain windows, right? It's not the kind of guy that what they will do at the end of the day is when they settle, they will find a way to polarize his stronghold, his party, or whatever that is maybe politically relevant to him. That's what they will do. They will just destroy him like the way they destroy opposition in Lagos. But having him close, they won't, because Tinubu will see him as an unstable kind of politician, and he wouldn't want to deal with him like that. That's what happened. I told you what will happen in Oyo State. He does not like testing Folarin for his kind of politics, and he just left him like that, and he will wipe him. So his politics is always highfalutin, and his long shot politics. So he knows who he will bring together, not to be kind of person.
All right. If there are any results being declared, as anybody is monitoring, just be bringing it to our attention so we can be announcing it. But I think the one thing that damns at Peter Obi is that he doesn't have any real skill set that he will bring to a Tinubu administration. So, I mean, what skill set does he have that he will bring to a Tinubu administration? I cannot think of any.
He has a political base, but I don't think Tinubu will need him. And yes, like somebody just said now, if you really know Tinubu, you will know that Tinubu has enough hands. Tinubu is not a politician in Nigeria that will start looking for minister in 8 months. Let me tell you one thing I heard about Tinubu. Tinubu's legal team that will be representing Tinubu now to defend that petition has been ready since last year, September. And I got that from a very reliable source. So Tinubu is a very organized person. He has enough lieutenants with him, right? Enough who would be maybe for some latter days realignment that he made, then there may be some reshufflement in his list. But already for now, Tinubu has his list, and I don't think he really need Peter Obi to do anything for him. I don't think so. Peter Obi will go back to his business, reopen his next, and then try to find something better to do. At least he's an hero already. And then same with Gbadebo anyway. For me, I would like to applaud this guy Gbadebo. I don't know, you see, because for me, he's even better than many people that criticize this guy now. First, for me, has made record as the youngest to get.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, one man, please. What is it with this Gbadebo saying that Lagos, if the state catches fire, it won't be their fault? Have you seen that tweet?
I've not seen the tweet, but I've heard the response to it. That's why I'm saying maybe he should be arrested. This Gbadebo.
Yeah, that is because it's like time to absorb himself that if it happens, it's not me, but that's your doing. That's the way.
No, that's a dog whistle now. That's a dog whistle.
Why would you say such a thing? Go ahead, sorry.
He's learning from his boss now. He's learning from Obi now.
How can you say if the state catches fire because you lost election? How can you say such a thing?
They've addressed him already officially. APC, they already addressed him, and then I think the state government too. APC and the state government, they've addressed that, and I think they've put DSS and the security operative on alert. If anything happened, that they will not. I've said it all over. That NSAS, they'll be trying to have that NSAS 2.0 again in Lagos. It will never happen.
So, do you mind if I read out that quote, one man?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, it says, INEC and the police realize that they are provoking Lagosians right now. If tonight Lagos catches fire, it is not our fault. A lot of areas are still under intense attack by thugs and hooligans of the APC. I called INEC and the Lagos not to set Lagos on fire. What the hell? Why would you say that?
I think he's just making mouth. He's just
Yeah,
making mouth. He can't do
that's not
anything.
good right now. It's a very
Nobody
tested
is ready to
environment.
go lay their life on him. He's
Can
just
I
trying
can
to
I
blow hot.
interject, Rosie?
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. Just like
That's the American right there. Okay, ma'am. Who calls anybody? But all you American people. But carry on.
you see,
Okay,
Rosie,
ma'am.
you are very right. The Labour Party has really, if I say it, they will want to throw stones at me. I've said it here before. When you monitor activists all over the years, they have words they throw to their supporters. They have actions. They don't just come out and say, go to the street, burn everywhere. No. Although most of them do say that, like my beloved Malcolm X. But most of them do one or two things like shedding tears, claiming it will not going to be easy if something happens. And when they say that, their supporters will go to the street. Rosie, they have tried since 25th. And all I can tell you is that I just want to thank Nigerians for keeping it low, because what I was expecting that Obi will lose, that one I know. But I was so scared of what is going to happen, more especially in my region. But I thank God today, that whistle they have blown and blown and blown in several ways, but Nigeria is taken.
I think
But I
our
think
people.
they need to stop them.
Yeah, but I think our people are too smart for this now. Nobody's ready to go lay their life for somebody else. I mean, they know if they come out, they're going to be dealt with. So what's the point? So
Let
he,
me
no
tell
matter.
you. Let me tell you something. When Tinubu is being sworn in, there's going to be a demonstration. They will want to try the kind of person he is. Mark my word.
But I think the disobedient, I think they are tired now. I think they have all been deflated. Their ego has been dashed. So I don't think. I think
I
everybody.
think we saw. I think we saw that in the turnout numbers in Lagos State, which was quite low.
Yeah, they are not coming
Yeah.
out anymore. Their ego has been dashed, their hopes dashed. So they are not. Nobody's ready to go and protest anyway. And where's the money again? The Obi is not ready to give them money. There is cash crunch in the country. So I don't think they are ready to do that sacrifice.
You see
All right.
anybody protesting anywhere is PDP. That's what Fayose told us. Said it's PDP that is sponsoring any protest because
Man, PDP is done on the federal level, man. They are
Obi
done.
doesn't have money to go and send any protester anywhere. Go and protest for him. So for what?
He has money, but he's not ready to waste his money.
Yes, he won't spend his money on such
Yeah.
personality. He won't.
No, his own is organic. They will come out.
All right. Organic.
So
You know, I don't
so
know. We've seen so many clips of them buying people, but you know. Sorry, carry on.
You talking to me?
No, I thought that was Rosie, but back to you then, Ogweni. Back to you. Ogweni, round out that space, and then I want to take the conversation on to Solly. I want to play him a video clip which speaks to now the final phases of politics.
Yes, I was just trying to say that this GRV guy, apart from he just following the footstep of Patutomi and Dati Ahmed. You remember on 25th February, while the election was running against them, Patutomi was the first to come out and say boys will go out and set the country on fire, all those rubbish. And shortly after, he went back to go and delete the thing because nobody was ready to follow his tacit call for protest or for another answer. That Ahmed also said something like that. Later, he denied that that Twitter is pseudo. It's not his own original Twitter, you know. So it's their trend and is their pattern. So I expect JRV to even do more than that. If you know this guy, if you watch this guy Twitter and very well, you will know that he writes even more inciting things than this one. But at the same time, I would still like to applaud him anyway. He has achieved at least a lot for himself now. He's the youngest to get to this level in the Lagos political space, 40 years old. right? He's now a party leader, so to speak. And then now he has, at least he has House of Rep, he has assemblymen, he has senators, if not from Lagos, at least from his party, if they can sustain the party. And he has maybe one or two governors. He's going to have about one or two governors, perhaps. So then internationally, he has built a name for himself. He can't go to the US now and they will say they don't know him. He has contested in one of the biggest cities in Africa before and was a third contender. Then he's also a leader of a major opposition, in Nigeria. So if there's any national issue now, they have to reach him and he would express his own opinion. So for me, I think he has done the nice thing for himself, and he should just find time to gain more experience, probably in his field, and also concentrate more on his civil rights thing he has been doing for a while, which is well known for, all right, supporting youth and doing his civil rights thing by one side, then to ensure that he doesn't leave politics and still be speaking to power. Because for now, he should keep pushing the main party. If you keep pushing them, the way he has pushed Sanwo-Olu recently, I don't think Sanwo-Olu has ever been that.
He panicked. You saw Sanwo-Olu panic. You saw him panic. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy went to church and started doing ushering.
He was licking ice cream in a shop light.
He was taking everybody. Welcome.
Yeah. No much.
He was taking everybody. So yes, which for me, I think it's a good thing for our political space, because when you see where they show once in a while, I've been in Lagos, except this time around, I went to Lagos just via airport to just fly. But why watching channels why they were giving the details of the election today, and you look at those streets, you wonder why. They should do more in Lagos. They should. I just think they should do more in Lagos with all the money and everything in Lagos. And I think this is what Badebo should be speaking to power, and not Alpha Beta attacking Tinubu today, attacking this tomorrow. It won't work well for you in that, Well, that's for that. Thank you.
All right, brilliant.
Can I come in a little bit, please?
Yeah, come in, Rosie.
Yeah, I think I agree with what you just said about what Obi did.
All right. I think Rosie is attending to matters. Go on. Yeah.
I think I kind of agree with what the last speaker said, because I mean, when Obi started initially, I just was like, where is this guy going to go? He's not going to go nowhere. But like within 9 months, he was able to get to this climax, get all these people behind him. I mean, it's it's amazing to me. But the only thing I didn't like about him is that he too was part of the whole, okay, right now he's condemning all these other politicians. This is corrupt. This is this. But he too is part of the game. He's not a fresh politician. He's not somebody that just came out of, what I'm saying, just like a new person that's never been involved in, like Sowore now. Sowore has never been involved in any politics. He's never had any position. He's never been a governor or any, no, he's not had any position in government. So if he's somebody like that, you can tell, okay, his hands are clean. But to me, Obi's hands are not clean too. I mean, he's part of the old system, but he's coming up like he's new, untainted and stuff like that. So although kudos to him for how he was able to
do you think they gave him an easy ride in the course of this campaign, Obi? Because like you said, he distanced himself from a space that he was a senior participant in, and then he painted this narrative.
Yeah, I think what happened is like a lot of the youths are tired of the old system, the old politicians, and they needed something new. So he kind of used that space and, kind of like maximize that. He was painting a picture of like, I'm different from them. I'm not part of them. But whereas he is fully part of them.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Let's come to you, Solly. Who, if you're still there, if you're not, then we go to Zita. So, Solly, are you still there?
Yes, yes,
Oh,
sir.
all right, brilliant. Let me bring you in with this clip. This is anyway. Let me just play it and then you'll see. So let me bring you in with this. If I can find it, it's a clip of Tinubu speaking to. It's a clip. Oh, I did have it lined up. Oh yeah, here it is. It's just about 40 seconds.
He had relocated temporarily before. You know where that resident is. And he came back home. Nobody bothers him. If he decides to relocate again, to where? It might be to Baeza, it might be to Rivers, it might be to anywhere. He has the freedom to live anywhere he wants. You know, what's my bother? I'm here. So me too, I can relocate now.
So that's Tinubu. He's speaking to the Bode George space, who came out famously to tell us that if Tinubu becomes the president, he will relocate to Togo or Benin or something. So now it was being questioned on that space, and the first joke is that he had relocated somewhere before, which was a reference to a period that Bode George spent in prison. But now he's kicking it off now that also now Tinubu has won the presidency, won Lagos State as well. So now, do you think Bode George will be having his bags packed as we speak?
When I hear Bode George talking, you know, I don't take him serious. He reminds me of Rational Mind. You know, the deep you can feel the deep-seated hatred just because. Yes, Tinubu may not be the best of the best. Like, he's not really, we won't count him like, oh, this guy is a good guy, you know, but he's good at what he does. Plain and simple. It's some kind of envy, some kind of rivalry, but this guy just keeps on winning no matter what that they have, you know. So Bode George is just making all this kind of unserious threats, all this kind of things that he will never hold up
Sorry
to.
to interject. APC won Benue.
Oh, brilliant! So did they win it or retain it?
They win it now. Autumn was PDP now.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So there it is. So did Autumn just have to lose it? Because I didn't like his role in that G5 somewhat. It was backing Peter Obi publicly. G5 were backing Tinubu privately, and he was just in the middle of nowhere. Did he not lose his senatorial bid as well? So he lost everything.
Yes, he did.
He lost senatorial.
All right. So there it is. So back to you, Solly.
Yeah. So, you know, and if you counter him with facts and logic, you just realize that it's just pure hatred and envy, but like a competitive type of hatred and envy, not like deep-seated. Because if it was deep-seated, I feel like we would have done something by now. It's just competitive envy, competitive hatred. He's not going to do anything. You know, it's just
But
like
should the media space hold him hostage to that statement? He said publicly that he will leave the country. So should they make him leave the country? Should the media space hold him hostage?
Of course, they should do that.
Only if they want to be petty, you know. But
petty,
yeah, but I don't think they've ever taken him serious. I don't think he has any antecedents of, you know, really doing anything. He just talks. It's just like UFC fighters, you know. Yes, if they want to be petty, that's the only time. But he's not a serious, you know. He's just there. He's not somebody they will take as a serious threat. I've never seen him as a serious threat for anything.
And then if I may come in, also in Nigeria, people say a lot of things and get away with it. They don't hold them accountable to what they say.
No. I do like that because it's some form of expression of freedom of speech. It is then when you now start to implement it that I do not support. Anybody can, everybody should be allowed to be saying whatever they want to say, you know, as long as you don't cause physical harm to anyone. That's
That's
one.
what I'm saying. That in Nigeria, a lot of people say, come up, say whatever they want to say. They don't hold them accountable to what they say. They will come back in a twinkle of an eye and deny everything they say again, and
Yeah,
they just go on.
that is freedom of speech, and I support freedom of speech.
Freedom of speech or lying.
Yeah, well, then it's abused. There is nothing in this world that cannot be abused, you know. But I support freedom of speech, and I support that they are lights in Nigeria. If anybody now wants to now physically apply what they are speaking into existence, which is what Nnamdi Kanu did, then they will come for you with the full might of their power, you know. But I don't think they should ban freedom of speech. Even when people come online, they insult in Nigeria, they insult you. Yes, you may not like it, but at least give them their freedom of speech to express it. If not, they will take it physical. You know, it's better for it to not be repressed, especially in the way Nigerians are aggressive. You know, I don't want to repress anything on in Nigeria. It can blow up in our face. You know.
All right. So to it then. So this is now the final phase of the politic in the gubernatorial space at the state houses of assembly. So I'm not sure which particular state you have been monitoring, but what seems to be in play, what seems to agitate everybody was the Lagos state space. So a very strong push. At least we thought it was a very strong push by Gbadebo Rhodes against the Sanwo-Olu space. And Sanwo-Olu certainly thought it was a strong push because we saw how desperate it got at some point. Babati also reminding us how we saw him plaiting hair, you know, eating ice cream and, you know, doing no shine, you know, all of these things. So it was pushed hard. But then as the results are now coming in, a very comfortable win is looking like for Sanwo-Olu. So what are you making then of what happened in Lagos, the hopes that were raised by Gbadebo Rhodes, and the results are vis-a-vis that? And then what do you think then his political future would be, Rhodes?
You know what I would say, Sanwo-Olu is Tinubu's best student. That's just what I'll say. I feel like that Tinubu will love Sanwo-Olu like his own son. You know, at this point, Sanwo-Olu followed Tinubu through all the campaign, every single stage, at his back, watching silently. That guy was learning all through the campaign. Even though Tinubu knew he had some kind of popularity, he expected betrayal and he prepared for it. Even though Sanwo-Olu is the current sitting governor, he still has to watch every single corner, every single nook and cranny. You can't leave anywhere unturned. That is why I knew Tinubu was going to win the election months ago, because that's how Lagos politics is played. You don't leave room for space. We've been doing this for years. I was just so surprised that how all the other states play politics. They just play it anyhow. They don't, no strategy, no thinking. Just, it's so disappointing. So disappointing. And these are 35 other states. You know, Lagos politics is far, far complex and more superior than, yes, I would say it's the most superior than any other state. Other states too have their own complexity and, you know, strategy. The northerners, they have their own system. You can't really, even me in Ekiti, I was telling people on this platform, I'm from Ekiti, and I know my Ekiti people will sell their votes. People were insulting me. How would I say that? Is it my control? I just know how the politics is played there. Sanwo-Olu learned from Tinubu during this election. And all these videos they are saying, oh, he's playing football, he's playing here. This guy has been doing it since.
Yeah, sorry, but we saw your people in action. So yes, we did say that.
You know,
so the young people selling their future. Yeah, go on.
you know, I'm not going to be a hypocrite and come here and say, oh, where did you see that? Maybe it's doctored by Labour Party or PDP, or just some flimsy excuses that maybe you tell to a 3-year-old child or 5-year-old child, and they will still not be fully convinced. Or maybe some of these dumb Gen Z youths that want to be inclusive, you know. So, but they don't really care. They are just virtue signaling, you know. So you have to say the truth. If you want to win in politics, you have to see it for what it is, not how you wish it is. Playing Labour Party politics like you're in USA. Even in USA, they still used to play some dirty games. You know, nowhere is safe. But you know, so I wasn't surprised someone who was going to win. You know, and where Labour Party messed up is,
how do you yeah, go on, sorry.
yeah, where Labour Party messed up is they brought their usual propaganda, they brought their usual insults, they brought their usual false narrative. The thing about Yoruba people is that if you bring false narrative and you're able to retain it with them for a long period of time till you achieve what you want, you can win. But if the thing starts to crack and they can see the truth, you've lost them totally. And you will never gain them again. Never. So all those false narratives you are trying to paint this guy, they brought that NSAS. Once you break it down to these people that are about how the structure is and you cannot actually order them to shoot, you've lost them already. Once you start bringing out these videos, like someone who just started doing them now, and they realize that this guy has been doing it practically since the beginning, and it's a normal thing, you've lost those voters already. So their rubbish strategy that they used for presidency was making them lose voters in Lagos. Just that one already. What worked for presidency is not going to work for governorship, because this is state level now. When I said that the election was free and fair, look at what happened in all the states. Let's not even say only Lagos. Almost all the states. That's how they used to play election before for presidency. That's what I mean by this was the freest and fairest. But you want to lie to yourself because you saw some little thing and you want to compare yourself to USA. That has been for how many years? How many years are they? Are they 300 years old or 400 years old? And be delusional. You will keep on losing. You will keep on losing. It doesn't matter what tribe you are in. It doesn't. If you keep on using this strategy, you will lose. You will never win any you will win nothing. And the only reason why Labour Party won some of the positions that they have is because people were just angry, not because of some strategy that you had, not because of some brain that you used, people were just angry. And if people are not angry, if people actually see development from Tinubu and they are not angry again, Labour Party is gone. Because you built your party on the anger of the people, and anger does not last forever.
That's true.
The vote that will be got is protest vote. He will never get anywhere. Let's forget about him. He's gone.
I'm not seeing those votes again.
But you say
just 1 minute. Buhari did such a bad job that Tinubu doesn't even need to try too much, and they will say he's a good guy.
You know, a lot of things are lying for Tinubu. People are saying that Buhari has bankrupted the economy, but a lot of things are lying for Tinubu to succeed, because I think over the phase of this year, you have Dangote coming on stream, and then by June they'll be removing the fuel subsidy. They've opened up the electricity space, so a lot of some of the works that Buhari has done, actually, it will come into fruition under Tinubu, and he will just claim the credit for it. But I wanted to take you back to the politics. Which can you name 3 factors or more that were in play at the February presidential election that did not come into play today, and not to give Rhodes-Vivour the victory? So what 3 factors or more would you say were in play that gave Obi victory in February, but were not in play now?
The money policy. They were not able to buy votes. I'm telling you, if they were able to buy votes, I don't think Obi will smell 3 million votes, or maybe even 2 million. You know, so that helped Obi, but they were able to buy votes in this governorship election. Just that alone is a whole blockade of voters. You know, then what else again? Violence. Yes, they could not suppress votes. They could not do electoral violence.
But violence played a lot in this today. Violence was a key part of what played out today.
Yeah, but the question was what gave Obi more advantage that wasn't able to be applied in this governorship.
Yes.
So there was less violence during the presidency.
Oh, all right.
And
oh, yeah. Yes.
The regular violence during the governorship. And people became so comfortable because of the presidency, they didn't see violence. So they were not expecting it during governorship too. I don't know. You know, Nigerians, they just used to think. I don't know what makes most Nigerians just think. Maybe it's too much movies. They just used to think Nigeria is the US. It's so easy to expect all these things. If you really are living anyway, but some of them is their first election. So there's that one. There's that one.
You see, there are. You see, there were some factors in February that were unique and peculiar to that presidential space, and they were not at all anywhere near this space. So one of them is the Muslim ticket. So that's no longer in play. You know, so that's a big factor that decided voting patterns in February, and then there's the factor. People don't often quantify this, but it's a very big factor in decision making. There's the likability factor as well. People hated Tinubu. They painted him like some bogeyman, like some act of evil, like some Lucifer. So he was like that sort of space. But Sanwo-Olu, nobody, there's no, you just cannot, nobody can detest him. I don't even think Gbadebo wrote. So the likability factor, all of this, and then ethnicity, of course, now. So, yeah, a lot of those factors are that they did not permutate. If you bring all of those factors in there, you can see that Gbadebo stood no chance.
One thing that I can say that played against Gbadebo, that Labour Party created, was that this Chinedu thing, forget about it. Yoruba people don't take it serious. It's just like a comedic backlash, because it's Labour Party that brought this idea of they are not voting for Sowore because he doesn't have experience, this and that one. And then you now want to bring Gbadebo and push him. You know, some people actually supported Obi because of that thing that you said. How do you expect them to now support Gbadebo? That Chinedu thing, he didn't lose him votes. I'm like 90 to 95.
You don't think it looks? Do you think Lagos State saw him as an Igbo man?
No. They were just playing on it. They were not really serious about it. But they did use it to their advantage. You know, I don't think it's something they would have started themselves. It's just something they would have latched onto it. But in terms of Yoruba people and their voting style, I don't think he would have lost voters because his name is Chinedu or because he has Igbo mother. They were just, because before election, there were so many people just flooding the internet space. There was no voice for any logical reasoning. It was just flooded. So now the election is over, people are now spiting back and just being petty. That guy did not lose votes from him being Chinedu or Gbadebo. He did not gain votes from it also. It was just, you know what? He should have owned it, or he shouldn't have even spoken about it. That would have been better. But anytime he's spoken, he always looked bothered about it. You know, he's losing focus on what is important. You know, so he wasn't ready. He just wasn't ready. They just forced him there, and him too, he wanted to use belief to try and get it instead of strategy. That guy is not a Lagos boy. The real Lagos people are people on mainland. They know the aggression. They know the real Lagos. All those people on island, they are just enjoying the, the good economy of Lagos. They don't really know Lagos. They don't really understand Lagos. And that's what it seemed like. It just seemed like an island boy. Doesn't know Lagos. If he was from mainland, it would have, even he himself would have had his own Agberus that could have challenged APC Agberu. But look at his situation room is like a cyber cafe. He put some youths, they are looking good. It looks like business center. Bro, you are playing Lagos politics. What's all this presentation? You are not presenting to your.
Where did you see a situation room? I've not seen it.
When he was making that claim, he was even telling lies. That was even the worst part. He was telling lies that, and he's hearing news that this one and that one is happening. Like he's going to agitate his voters to vote more. What's the point of doing that? There was no need for him to do that. No need for him to do that. It just made him look worse.
But he lies a lot. Remember, there was once in his resume, he said he worked somewhere in Louisiana. When we on this platform, it was research. His name never came up.
Yeah, Kulata researched him. I think it was.
So there are so many lies. My own, I'm glad he didn't win because, for one, he's not experienced enough, and then to me, I think he's just going to go there and be taking all Lagos money to nightclubs and be running around with girls and not really do it. We will be
nothing wrong with that, though. Nothing wrong with that. We approve of that. We approve of that.
Something wrong with that, too. Something wrong with that. One man, too. Something wrong with that.
Money to be nightclubbing. Use it for the people, not nightclubbing.
It's young now. That's what young people do, nightclubbing.
But don't use the state money now. Use your personal money to be nightclub.
I feel like he would have gotten there and he would have just been very confused because he doesn't know how complex Lagos is. I doubt he knows how complex Lagos is. He would have been so confused. Do
you think he was? Do you think he was actually running for the governorship, or is this just, or was he really just using this as a debutant thing to announce himself into the political space?
But he didn't announce anything.
No, he announced himself now. He announced himself now to the political space.
Contesting is not going to help. You have to have some antecedents. He can use that for his job resume, but politically,
sorry. I put the link. No. I put the link in the private chat for where the cyber cafe thing you were talking about earlier. One man.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Where does he want to contest for again? If he was smart enough, he will know that he's going to lose this election and plan for the future. But this guy didn't look like he planned for any other position. What is he going to go for again?
So is this a situation room?
Yes.
It looks like a lecture something for year one students. What is this? This is a situation room. What's this?
He's forming. Now, the reason why we're doing this video is it's important that INEC and the police realize that they are provoking Lagosians right now. And if tonight Lagos catches fire, it will be because it's our fault.
All right. Sorry, I was.
That's the video I was telling you about.
I'm watching it for the situation room, but it looks as though he's actually saying something. Yes, let's watch it properly.
From all over Lagos, we are getting distressing reports of voter intimidation, voter suppression. Really in Apapa, one of our agents was shot and he's dead. And the worrying thing about this is that INEC and the police have shown to be complicit in this. Now, the reason why we're doing this video is it's important that INEC and the police realize that they are provoking Lagosians right now. And if tonight Lagos catches fire, it will not be because it's our fault. It's because they did not do the right thing. INEC still has hours to do the right thing. A lot of people will be able to, with the help of security agencies, calm of areas, but a lot of areas are still under intense attacks by thugs and hooligans of the APC. I call on INEC, most especially, and the police, not to set Lagos on fire. This is a state that houses 22 million people. Having that many people angry because of their disenfranchised is not something that Nigeria needs right now. So I call on the INEC rec and everybody involved in this election to make sure they do the right thing and create at least the perception and the actuality of a free and fair election.
Sorry, one man, just to lighten things up. He plans on doing a video. It was a joke. He meant his house if his house catches fire.
Oh,
not
all right.
like MC Oluomo. It was a slip of tongue. That was just a joke.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a rebuttal from him, but it's unbelievable. What are you making of that, Solly?
You know, that's a threat. If that guy was,
I hadn't seen that already. Yeah, go on.
That's a threat. If that guy was in US, they would have come and pick him up.
Come on, I don't think it's that much of a threat.
No, you know,
if Lagos catches fire,
if that was in US, they would have come and pick him up. Look, what is basically saying, let me interpret it. I know my supporters, I know my followers, they are violent and they can burn this whole state down. If you don't do the right thing, I will not be held responsible if they do that.
You are right.
That's a threat. That's a
you are
threat
right.
against,
Student union politics. That's how it works.
You know, so this guy, Agbero's, why don't you have your own Agbero? Why are you delusional? Well, you yourself, why are you delusional? He's supposed to have
you know, he's a let's just try to. He's a young person. He's just entering politics. Emotions are running wild. He's not used to losing. This is his first contest and everything. So, and he has high expectations and everything. So you can just easily just let things slide for now. I think he's only, like I've said, I think Obi and himself, like there are two things they are doing, okay? Which I think immediately after INEC finishes this election, I think everything will die down naturally. I think for now, they're just trying to just keep that passion burning. Do you understand? They don't just want to just accept things as it is, just feel defeated and kill all the whole momentum. But I feel immediately after these governorship elections and INEC declares the winners of all the states, I think everything will just die a natural death. Even Obi will drop out of the case and everything at some point. So I think for now, he's a young person. His emotions are all over the place. So he's not really used. This will be his first loss in competitive politics. So I think for now, we can still let it go. But as for now, I think he's not even the one in charge of labor. It is Obi. He can say everything he wants, but at the end of the day, if Obi comes back and says everybody be cool, I think people will listen more to Obi than to him. So don't take his threat seriously. I really don't think he should.
At this rate, do you think that they are going to back down? Because it just keeps on going higher and higher and higher.
See, the way I see this politics, I won't lie to you. The way I've seen everything play out there, what they did was basically they actually, if you look closely in the House of Reps, in the Senate, in the governorship, and even in the presidential, they made sure they didn't make Labour lose entirely. They made them in some ways win. Maybe you can call it marginal wins, but they gave them something to make them rethink that, okay, even though we didn't have high expectations, but we actually took something. So it's up to them for them to either fight everything in terms of forfeiting everything, the whole elections, what they lost and what they gained, or just let it slide. So I think they're going to, don't worry, they're going to take their wins. I think they're just going to take everything. The governor, I think they've won Abia State, they want some Senate, they want some reps. I think that's a good start for them as a new party that just really kick-started 8 months ago. I think they will take everything and let every other thing slide. That's what I think at the end of the day. Forget all this all ranting, Obi, and these two they can shout. They work with the passion of the youths. So their own goal is just to sustain it. And from what you've seen, even this election, everything is going down. Even people are not coming out to vote. People are tired and everything. So I really don't think anyone is going to come out to protest or do anything. I will be honest about it. That's the truth.
I agree with you. I don't think anybody has the energy for any protest anymore. I think there's a sense of surrender that you get from the landscape now. The election has come and gone. Winners have emerged, and that's it.
Okay, if you say
I
so,
take it,
we'll see how
pity us, pity
we'll
us.
see how
I
it
know, I
plays
know,
out.
I know. You want to defeat us and knock us to the ground. Just leave him. Forgive him for this one. Don't worry. We've learned from our mistakes. Don't worry. You people have, you people have won. Just
No,
emotions are
I
all
don't
over the
think
place. And honestly speaking, he's a young candidate. He's a young guy. He's
I
just
don't I
he's
don't
just learning politics. Really, he doesn't know how to play the game really that well. So you can
then that means
still. He's just emotionally all over the place as a young person. So I think you can just leave it, let him be. I don't think they'll take him too seriously, honestly speaking. They won't take him.
if
I don't think
something
he's a threat.
happens, you'll take it seriously.
Nothing will
But
happen. Nothing will happen.
okay. No, I didn't say something will happen. I said if
I
something happens.
don't think he has the following to get people on the street. He doesn't have the following, does he?
No, like I've said, the following resides in Obi. He's and Obi, even from his countenance, Obi's countenance is one of the court. Obi is not even the kind of person that will instigate any violence or anything like that. I think if there's any violence, what Obi will be hoping for is like for the youths to take matters into their hands and pretend like I don't know, it's out of my control, that kind of thing. But for him to instigate it, I don't think he might be stylishly trying to lay some foundation and hope that the youth just get angry and just take it out. But I don't think he would directly, like something like a Dino or Uru Baby, and come out and say, election, no, we won't take it. And I think they're just going to, but for me, I think they're just going to take their wins and close this chapter, honestly speaking. There's really nothing you can do. You can't fight against the system. I don't
Let
think
me
there's
tell
any.
you what I think. I think they didn't learn shishi. That's just what I think. I think
It's funny as
There's
your
one thing
own jokes.
I wanted to say. Have you noticed something? The two strong points of Labour that Labour has been driving, the presidential and this Lagos election, which is really their main this thing, you notice that they really didn't let them even take second position. Like second position to contest or even have a say in anything. They made sure that they were well, I don't know the election result now, but what I'm hearing is like from someone said it that Labour is third or something in Lagos State and everything. So even if the way they set things up, honestly speaking, is like even if you are going to challenge us in any way, you really can't even challenge that you win or you won the election because there's still somebody ahead of you. So whatever you are challenging really holds no sway. Even if you are going to win.
Yeah, but Charles, third means first to Labour Party now. Third means first. We know that.
No.
See,
But I think
Charles,
strategy.
you see, all these things you are saying sounds fine and dandy, but these are not how the supporters speak. If you can go to any blog, any Nigerian blog, and check the comment section, you can open today. Just any post.
Yes, I mean,
wait now. Let me go with what I'm seeing versus what you are saying. You can open any Nigerian blog. That's how confident I am. I'm not even telling you a specific blog. Any Nigerian blog. Check any political post and read the comments. It does not follow with what you are saying. Yes, it may just be online.
I understand people are upset,
but we just have to wait and see how it plays out. That's just the thing.
And see, I'll tell you the truth about it. This is politics, and I think APC has played their cards quite amicably, very well. Do you understand? And they deliberately, like I've said, even if Labour Party was even going to win, they made sure in those two contested areas, the presidential and in Lagos State, they got third, not even second, third. And that was basically to ensure that even if they were going to even stage some form of protest, is it some form of protest to get, that means you are staging a protest against two people, first and second. Do you understand? So I really don't.
Can I interject?
Please, I have a question. Okay.
Please, let me say something.
Just 1 minute. But that doesn't go with what you just said. You just said that they gave them plenty votes to make them seem like they tried. Then at the same time, you said that they didn't make them come close. And they
I
gave
said
them
that they gave
third.
them no. What I said is that they gave them some wins, like some seats in the Senate, reps, and maybe the
But that
governorship
doesn't.
election in Abia. But
Yeah,
the
the
major
way you sound as if they gave them like some people sat down and got the numbers and said, okay,
It
this is
doesn't
what
add
we
up.
want.
Exactly.
You
It
made it
doesn't work
sound
like
as if
that.
this was an
Hold on.
election.
Can
You
I
make it sound
interject?
as if these numbers
What
were just permutated
allocated?
together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are saying the numbers were allocated?
No. So what I'm saying is that the numbers were not allocated, but in some certain areas they let the true numbers be
But
represent
how can you
themselves.
tell? How
How
can
can
you
you say
tell?
that?
Because Lagos, if a party is getting third in presidential, in Lagos and everything, that they actually they say that they had a force or something, and for them to win governorship and everything, I don't know. It's highly unlikely that that such a party is able to win a governorship position without. I don't know how that happens. If their strong
No.
point was in Lagos, and in Abia, I don't know how to put one and two together. But if
But
they
these
won
are
in Abia,
southeastern states. These are southeastern
I know. But
states,
if they
so
won in
it's
Abia,
not
why couldn't they
really.
win in Lagos?
No,
I
the
don't know.
dynamics are not the same now. If you look at the presidential that you are comparing to, there are a lot of factors that determine that presidential election, and it's no longer there. We've discussed it here before now. No Muslim ticket again. Sanwo-Olu is a Christian, so that Pentecostal Muslim movement is that Pentecostal thing on is off from it. There's no IPOB in this one. IPOB is not there, so that one is off from it. Then don't forget this tribal thing also came in again. Then another thing is that you are contesting against is 3 horse men now raising and not 4 the way we used to have it. And OB is not on the ballot paper again. So once you don't have OB, you have Sanwo-Olu. So a lot of factors that are playing into this one. You don't compare. You can't even compare it at all. And there is voter party. When you
Yeah,
look at
there
it,
is. But apart from Abia, has LP won any other thing apart from Abia State?
Island, they are winning Enugu presently because the result coming out from Enugu is showing they are leading.
Okay. All right. Anyway.
Where are you checking your results, Benny? Where are you checking your results?
Don't worry, I'll give you one, but I realized that they've retracted. I'll get another link and post.
All right.
Please, what about Bayelsa State? Who won there?
But there is no gubernatorial election in Bayelsa.
Bayelsa.
Yeah, because of that Diri case. No governorship election there.
Okay.
Is that your home state?
Yes, that's my home state.
Look at
Omar
that.
Agege, the next thief is cooking something, no?
In data?
Yeah.
Labour will win that data now.
No, I don't think
know.
so.
I'm just speculating. No.
Any oil producing anything, they're not going to. I don't. They will not give any economically viable states to Labour Party. I don't think so because
don't say so. Nobody's giving anything this time around, though.
No. So giving Labour Party any economically viable states like Lagos, PH, Delta, Bayelsa, and everything only makes them stronger financially. And what it takes to run a party is the finances. You understand? Just like a wiki. If you have a weak, do you understand that kind of? So I think strategically they would not, if they're going to even give them any stake, it would be states that don't mean anything, like states like, and that's why they're dwelling on. You see them winning the southeastern states, and they're not even states that are like oil producing kind of Imo or this thing. They're just there, states that really don't make any marginal gains for the political
Don't be
party.
surprised that they may win Delta.
They will
It's
not.
not about,
I'm very sure they will not win. They will
it's not about giving. Nobody is giving anybody.
Nobody's giving anybody anything.
You are just saying it as if they're giving people votes.
As if it is being arranged.
See,
No.
Look, logically, there are some certain states that they will not give or they will not hand over to someone like there are some predominant states.
If they win, they win. There's nothing you can do about that. The moment they win, they win. But what is happening there is what's it called? PDP and APC they are all stronger than Labour. They only won the Delta State because of Obi. Forget about all these things. It's local politics now. Forget about national.
What Charles is saying about give them, what is really talking about is that not let them win.
Yeah, not
Because
let them win.
we saw that in 2019 when all of the indications was that Kano State was gone. I can't remember who it was against then. Was it Shekara or whoever? And then they paused the elections, and then by the time there was a close to a 300,000 lead by the PDP candidate in Kano State, and then they paused the elections. The phrase, the catchphrase of the 2019 election was inconclusive. So they told us the election was inconclusive, and by the time they restarted this, they just gave it to Ganduje. And that was that was in the heart of that dollar something pocketing. So there are certain states that they would not let any opposition win. Kano is one of them. Lagos is another. They won't let them. They won't let them have it. It's just as simple as that.
One man, what do you mean by Kano? Is NPP don't win in Kano?
All right. What's going on in Kano? Let's see. Actually, I have this clip. Now that you brought it up, I have this clip that somebody sent in. Let me play this for you, and then we'll come back to you. Okay, so that was neither an Islamic cleric nor a pop star. That's Kwakwan Sosa supporters escorting the ballot box, their bandit. So they're essentially following whichever vehicle is carrying their votes to wherever it's going, and that's what's going on there. So, like you said, it looks as though Kano they're not letting that one go.
That's an example. If I see all the states in Nigeria doing that, that's when I know that Nigeria will become better and people will actually push for change. But people want to pretend like they are in US. That's what they did in that Kano, is how all the elections should have gone around in the whole of Nigeria if they really wanted change.
But you can't do that in Lagos where you have the talks everywhere.
The people are more than the dogs.
You can't even do that in River State.
Yeah.
You got
No.
Look
Look at that video. Are thugs more than those people? They are not.
My brother, if those ones hear just 5 gunshots there, they will disappear.
The thugs in Lagos, most of the thugs in Lagos don't carry gun.
They do now. They do.
In Lagos, now they take shoot.
How many shootings were there during this Lagos election?
How many shootings?
But how many people want to risk their life to be shot at?
What?
How many people want to risk their life to be shot at? How many people want to risk their life to be injured with knives and machetes?
That's what you see when they had their Arab Spring and they were not thinking of all that. When you want change, you are ready to risk. That's why I'm asking. How many?
So you are saying that from the comfort of your apartment in Amsterdam. Why don't you go to in Amsterdam?
You're talking like this.
If I was in Nigeria, it will still be the same answer. If you have a better solution that will actually work, not that will make you feel good and then you lose as usual, and then you say we try again next 16 years to go with all those things don't work.
No, it's easy to talk like this when you are in the comfort of your apartment or your house, but people
do you see this young man you are looking at, Rosie? You know he drives a Lamborghini.
Okay,
if I'm lying, it's on the screen. He drives a Lamborghini, and is in Amsterdam, and he's telling people on the streets. I know his car. I know what he does.
People that are riding Okada in Lagos,
you know.
He's riding his own Lambo and go and start running after nonsense like those
Ogbeni, did you say LP is winning Enugu?
So ahead, though, they said they are winning.
I mean, in the
No,
north, you
but
have a lot of these alumanjeries. They can be running after ballot boxes. You think
Let
in
me
Lagos?
tell you, Almajiri also have their lives to protect.
Okay.
If they just feel gunshot there,
Everybody
will
will
scatter. Let me
disappear.
tell you why Nigerians will not do what he is talking about. Because Nigerians value their life. One, they are not as desperate as people in that space you just mentioned. Two, and Nigerians don't even trust the leader. The leader you want to stick your neck for tomorrow will join the next party. So why do you have to stick your neck for anybody? Tomorrow, look at all of them. Atiku was one in APC, is back in PDP. Tomorrow, you will see him in another party. Peter Obi was in Apuga, from Apuga to PDP, from PDP to LEP now, right? And you see all of them just flying around. So if you rally for Peter Obi today, tomorrow if he's in PDP, whoever lost his life has lost his life. That is why Nigerians are wise.
Yeah,
All
that's
of them
true.
have been planning embers of war. Nobody is following them.
That's
And they
true.
are frustrated.
Look at what happened with NSAS. The youths that gathered there, they never expected violence to occur. They never expected they'd be shot at. You know, when is the movement started, they were all there having fun, playing music, eating and drinking. If they had known that they are going to be killing like that, you think the youth would go there and gather and be killed? They won't
you
do
know,
that.
I
Nigeria has not advanced to that level.
would disagree. I would disagree. Nigerians are ready to lay their life down for the right person.
I
Nnamdi
don't
Kanu
think
is
so. I
wait
don't
now.
think so.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Nnamdi Kanu is a
This
perfect
Amsterdam man.
example of that. Wait now, let me finish. Nnamdi Kanu is a perfect example of that. If that Nnamdi Kanu actually focused on Nigeria and went into politics,
Kanu is not
and he
a
was
Nigerian. He's not a
no,
Nigerian.
wait, I'm
He's a
giving
Biafran.
example. I'm giving example. If Nnamdi Kanu went with the Nigerian system and actually went into politics, that guy is likable. That guy knows how to do public speaking. Up to the point that I used to see all these kind of public speakers in Europe that used to control their people. He's very good at it. He knows how to strategize. He knows how to plan. This guy would have beaten most of these politicians hands down. Most of them.
Right. Why do you think so?
In terms of wait now. In terms of strategy, in terms of violence, in terms of thuggery, in terms of what can they do that he could not do? So
That
that's the
guy.
problem. And people were ready to lay their life down for him. Just that we don't have the right person. That's just it. Don't
you
say
know why?
Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that. Nigerians will lay their life down for the right person.
Do you know why? Do you
Why?
know why? Chinedu second. Because I don't know your name. I just saw Chinedu today. Badebo. Do you know why? It's simple. It is because Nnamdi Kanu is not a politician and he's not contesting for a political office. And Nnamdi Kanu has no opposition. Now, if Nnamdi Kanu is joining a political party, if he's a politician and he's contesting, I can bet you he won't have that kind of followership. And when I say followership, I'm not saying supporter. Wait, and I'm not saying people that will go and vote for him. But I had ideology-driven supporter. He won't have that kind of. But because he's fighting for secession, right, from a country which people believe in, and those ones are following him. And that is why sometimes so many unreasonable things that guy talk, they follow him. Why? Because there's an ideological thing he's driving. If he's in political, he can't survive. Nnamdi cannot survive political space. He can't even play politics.
I disagree.
Which politics?
See,
that one will
disagree.
even lambast his chairman or party, lambast everybody, lambast. No tribe, other tribe will not even vote for him. It's not a politician.
I disagree because
so hold on, sorry. I think what Ogbeni is saying to you is that all of this language and mannerisms that has brought Kanu into popularity, Nnamdi Kanu, he cannot use them in politics. You know, he cannot use them, can he?
Can you liken Nnamdi Kanu with Sowore? What is happening to Sowore?
Wait now. He can, because it's just all about adapting. He's a far better politician without him even trying. Is he not better than Gbadebo? You know, it's just all about adapting. this is a bad example, but you know, this is what they taught me in university, and I'll say it.
I think what will happen to Nnamdi Kanu is practically the same thing that will happen to Sowore. In terms of activism, in terms of
is that
activism,
violence and aggression
you know,
that
Sowore
taught
also
Nnamdi
has a
Kanu
problem. Sowore has
which
a problem.
Sowore does not have.
Sowore
you
has a
know?
problem of trying
But
to
he's not
work with
aggressive.
people. He
But
has a
he's
problem
not
of trying to
aggressive.
work with people. You understand? He can he plays well in activism, spurring up
But
people and
I'm
everything.
sorry to say there is a difference between Shawore and Nnamdi Kanu. Shawore is like for every person in Nigeria, but Nnamdi Kanu is like strictly for the Igbos. Shawore is like for everybody. That's
They go to station to do the for it's all over the internet. Those statements are there. So
No, I wouldn't say that the difference between Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu are that pronounced. Sowore and Nnamdi Kanu, they come from the same ideological school, which is left-wing politics. They pro-people politics, so that's their base. So Sowore tries to straddle the whole of the Nigerian space. Nnamdi Kanu space stays within his region, but the underlying ideology is a left-centric sort of politics.
Yeah, but I'm not giving Nnamdi Kanu as like it should have been Nnamdi Kanu. I'm just saying that kind of persona, that kind of intelligence, that kind of ability to do public speaking.
What you are saying is if you transmute all of the all of the qualities that Nnamdi Kanu has from that extreme right that is placed into center politics, he has the skill set to defeat anybody within the political landscape, especially within his region. But what people are saying is that those skill sets that are highlighting Nnamdi Kanu, they are only really suited to extremism, because and you can't play extremism in mainstream because you'll be isolated. So if you remove him from extremism, then it does his potency.
Maybe you can liken Nnamdi Kanu to an MC Oluomo. That would be more.
No, maybe not MC Oluomo because I think it's too sophisticated.
Come on, it's too polished to be.
It's too intelligent.
You would not be saying that he do it. Come and put Yashine do.
Nnamdi Kanu is not polished in his utterances. He's not polished.
But he's more intelligent. What do you
mean by intelligent? Well, intelligence and education is not the same thing.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's not educated, though, by the way. Nnamdi Kanu only has school cert. I don't know if you know that.
I don't even know that.
He didn't just a school cert?
Yeah, that's all he did. I think he dropped out. He went to UNN for a year or thereabout, and then he left for the UK.
But
it was an estate.
Very
yeah,
well.
no, it's just polished. He comes from a solid background, but
Okay.
Please, what do you mean by polish? What's the definition of polish? It's not polished in his utterances and conduct. So why do we keep saying it's polished?
No. He has the communication skills.
One man,
Yeah.
he went to
What do you mean by communication? Because he has lived for a long time in UK and he now speaks on
Ogbeni, have you seen videos? Ogbeni, have you seen videos of Nnamdi Kanu actually in a proper setting with people? Not.
What do you mean by proper setting? I've seen him on Sarah Reporter. I've seen him on Press
not
TV.
those kind of settings. Not those kind of settings.
Okay, on Press TV. On Press TV.
No, in a meeting room or in like a conference hall. Have you seen those videos?
I've seen him on several occasions now. His utterances has always been very harsh.
No, not
polished.
His behavior when he's doing public speaking, when he's in actually a proper corporate setting, you would think that he owns a very big company. He's very, very good at communicating when he wants to go extreme. He's very good. He knows how to behave himself in the setting that he is. So he knows how to communicate no matter where he is and no matter who he's with. Basically,
no, it doesn't. It doesn't though. It doesn't have the refinement for itself. You know, one of the difficulties that the Igbo seniors have with him is his lack of a capacity to have a civilized conversation. So if it's not booming and bombasting, then he cannot communicate.
But
That's
what goes
what
with this.
because there's a guy called Tony Nandi that was trying. That guy is pulled his hair out just to try and have a conversation because they're in the same sort of ideological space. But he
Yes.
has tried endlessly to have a conversation with Nandi Kanu. But if you try to sit him down to have a civilized conversation, he will struggle. The only thing he knows how to, he knows how to print and peacock and bombast, and that's that. Yeah, so that's why I said it's only suited to the extremes. You can't have,
You remember the day they brought Samuel Epa to Dr. Damages and you were trying to engage him?
You did you see him panic?
Yes, and he quickly dismissed you. He just used one thing, I think your language or something like that. Why are you
Your
why
accent.
are you not talking like why are you not talking like a Nigerian? Why are you talking like a British or something like that? And he just used that.
British accent.
Yes, because you can't. And that is how Nnamdi Kanu is. People like that cannot engage in real intellectual discourse. I'm telling you, that's decent intellectual discourse. Engage in. Pick a topic and you say, let's engage on this topic without abusing anybody, without talking that somebody doesn't know history. Go deep in history and let's
It will
engage.
struggle. It will struggle.
Seriously.
It will struggle.
So don't say it's polish. What was polish in him?
Yes. And you know the most easiest communication is extreme communication because if you we all live within the mainstream and we have to self-audit because of course the thing that binds us all to function is civilized behavior. But if you set yourself outside, imagine if you could say without thinking and without repercussions anything that comes into your mind. Imagine you just flow, wouldn't you? And that's what this guy is a far right extremist, you know, a bit like Alex Jones in America. Yeah.
Kanu actually went to London Metro University.
Who said that? Where did he go? I don't have that record.
It's on his online record.
All right.
London Metro. So yeah.
All right. Because the last I documented was that he dropped out of UNN, and then when he came to the UK, he started working as an estate agent, and then from being an estate agent, he went into activism. So I'm not sure that he went to London Met. In fact, I'm pretty certain that he did not. Because I've made that allegation before, and nobody has been able to push it back.
They have.
Where are you getting that? Give me that link. I want to check it out.
Okay, let me put.
I think he went to university in UK. Yeah, I think that's why.
You think? What do you mean? You think? You think? Not the. Yeah. So yeah. Now, round of that space.
University.
Yes. Because that's one of the things I've always leveled that it came to the UK and it never picked up from UNN. I'm not sure if it was rusticated or you know what it was that phase when people were just oh no no not this this means nothing no this is no proof but thank you. So round of that space, Solly, and then let's go on to Zita because usually she bails out at this time to go get a nap. But round of that space, and then we'll come back to you in the next cycle. But back to you, Solly.
So from all that has happened with this Gbadebo guy, I think he was just being used. Somebody was using him, and it will eventually come out later on because it just seemed like somebody was playing a game of chess and they used him as their what's the name of the first thing that they use?
His problem is Bode Judge. Is Bode Judge that is Bode Judge.
So it's basically the pawn in somebody else's game. That's just what it just feels like. How his political career is going to go forward from here, I don't see any future in it. You know, the person that played him as a pawn has already finished using
but
it.
Most politicians, any contestants in governorship or anything are pawns to their godfathers, no? Don't you think so? Every Sanwo-Olu is a pawn
but
to
they have a purpose
Tinubu,
and a plan after. You see when Fashola came, he has moved forward. You see where all these people they move forward once they are being positioned. You know, this guy was just used like a pawn, not a knight, not a.
Well, they move forward. They move forward when they win the elections. But when they lose, a lot of them, you don't hear from them again. They just
like Ambode now. Ambode now, nobody hears from him.
So I don't think
some of them still Some of them still go for other minor position or just a different position. It doesn't mean like, but anyway, he has been used as like a pawn. That's just my analysis.
You know what the phrase is, Solly. The phrase is a pawn in a game that is bigger than you. So that's what they usually say. You are a pawn in a game that is bigger than you. So that's the summary of Gbadebo. But hopefully he has a political future because he illuminated the Lagos. It would have been boring now if he wasn't around for the Lagos space. We would have just been saying, okay, for someone look at another. You know, it would have been boring now. So at least he made someone go around shopping malls eating ice cream, try to be you know, and doing hair and whatnot, you know. So he sweated him a bit, you know. So that was good, and we need that. We cannot just we need people to put pressure on these political spaces in order then to guarantee that if you don't perform, then you are out. You know,
or not even showing up for debate. I think that's what made someone look back for avoiding those debates.
But woman,
why would you not show up for debates if you're governor of a state? That was really rough people.
What excuse did he give? I missed that face.
Nobody knows. He never even addressed that.
No, he said the Labour Party talks stopped him.
Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a governor.
Yes. That was his excuse now. He gave Rufai on Arise TV.
Well, one of these days we'll deal with that.
Nigeria. You know, that's Nigeria for you. What kind? All these debates. I don't think Nigerians are
you see why he really avoided that debate. Really, was because I know the only thing they will use to finish that guy, they will just dwell on answers. That is all.
Yeah, but he has answered the answers.
No, but he has answered the answers so perfectly.
That actually gains him voters. Answering that question,
he gains the guy. Yeah, he told them that he has compensated. He said he has compensated almost all the families, except those ones that have not come up. That has compensated and has visited all of them personally, all the victims personally. And that he was the first.
Most of what Labour Party was doing was just gaining him voters.
Yeah, I agree. And don't forget that you know all these tribal rhetoric that came out. You know, Gbadebo started this issue. You know, it was the one who brought his mom to come and campaign for him. It was after then that his mom campaigned for him, and the video went viral to show that his mom was speaking Igbo to the Igbos.
But it's not wrong. I don't think. I think that's politics now.
And that was what triggered. No, that was what triggered that space of is this guy not really this and that? And people started digging. And before you knew it, trust social media now, everything just went, and everybody started saying, okay, this is actually this guy's background. Unfortunately for him, he went to one or two meetings to go and be speaking his Awori Yoruba, and everybody was like, he can't even speak, he can't even. Instead of him to just keep himself within that space and just mellow.
He should have even at least tried to learn some Yoruba and give some Yoruba clips.
Yeah, but we didn't want time frame though. You can't learn the Yoruba.
No, but you would have one man, even if you're not learning it, you would have probably addressed the state in a very short clip where they would doctor the clip, rehearse, and then come up with the best, and they just throw that one out. You know,
at the barest minimum, learn how to pronounce the word echo.
I think
learn how to pronounce echo.
It was carried away with the whole NSAS movement, so I think he just felt he was going to win.
But it's unbelievable that he grew up in Lagos and he can't speak Yoruba. That's unbelievable.
I can't speak Yoruba.
Did he actually grew up in Lagos?
If he grew up in Lagos, he will know how to speak Yoruba. My son was born here in London here. They can speak. My firstborn can speak Yoruba more than I do. I was born here. He never stayed in Nigeria.
How did you achieve that, please?
Because through my wife.
Because for me,
did you make a deliberate effort? Did you make a deliberate effort to do that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm struggling with mine.
You better continue to speak. Is your wife the same language with you?
when they have all these apps for
my wife is
online,
Fulani.
okay?
That means you can't
Don't
contest in
bother with
Lagos
Yoruba
State.
or Benny. Yeah, the Nigerians, they prefer Ajebota. The more Ajebota he is, the more he will intimidate them.
No.
Vernacular, okay? Don't
It will be a
vernacular.
double. You see, it will be a double
Vernacular to the
advantage
teeth,
for
one man.
them if they can speak all the languages. I expect if Badebo can actually speak both Igbo and Yoruba, it would have been a double advantage for him.
Like this guy in Osun State, Adeleke.
Adeleke.
Look at the way the guy speaks, but nobody ever questioned that he's Yoruba, but we know he speaks Igbo. That's the word he should have.
I would say invest that. I would say invest that effort in Chinese. If you want, rather than let your child be struggling with some Yoruba language that is of no value to him, and
It's of value. Don't say so. One man is of value. Never say so. There was one case. There was one case here.
Internationally, what international value does it have?
Look, to save your life, to save you, there was a case in Peckham here. Police came, and the mother just speak Nigerian language. Shibai. The next thing, those boys they dismiss.
That's what I actually want, yeah. Speak your language and let them.
No, don't speak this. That's just that's your own romanticizing.
Learn Chinese and Yoruba at the same time.
No, let your child learn Chinese.
Wait, one man is from Oyo.
So one man, why are you criticizing Badebo? Why are you criticizing Badebo if you're saying that people should not learn Yoruba?
Guys, wait. Somebody from Oyo saying this on the internet. One man, why are you doing this? Yeah, from Oyo.
But do you speak Yoruba yourself, Babati? I'm not sure.
Don't worry about.
Look at that.
There are a lot of Badebos here, sir. There are a lot of Badebos here attacking this young man. Wow.
But in all seriousness, I will encourage people, if you are going to invest an effort, I say just invest. Let your child learn Chinese. It serves him more in life than any Yoruba or Igbo will ever will. In life, learning Chinese or Spanish will serve your child more than Igbo or Yoruba ever will in life.
But woman, why are you talking like this? You are the one saying that Badebo cannot rule Lagos because he can't speak Yoruba. Now,
but that's a unique and peculiar. How many of our children is going to go and rule anywhere or have Yoruba of any value in their lives?
Wow.
They're
No, don't say so. I never agree with you on that. Seriously.
All right, I'm sure you will tomorrow. Usually,
I'm lucky that Baba Ajali Koko is not here today.
Yes. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute, man. That's what. If you want to know Ajali Koko is angry, hold on a minute. Then you know you're in trouble.
I'm surprised Madam Zita is not saying anything about this.
Serious?
No. She's just. I think she's gearing up for a go. So Zita, are you still there? No, I think she's
I'm here.
No. Oh, yeah, there you are. So Zita, you're up next. Let me bring you in rather via this video clip. Actually, both video clips are from regions that you're familiar with. So one is your favorite guy, Yemsen Wike, and the other one is his arch nemesis, Rotimi Amechi. So let's come in from Rotimi Amechi first, who is speaking to this politics of his own locality in a language of surrender.
Those of us who oppose the reappointment of Mahmoud, the person who nominated him for appointment is a member of Tinubu's camp. So what are you expecting? Success? Here in River State, Mahmoud worked under Wike as Executive Secretary of Third Fund. So what you're having in River State is that APC, SDP, and others are contesting election not against PDP, against INEC, against police. So I'm saying that.
So there it is. So that's the language of surrender from Rotimi Amechi, who wraps everybody up. So you see that the gloves are completely off now in that APC space. And a lot of people are giving up on that space, and they will be leaving that party just as soon as all these electoral cycles are over. So he's frontally accusing the INEC chairman of being an agent of, he called it the Tinubu camp. And then, of course, Yemse Wike as well. I never even knew that my Modi Yakubu worked for Wike at some point in time. But there it is now, the ugliness of politics coming into its full bloom.
So, Amechi and Wike in the same party in PDP. Is that what you're suggesting? Rotimi goes back to PDP.
No, I think Rotimi is out of politics after this.
Rotimi is the next presidential aspirant for Labour.
Really? Wouldn't that be interesting? Rotimi versus Peter Obi. I'll pay money to see that, actually. Rotimi versus Peter Obi. But let me play you this second clip as well, and then pick your reactions up from there, and then we go into the Tinubu, and then subsequently Sanwo-Olu space. But
Especially all the results.
That one, this one.
No, the Obel. No, push my head. I can't. Remove your hand, Lema. I come my point.
Obviously, they are discouraged. But for whatever it is, the number is still okay. You can't force people to go and vote. And I'm happy with the peaceful nature of the way the election is going. It means that the security agencies are doing what they're supposed to do.
On February 25th, you were visibly angry with...
Yes, yeah. Well, it's very unfortunate. Unfortunate in the sense that, yes, even if INEC had denied it, which is expected, I can tell you that the director of security in INEC, one Lebarondo, he was the one who carried that out because Magro Sabe is from Ogoni, and the director of security is from Ogoni. So I don't want us to go into detail fraud has to roll, but for a director of security in such a sensitive commission to breach security is quite appalling. It's quite appalling. But we thank God that the national body, the headquarters have come out to deny it, and the security agencies have taken note of it, and they are working accordingly.
On February 25th, you were visibly angry with INEC. In today's election, with BVAT and every other thing, in today's election, what will you score INEC in these elections?
In terms of what? Is it in terms of the performance?
Performance, accreditation,
yeah.
the BVAT and everything.
Well, from what I've seen, and I've not had any much complaint, I can say they've done very well. So it's not a question of percentage. All I would say that they've done very well. And they have improved more than what we had in 25th of February. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So Zita, there it is right there. I don't think you need the results of River State to come in to know exactly what's happened there. So you can hear the opulence of victory in I think they did very well. You know, that's the electoral umpire. And then, of course, Rotimi Amechi telling us that they need to be locked up. So the yin and yang of River State politics, Zita.
Anyway, as I said before, one-man platform. That is the Chicago-style politics in Nigeria. It's just that this one is a bit violent, but this is the way River State politics has always been. It's not, there is nothing different. It's just that Wike is kind of very vocal, and when he says it, he will do it. So the others were not as vocal as Wike. PDP will take River State. But if you doubt me, go there, they will just kill the person, honestly. It's not I think Nigeria they've decided to accept the way River State do their election. I think so. Because nobody is complaining.
Do you think what we were hearing from Rotimi Amechi just there, do you think that was a resignation letter right there? Was that a goodbye letter we were hearing? Because he as well as slaughtered the River State space, he also slaughtered the Tinubu space. So is that a final goodbye message from him from politics?
You know one thing about Amechi? Amechi don't know when to put a break. You see, there are things in life you put a human face to it. Amechi and Wike, they were best of friends. They were actually very good brothers.
Well, was it not his deputy at some point in time? Wike
no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Okay.
No, chief of staff.
Chief of staff, yeah.
When Celestino Meha and Obasanjo took the election from Amechi was making noise. They were after him. Maybe Obasanjo would have killed him. It was this Wike that took him to Ghana and told him to stay there. Don't come back with you and your wife, your children. Stay there with your family. Leave me. They are not after me. Let me fight them. Wike did everything to make sure Amechi came back. And then why did they disagree? Is this thing Wike is fighting now? Move it to the left. A little to the Enyebende, Enyendeba. Amechi told him, you cannot be governor because I'm from Ikwere. I just finished 8 years. Another Ikwere man will not be governor. That's just it. And Wike said, all along I've been helping you. What was the deal? Is it not when you finish, I take over? And that was, and Amechi is not handling APC in River State very well. He's imposing people, this domineering attitude. It must be you. You are not, it's just all about you. You are not looking at the people you are leading, their faces. How do they feel about your decision? This guy from Ogoni was with Amechi. He left Amechi to be SDP. The people in APC are just leaving. So how would you win an election? I beg Amechi should keep quiet. I beg. Don't even know where he found his voice.
Because it's one of the voices that I'm expecting not to hear anymore in politics. Certainly not under Tinubu's administration, and if it's not present under Tinubu's administration, then you can't really. Is his political career dead? Would you say?
I think his political career was dead in 2015.
Rotimi Amechi.
Oh yes, because you see, it's just like Lang Long. I don't think he has political career again. You see, when so much is being given to you, and you are being seen as a strong politician, what is the strong politician? Is the aura and the numbers. If you don't bring out that number, you are not politically relevant. What will the person be doing with you? If in a state you are a governor, you are the DG, campaign manager, you brought out your money, you spent your money, and somebody who is not a sitting governor rigged the election. Wike rigged in 2019, rigged, and fought Jega, fought everybody. That result was announced. Almost 3 million votes. And how much did Amechi get for APC? As their DG? As a sitting governor? So that was when his career was dead. It's just that maybe, I don't know, maybe, what's his name? Buhari wanted to compensate him for River State money he threw into his campaign and decided to be giving him one ministerial big portfolio or another. His career is dead in 2015. You see, that's why when Tinubu came, if you are a strong politician in a state, even if there is a governor, when your party member come there to campaign, he will come to you because you know you will get vote for him. But Tinubu decide to deal with the sitting governor, with Wike, because he knows the power of Wike. And Wike delivered. If he had ignored Wike and was dealing with Amechi, I don't think he would have gotten that number of votes he got in Rivers State. So Amechi's political career died since 2015. I don't know whether is it because he was a minister. No, the minister was a kind of compensation. Died.
All right, brilliant. Before I take you then to the Tinubu space and the goings on in Lagos State, one of the subscribers has requested that he's actually sent in this clip. It says that you play it for you, so let me play it for you.
ODBlowmusic.com.
The people the Lord has chosen as his heritage.
Bless the people the Lord has chosen as his heritage.
The word of the Lord is faithful, and all his works to be trusted. The Lord loves justice and right, and his merciful love is the end.
Bless the people the Lord has chosen as his heritage. Bless the people the Lord has chosen as his heritage.
You know when you have looted money to the point that you don't know what to do with it anymore. That's you know. It's quite a thing. It goes on and on, but I think that tells you unbelievable. You know. Anyway, the next Michael Jackson coming to a concert all near you.
Is he a gospel musician now?
Well, this is it. I think that was a birthday celebration or some sort. I think.
No, yeah. Let me give it to his wife.
And then the full orchestra just to come to your home so that you can act silly.
His wife is a very religious. Was my schoolmate in the university. So the wife. So she's a very nice lady and very religious person and a firebrand when it comes to prayers. I think it's her prayers that have been keeping the guy. And she sings very well too. So
I didn't know he had a baritone, or is that synthesized something? There it is.
No, he has a baritone. You mean Amechi?
Amechi, yeah.
Yeah, he has a baritone.
All right, brilliant. Okay, so now to the politics of it then. I started off with the session that Tinubu, just with the statement that Tinubu, at the start of his journey, the end of it, he got every single thing that he was after. The Nigerian state, and it kept his own Lagos.
You see, now wow, one man, that Tinubu self, how did he manage in all of this?
Now it's unbelievable, isn't it?
I mean, you see, I used to be an advocate of free speech. I said that yesterday. But what I saw in 2023 in Nigeria, where lies, propaganda, all manner of things were put out in the social media, in the main media, and nobody verified it, and people ran with that thing. I begin to say, maybe we should put a check on what people say for the sake of those who are naive and don't know. and maybe not ready to do investigation or research about what they are being told. A lot happened in this 2023 election. I'm telling that Tinubu, I just don't know. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't even know any politician that will do what they did to him in 2023 and we get close to victory, let alone winning. Man, but well, I know he's a strong politician, but I never knew he's this strong. Winning it all. Well, as I said before, one man, if Tinubu did not win the presidency, I wouldn't have believed in hard work. I'm not his supporter. I'm not a fan of Lagos. But he put in a lot for somebody to jump out somewhere and become the president. Not when he's in the race. So I can give it to him. He worked hard for everything he got. So that's all I have to say.
And to the Lagos State space, which looks as though Sowolo has kept his mandate with a handsome victory. So does that satisfy you? Does that ease your mind? Do you think justice has been done? And then that push by Agbadebo, so aggressive and so fervent, are you somewhat disappointed that it didn't show more than it has shown?
Actually, as I said before, some weeks ago, before this gubernatorial election, I told you people that when civility turns to stupidity, you pay big, you lose big. I knew that, I said this yesterday, that I don't think that guy will go far, that Sowolu will take the day. But I was actually, if that, what's his name, the Chinedu in your platform that is very excited today, if Chinedu has won, I would have been very happy. I would have been mocking you people now to teach you people a lesson. It was a kind of laxity because the things that were, and even up to today, some people are still trying to create a scenario for Lagos outside of the rest of Nigeria. Whenever they want to talk about Lagos, they want to give Lagos what I call their own narrative that suits them about Lagos. Lagos, Lagos is not like that. Lagos is different. Lagos is a cosmopolitan entity. It's no man's land. Lagos, visitors are more. Lagos, man, if you say that thing about my town, even if it's the capital, Washington, D.C., say that about my town, I'm going to send bees against you. I'm telling you. Because you can't be, give it to them. Yes, but being loud about it is just like rubbing it on my face. It's not right now. People brought you into their country, their town, and you are enjoying, you are growing, everything is. Must you rub it on their face? They are stupid for being civil? No. You can still do what you want to do. Go and vote whoever you want to vote for. But then you shouldn't be loud about it. I've been saying that on this platform for a very long time. But I think after now, Lagos should, well, I trust them. They should pass a law. A very strong law.
Madam, what happened actually on that is they've taught Lagosians and Yoruba a lesson.
Yeah.
And they will pay dearly for it. I'm telling you, in the next 30 years, Igbo will never smell presidency. Take it or you leave it.
No, I don't think you can. I don't think you can say that because I think Lagos has the adaptability. Lagos benefits a lot from its openness. Lagos would not be the success that it was. What Lagos does is it just takes the most talented persons, irrespective of where you come from, and they will lose if they change policy.
One man, you are not understanding me. Let me make myself clear. Lagos was one time capital of Nigeria. People used to say, and that was true. Now, looking at the time Lagos was capital of Nigeria till date, has there been a tremendous change and development? We all know the answer. Yes. Can we put a human face to that? Obviously, yes. Now, for the mere fact that I like to
hold on, Zita, because I've heard people make that argument so often, and that's not to diminish anything that Tinubu may or may not have done. But Lagos has a series of what people would describe as an unfair advantage. An unfair advantage. So I'm not sure, is it 10, 15 years ago that they moved to Abuja or wherever it was? But for a good 45, 50 years, Lagos was the capital of Nigeria. All of the federal infrastructure, because if it's the capital, then all of the infrastructures to support the federal space has to be in there. The National Theatre, the National Stadium, all of these bridges and infrastructures, all of these things wrapped around building that city. And it was all of these things that somebody like Tinubu leveraged to then create this now new Lagos that we're all talking about. If you removed all of those advantages, Lagos has nothing other than Lagos, if you boil it down, is just a sleepy coastal village that lives on the sea. It's a fishing community. It's just some sleepy fishing community if you take away everything else that the federal put in place. Places like Broad Street, all of this Marina, all of these places were built on federal might, and that federal might is the entirety of the Nigerian state. So that's the argument then, no man's land.
Okay. One man, when next will you be visiting Nigeria?
I don't know, maybe never again.
Okay.
Why?
When you visit Nigeria, I pray by then the security challenges might be a little bit calm. You go to Kano. Maybe you don't know what Kano looks like before. But I wish you know what Kano used to look like before. But you go there now, you will almost collapse. It wasn't the capital of Nigeria before. It wasn't. Never was. Will not be, probably. But if you see the level of development in Kano, is even, if not that is in a northern state with these security challenges and the position where it is, you have to cross a lot of things to go for establishment there. Lagos wouldn't have been seen its back. What is why you are talking about infrastructure, leave it. I prefer a fallow land to develop rather than struggling over already established place to cut down this, cut out this, do that.
How does Lagos generate its resources? How does it generate its revenue, I should say? Does Lagos generate?
Maybe from taxation.
Yes, taxation of what? You see, the point that I'm making is the banking center of Nigeria is in Lagos, and that was not because all of the banks decided that Lagos was the most suited. It was because that was where the federal presence was for about 40, 50 years. So that's the banking hub, and all of the taxation that comes from that, of course, the state takes its complement. So the main seaport in the country is in Lagos. Not to say that was the only space that was available, but again, because of the federal presence. So everything, Lagos has an unfair advantage. I would say.
All the oil companies too. All the oil companies too.
Oh, one man. Where are you getting all these things you're saying?
No, well, those are facts known to all of us now.
Hold on. Banks and oil companies, which one is richer?
Yeah, but the head office of the oil. I wouldn't say anybody is richer than a bank. I wouldn't say.
Okay, let me rephrase my statement. You say tax on banks. Okay, tax on banks and tax on oil companies. Which one will be bigger?
Oil.
Thank you. Now, where are all the headquarters of oil company in Nigeria?
Rivers State.
Thank you.
No, their headquarters are in Lagos.
It's Lagos.
In Lagos now.
It's
See,
Lagos,
one
not
man,
Rivers State.
one man.
See,
We
most
will
times,
say who we
see,
are on this platform.
Madam Sita, let me.
Can somebody please listen to me? You see, when the community resilience in Rivers State started, they moved what they call administrative headquarters in Abuja, not Lagos. Administrative offices due to Nigerian content development, whatever. In fact, the one in Abuja, most of them, their offices in Abuja is just there, which is the headquarters, but it's just the administrative headquarters. You cannot say that Freeman House is the headquarters of Shell. Freeman House is not the headquarters of Shell. Neither BGC is the headquarters of Shell. In fact, the headquarters of Mobi used to be in Eket. But they're coming because if those communities get to know that you are moving the headquarters out of those places, everywhere will be ablaze.
Yeah.
So we have to mend it, corner it, arrange it, and call it administrative headquarters. Yeah. And I tell you, during the time of Peter Odele, this Amechi that is blabbering, they used to come physically into Shell office to demand extra tax. Where is the money? I ask, where is the money? Is it not recently that Wike started breaking everywhere in Port Harcourt to look like a shy's play, building flyovers here and there, cutting and joining and cutting here and join a flyover that is supposed to be one, he will make it 6. Where is the money? You see, there is what they call, I have the money and I have the brain. People who have been ruling Lagos, I said if somebody wanted to slap me, I said, if you bring anybody that have ruled Lagos and keep the person, and bring somebody who has ruled Anambra and keep the person, and say, Zita, among these two people, who do you want to rule Nigeria? I might not like the guy that ruled Lagos, but I will choose the person that ruled Lagos. Because of the dynamism in their thinking, able to handle the environment, everything, chaotic, everything. Then I give them, okay, if they can handle that small one, let me give them a larger society, which is called Nigeria. So for you to say that Lagos is generating tax, Lagos, where my wiki, they dash 300 million, is richer than Port Harcourt. And you see what he's doing with his own money? He give it to women group, 300 million. Sokoto had fire, 200 million. How many is Lagos donating to other states, if I may ask?
So basically, one man, it's a advantage, not the advantage. That's just the difference. Being the former capital since 1991, I believe, or 1990, when before IBB moved it, but it's not the advantage of Lagos. There's more to Lagos than just being the former capital. So to just say that they are benefiting from that solely is not factually correct.
All right. Sorry, Zita. Let's start this conversation from ground zero. Let's start from a basis within that we all agree. Lagos is started life off as just a sleepy fishing coastal village. Can we agree on that? It was nothing more than just a sleepy fishing coastal village.
I don't agree on that.
Hold on. Can I answer? He asked me.
Historically speaking.
One man, when it was a fishing coastal village, where was the capital?
No, not even pre-colonial whatever.
Yes.
And I said, before Lagos become the
Even
capital.
I don't know. You mean, where was Nigeria's capital?
Yes.
I think it was in Port Harcourt or somewhere.
What's the question, please?
Is this Zita's question? She was asking what was Nigeria's original capital before it became Lagos?
It was Jeba, of course.
Hmm.
That was Jeba.
From Jeba to where?
To Calabar.
Thank you.
Then to Lagos.
Yeah, but for how long were they capitals, those places?
I'm
for
talking
a long,
about the,
long numbers of
let's
years.
take it one after the other. You talked about the Tafawa Balewa, what's the stadium you talked about? The
Teslim Balogun. No, not Teslim Balogun.
you are talking about the federal structure. Let's use that word.
Yeah.
That were in Lagos. I believe some of them are still functioning today, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been to Calabar?
No. I wasn't even going to Calabar. I just wanted to stay within Lagos. I want us to unpick.
No, I'm trying to compare. You cannot say something is like this and is because of what are you comparing?
Carry me with.
Yeah, I wasn't even comparing. I've not even gotten to where you could still be valid in what you're saying. But what I was trying to say is that Lagos started as a coastal village, just a fishing agrarian space, just some sleepy backwater. And then the colonialists came, and then it became a capital, and then of course it propelled from there. So what I was actually inviting, which may be a nonsensical question, is that what did that agrarian fishing sleepy coastal village have uniquely to have created this Lagos state outside of the intervention of its position as a federal space?
Good leaders.
One man.
What good leaders? What good leaders?
Can I interject?
Yeah, go on.
Can I interject? One man.
Yeah.
See, the narrative of the reason why Lagos is because it was once a capital is not completely true. Now, 2 points I would like to make before I now go to history. First point is that how long has Abuja been Nigerian capital today? Why is Abuja not competing conveniently with Lagos?
32 years.
Abuja has been
32 years to be precise.
for more than 30 years.
32 years.
Babangida moved to Abuja in 1991. 1991 today should be like about 32 or 34 years, right? Now, I stayed in Abuja for more than a decade, and I can tell you, Abuja cannot compete in terms of development. Abuja is not even up to 1/4 of what Lagos is. It's not possible, right? Yeah, there is a lot of political money in Abuja, politics money and others, but they don't have what Lagos have. And Lagos became the capital of Nigeria, right? Let's say from the independence 1960, formally, till 1991. What is that? Just 31 years. So what you are telling me is the development they had within 31 years, what they are enjoying, and why is Abuja not having that level or equivalent of development?
More money for
No. I will now take you back to history.
No, hold on before you. Yeah, you can answer Zita, and then I'll come in after you because I think Ogbeni just tried to use a sleight of hand there. Boju. There's a bit of boju there. So
they even have more oil. They have wait. They have oil money for Abuja compared to the old.
They did not have oil money for Lagos.
Before 91.
One thing that interests me from what you said, one man, is that Lagos is a fishing village, right? That means you are indirectly telling us that before Lagos became the capital of Nigeria, it had nothing.
No. It was just some a flower sort of a warrior sort of barely close.
Okay,
barely close.
Now, so what you are telling me is that among the states in Nigeria today, according to you, Lagos is actually the one that did not have anything. So the only enabler it got was being the capital of Nigeria. Because if you study Nigeria from state to state. Why I say this is because I've been opportuned to live in the 6th geographical zone in Nigeria. In fact, my uncle is still living in Portisco today, from my degree to Portisco. Now, if you go around every state in Nigeria, they have their own enabler, if harnessed. So what you are saying is that it is only Lagos that never had anything. It doesn't have its own enabler. So the capital became its own enabler. That's what you are saying now.
But that was the trading part of the colonialists now when they came to Nigeria.
He didn't say it's trading part. He said it's fishing, one small fishing.
That's where it started before it became the colonial. Yes.
Yeah,
but the point I was really making was that if it did not become the colonial port, then subsequently the federal capital, all of these are extraneous to the Lagos itself. So these are foreign and federal interventions that built that space, that prepared the platform that Tinubu leveraged on.
That is what I'm saying now. I want to agree with you. You know why I said I want to agree with you? I am agreeing with you actually, in the sense that we are not talking about another state, because every other state have what they can leverage on. So we are not talking about Lagos. And the good thing about what you said is that even before being a capital, they had nothing to leverage on. So even you don't need to say that. Looking at the land area of Lagos, I don't really think they have those kind of naturally endowed, apart from the
ocean, yes.
Thank you. So they were not lucky to have an enabler, which is the capital, being the capital. I give it to you. I agree with you. Then what about other states?
But can you say that if other riverine areas like Port Harcourt, Akwa Ibom were given the same precedence that given to Lagos?
I'm coming to that. Let me finish. Because I wanted to shift. He said, let's stay in Lagos space. So let's stay in Lagos space. Because this one that's saying Port Harcourt port is not working. I've imported something, a very big thing from that Port Harcourt. So I will come to that. Let me finish. So when your business, your warehouse is not in Port Harcourt, it's in Lagos, I wonder who will import something from into Port Harcourt and then start transporting it to Lagos. So I will come to that. One man, let's finish with Lagos. You said they don't have anything. And then the government somehow, either intentionally or unintentionally, gave them something to leverage on. Now I ask, they leverage on it and they make appropriate use of it, right? So now let's do the comparison. Have you been to Calabar?
No, hold on. You said they didn't make sufficient enough use of it for what it was.
So which other state made is to compete with Lagos if they didn't? In terms of development, which other state in Nigeria? I said they made appropriate use of the leverage they gave them. Which other state do have? And they never
No. Kaduna has done well, but my wider point is that for Lagos has quantifiable advantage, and what they've done is the barest minimum. But you know.
So I asked you, have you been to Calabar?
No, I've not been to Calabar, no.
Okay. In fact, Donald Duke tried to do a lot, but it was not sustainable.
Yeah.
He wanted to leverage on those so-called, you know what I mean, former capital stuff. Because the empire building, all those things were still there. And the man was converting them to a tourist center. Beautiful, wonderful. But there was no continuity. That is the only thing I give to Lagos State. I am happy today that some states in Nigeria are copying them by force with fire. So it is a kind of a foundation that somebody decided to build a strong house in. Every other state in Nigeria was given a foundation. More especially that River State. You people don't have idea the money in that state. Money. Where is it? And by the way, which one is easier to develop? A fallow land, or where they have cluster of building, you have to pay people to construct road, you have to pay people to, which one is better? One man, Lagos State.
Yes, I think Lagos State. Somebody sent me something. I think Lagos State had an unfair advantage, and a lot of Tinubu stories has to be told of the backdrop of the fact that it was advantaged by the federal presence in that space. If you look at the main, you know that that Tinkan Island, it serves not only Nigeria but some other. But I think they've made some improvements now. But for a long time, it served some other sub-African regions as well, all the way to Niger Republic. If
and
you think of the,
you think River State cannot serve? By the way, why are you saying the Tinubu leverage on it? Jonathan was one-time president. What happened to Port Harcourt Port?
Yeah, but Port Harcourt, it doesn't have the capacity of Lagos.
Hold on. You are talking about somebody leveraging on something.
Yeah.
Somebody saw something, saw an opportunity, lashed into it, made appropriate use of it. You say you shouldn't be giving credit because that opportunity was there, right? And I'm trying to mention people who had such opportunity. Since you said it is the opportunity, not the person, so let's go with that. Jonathan was the president of Nigeria for how many years? And what did he do with Port Harcourt Port? Or you think he doesn't have the power and the money to make it better than that of Lagos? Is that what you're saying? One man at the ass.
No, it's a different argument you're making, but the wider point that I was making is that Lagos had a federal presence that advantages
is what I
it.
am saying now.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a state that has federal presence too. You think it's easy for your state to produce a president with money? Because that's why I say I can never forgive that man. During his own time, money was flowing, and maybe he thought it was his salary. So he had an opportunity. He has something to leverage on. So why didn't he use it? You said somebody saw an opportunity and is leveraging on it. And I'm giving you another person that has an opportunity but couldn't leverage on it. So is it now the opportunity that is the thing or the person?
You see, the better comparison would be to say that if you took Tinubu and you take him to, let's just think of a middle of a road state, like let's say Abia State, what would they have been able to achieve? It would have been drowned in the mediocrity of that space. It would have been drowned in the mediocrity. And if you took the former Anambra, Abia State, and you put him in Lagos, there's nothing to suggest that he would not have done just as well.
Let me tell you, on the contrary, if Tinubu, I know what Peter Odili did with River State.
Donald Duke. Hold on, Zita. Let me put it a better way, and then see if you will be in my thought space. If Donald Duke was the governor of Lagos State during the period of Tinubu, would he have done an equally good job, a better job, or a lesser job?
Who?
Donald Duke.
Of course, he would.
Of course, it would have done as well as Tinubu.
Maybe better, or maybe as
better.
well as him. Yeah.
Well, there it is.
Because he's the person. because he did marvelously well in Calabar, in Cross River State. In fact, in his own time, he was really competing with Tinubu. That was why when he came out to contest for president, all the Calabar people full lamp. And all those things
Is it Ogbeni that is snoring? Somebody, Ogbeni?
It's not me.
And all those things he built.
I'm here. I did campaign.
You are waiting to launch at me with your history, something. I mean, okay, carry on, Zita.
And all those things he built today is not sustainable. From the person he handed over to and the person who is there now, you say, oh, yo. So, what are we talking about? It's the person, it's the individual, not the not the. I don't know how to explain this thing, but maybe you need to move me to another.
All right, let me move you back to where we were.
Can I contribute? Can I contribute before you move on?
All right, come in, Ola. Good to see you.
Let us contribute.
You see, one man, I tend to agree with Madam Zita on so many things about Lagos. See, it is the easiest argument to maintain that it's the federal presence that built Lagos, and actually, in my normal opinion, is otherwise. Look at it this way: the NTA we enjoy today, we want to claim that it's federal government. Who brought that thing? Awolowo, Western, whatever. Western the first skyscrapers in Nigeria. Who brought that? Awolowo. And you know all those in Kenya industrial.
But hold on. Sorry, Ola, you still have the say, but what you are speaking to is still what I'm saying. Because all this Awolowo is still federal presence somewhat, isn't it? Because it's a regional presence. No. I know what I'm saying. It's a regional presence which is outside of Lagos State.
Yes,
so it's still the same narrative, isn't it? That is influences and powers extraneous to whatever Lagos State is that built it. So it wasn't anything unique or peculiar or special about either that state or the people indigenous to it that built it. No, it was just a federal presence. That's all. Federal presence. It was Babangida that built Lagos State.
That's not correct.
That's not possible now.
You have to separate between Lagos FCT and Lagos State we are talking of today. Yeah. That's the a co-federal is different from the entire Lagos State. We are talking of a Ikeja. It's not part of a co-federal. If you are talking of a Lupeju, not part of a co-federal. All those Soshodi and all those majorly industrialized areas you see in Lagos today, they were not part of the main FCT. That was the effort of late Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And if you see some kind of the first initiative, it was always Awolowo before others will copy. Even our university, the first university you're talking about in Nigeria, is from University of Ibadan. They built Obafemi Awolowo University before they could even think of that Lagos. So the initiative was coming from someone from the southwest Nigeria. And just because when they create the kangaroo state and they annexed everything as Lagos State, annexing everything as Lagos State was part of that project to take some part of Odua investment away. Before these people really went ahead and now legalized Odua investment, I think in 1976 or 1975 thereabouts. So all this development is just because they kill history in our curriculum. And so whatever they are peddling, the veracity of story they are telling today, it tends to sit and believe, it was the federal government that built Lagos. What exactly did that federal government put in Lagos that make everywhere special? Take Murtala Mohammed away, for example. Yeah, Ibadan will be more developed than Murtala Mohammed if you want to do it that way. So if Lagos was not if the federal government was not there to hijack everything, Awolowo would have still gone ahead to build this report.
No, but we're not talking about Awolowo. We're talking about Tinubu. So if you've removed the Murtala Mohammed International Airport from Lagos, And if you removed the third mainland bridge, which was a Babangida project from Lagos, and then if you removed the seaport from Lagos, then the Lagos economy will be round about where the Abia State space is, where it's still trying to grapple from being an agrarian backwater to a modern city. That's where Lagos will be in its trajectory now.
No,
yeah.
I disagree, one man, because what they call what they said, something is the father of necessity, the father of what? Invention. When you look at the level of productivity in the Southwest and the person that was directing that affairs, you know, I don't know how far it is true when you are saying Nigeria got television before France, for example. And you see all those UCH that even the king of Saudi used to come to UCH for medical tourism. When you look at the type of people like that, and someone that built cocoa house, that you know, okay, when the cocoa price fall, you will not sell, but you just buy and still guarantee farmers just to make sure they were producing cocoa, and you will only sell when the price appreciates. When you look at such brain, it will have found alternative to that seaport. It's just because I've never dig deep enough. If I dug enough to just say, okay, maybe Awolowo was even one of those people that pushed for a Papa Port to be implemented the way it was. So, but I'm trying not to make some kind of a fallacious statement. The way Awolowo drove the economy of the Southwest, that thing escalated to Lagos. It put Lagos on its way because most initiatives were achieved in the Western region even before the so-called FCT could even copy. For goodness sake, Lagos Eco-Federal was just an administrative place. We take the Doda Barrack and take some kind of a net, like a telecom, that used to be like exclusivity of the federal government. Take all those things out of those places. What exactly did the federal presence bring to that place? You can
thank you.
The federal that moved away from Calabar, he moved away from Calabar to Lagos because they knew that place was more strategic than the location we are talking about. That was when they were comfortable. Whereas when you look at 1940 to 1960, you can't tell any something significant and something interesting about like Lagos FCT. You would rather talk of Western region. Then you talk about the Eastern region and the Northern region. It was only after that January 1966 when they now trying to when they crash our structure. That is when Lagos started getting this kind of story about Lagos being federal present. Because things running in Lagos that people mistaking for the federal presence was actually belong to the Western region. Example, even they extended it to the foreign country. Nigeria House in the United Kingdom was built by the Western region. So we have so many foreign houses that were built by the regional section of the country. But today, if someone that will not know the history will tell you about Nigeria House in UK, they say, oh, it belongs to Nigeria. And people keep asking, why is Abuja not competing with Lagos today, despite spending all the oil money on
what do you mean by not competing? In what way is it not?
In terms of development.
In terms of spreading development.
Abuja is the most structured African city.
That is in physical planning, not in development.
And also where?
Let me tell
Are you talking Kwagwalada?
In Abuja, when you remove Maitama, you remove Use.
Yeah, you remove two cities.
And
go and live in Kwagwalada where the rent is 1,000 naira per month.
And you remove Gariki. You've removed the entire Abuja. The rest are just Basha. They are just suburb. Kwali, Buari, One Man Village, Dede, Nyanya, Dugbe. They are all suburb. You'll be surprised when you go to. You'll be very disappointed when you go to all those houses in Abuja. But in Lagos, you can see, you specify things where you go to that they can easily compete with some places in advanced country.
Okay.
And normal, let me tell you, you see, And that's why I said I will take my time to take you back to history a bit. You see, this narrative that, oh, it's federal presence that brought Lagos to what Lagos is now, it should be peddled by people that don't really understand the history, our history very well. When you go back to the history, right, of West Africa, you see that seaport was created far before you even had Lagos as capital at all.
God will bless you.
That Lagos seaport, they used to call it during the First World War. It was a very strategic seaport. Don't forget, First World War 1914. It was a very strategic seaport to the extent that they named it Liverpool of West Africa. Go and check it. When you see Liverpool of West Africa, they are talking about Lagos seaport. All right.
Really, that's what one man is saying that Tinubu leveraged on now. We are still saying the same thing.
No. One man is saying that federal presence.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
And I'm saying that that seaport was far before Lagos became the capital.
No. Zita is right. What I'm saying essentially is what built Lagos are things that are extraneous to the space, and even all of that are Liverpool of West Africa that you're saying. It is still federal presence in some form.
No, what do you mean by federal presence? What do you mean by federal presence? When did we start having federal?
Just a second. Lagos was made capital in 1914.
Yeah.
And the seaport in Lagos was built in 1850.
By whom? By whom?
What I'm going to.
That was not federal presence because
no. By whom? No, that wasn't the question. By whom?
I don't know
officially. The British. No. Let me tell you the history.
It will be the British, wouldn't it? It will be the British.
But Calabar was the capital then. That's the funny thing.
I'm coming. See, over the years, before Lagos was annexed in 1861, don't forget Lagos was actually invaded, demolished, and then they took over. The British took over. They scattered the entire thing. They took over the place in 1861. 1860 and 1861, it became a crown colony, right? They annexed it to be part of London, United Kingdom. Far before then, Lagos has been a hub of the traders, not only in the western part of Nigeria, hub to Benin. I mean our own Benin Empire, not Benin Republic now. All to Benin Empire, Dahomey, Benin, all sorts of traders coming to Lagos to trade. Lagos has been a peaceful port for warriors. When you talk about the major wars in the hinterland, they usually come to Lagos as a place to come and enter their peace pact. That is what Lagos has always been. That was what Lagos was for them. So it has been a settlement for them to meet, warriors coming to meet and settle in all those wars and others that were going on in the hinterland. Lagos was a fishing port for major.
Was it called Lagos then, or it had another name?
Oh no, not Lagos.
Lagos is a Portuguese word.
Lagos is a Portuguese word.
Yeah, what was the name during all this time?
These were the first to come to the land. That was why they call it Lagos. Now, from the hinterland, even up to Nupe land, they used to come to Lagos to source for salt. Lagos was a major port, right, to source for salt in the entire West Africa back then. They will come from Dahomey, Benin Republic. They come from all sorts of places to come and seek for salt. And there then you have traders settling in that place. And a lot of reasons why they come to Lagos, right, to settle in Lagos. So, and I'm talking of pre-colonial time. We're talking of the time when there was no, and that was the reason why the tussle for the kingship between Kosoko and that other guy was so tensed, because Lagos was already a settled city. So not just a fishing place, the way you put it, like just one basha, one somewhere.
Can I continue?
Beach and co. So as at the time, those merchants came, they were not even colonialists that first came. They were the pure merchant military guys that just came to be getting slaves. They came around, they demolished Lagos, they entered Lagos by force. They pinned their tent with one of the two guys they were fighting on the kingship and took over Lagos, right? But my point is just Lagos had that advantage of being a major commercial hub, regardless of federal thing or colonial thing as at then. Now, the reason why the colonial guys now decided to stay in Lagos and decided to make Lagos what they think place they can stay because of what they met in Lagos. and not because of they built Lagos. That's what I'm saying. And by the time we now,
Ogbeni, just add to it, colonial settlement. What about Jos? Jos was a very interesting colonial settlement as well, right?
Yeah, and Calabar and Jeba.
Ogbeni, let me add something. You know, when we talk about leverages, I asked one man, if that refinery Dangote built in Ekpe, right? Somewhere in Ekpe, right? If it is situated in River State, what do you think will happen to River State?
Well, impact on the economy, no doubt.
Thank you.
No,
So
even
I
that
am
that
still,
refinery wasn't
have you
coming to
ever
Lagos.
asked where that refinery,
That is
the owner of the
Tinubu brought it to
refinery,
Lagos.
the owner of the refinery himself, his first place of choice, in fact, he never chose Lagos. He came begging for River State because he didn't know the space. When the drama started in River State, he was the one that ran away. Maybe you go and research that story. So I still insist, it's the people, not what is left for them. Because the man came to drop that mega, mighty refinery in Port Harcourt. That was where his interest was. At a point, he told Amechi, you said you got my back. What if you are not around? You will never be the governor forever. So it is the people, not the land.
Yeah. Can I contribute, madam? One man. Actually, I didn't even have the plan to come in today, and I just woke up. But I was listening to that. My stomach was turning so hard.
You couldn't bear it anymore. You couldn't bear it.
I couldn't bear it anymore. The first question I wanted to ask is, where is it? Are you just trying to play a devil's advocate, or you
really mean it?
That's what the facts lend to now. Because if you look at
from where?
the facts as they obtain.
Okay, let's go to the
Lagos
facts.
was a sleepy backwater, just some people with wood carved out canoe. Barely, they didn't even have clothes.
First of all, to strip Lagos of all its features and say the only thing Lagos has is some unrecognizable federal situation. You were talking some stadium that nobody uses. Who cares about the stadium? What money does it generate for the state?
What about the airport? The airport.
What airport?
Don't have airport.
Murtala Mohammed.
What does it generate for the government?
In fact, two airports is the most profit in Nigeria.
How much is its economic contribution, financial contribution, revenue contribution?
Significantly, both in terms of the taxation they get. Well, I can't give a figure, but I can give it. Yeah.
You just assume it's the financial nucleus of Lagos.
It is not the financial nucleus, but it's one of the financial hubs.
Even as you said Abuja, there is an airport in Abuja. What is the ratio of its revenue contribution to Abuja compared to federal government? How much money federal government is pumping into Abuja? So that actually, I don't know. See, airports are not some great things, right? Expenditure of the cost of the expenditure of airport is the revenue margin, the profit margin of airport and all these things. It's not that great, so it cannot be said as
but the burden of the expenditure is borne by the federal space, but the taxation in terms of the levies that the state applies,
taxation,
and also I'm pretty sure.
One man, you know why I'm saying this. One man, you know why I'm saying this. You see the new. And
by the way, they built two airports for Lagos, or two.
Okay. You know why I'm saying this? Because you know why I'm saying this. I have not so much great vantage point. So the MMA2, you know that MMA2 was a public partner, whatever it is, concession, whatever it is they did. Babalaki owns it. So I have a little bit of situation. Babalakin is struggling to get his money from the airport, to get money. The airport story, what money does it, what financial, how many financial, whatever do you get from airport? Right. Babalakin, the debt is still on his head from taking from all the banks from South Africa, everywhere, all these things. He's still fighting federal government to get to, so that he can be able to. That's not any financial. How much does it contribute? If that is contributing so much to this thing, how much is Babalakin making? Okay, I mean, of course, he makes money out of it, but compared to what you put into it, what is the amount? That's not even where I'm going. Just because you mentioned the airport, I said it's some great thing, the economic hub of what does it matter? This, if you talk about the sea, the ship, the big ship landing in Lagos, it's better. It makes better sense as a financial contribution or whatever economic contribution than some airport that nobody cares about. That's number one. So
I was just listing some of the assets that are the third mainland bridge. The third mainland bridge is one of the assets. What do you mean? It was built by Babangida. What do you mean built
yesterday? That was built yesterday. Lagos
30 years ago.
So Lagos, before it was built, Lagos was not. Are you saying that is when Lagos started not to be a joke? From because of the bridge.
Fatai, let me even tell you.
All of the road networks in Lagos were built by the federal, and it's the most comprehensive road network in Nigeria.
Okay, road networks. So what did everybody saying Fashola, but they be so? I mean, there were all of the road networks were existing. Then, so what did all these Fashola? What road networks? Road networks. Have you ever seen Lagos when it rains? You can't even walk. You can't. The traffic for 1 minute. People sleep. They are going to their home in Ikorodu. They leave their office. 6 p.m. They will sleep on Friday. They will sleep on the road. It's 6 o'clock, 3 in the midnight. They haven't got to their house. What road network is that? It has nothing to do with that. But I just want to know, what are the federal? One time you mentioned Marina and Broad Street. How many federal buildings are in Marina and Broad Street?
It is the enabling environment. You understand
what
fully what I'm saying?
That some military people came. 30 years ago, 60, whatever it is. It's all been military. So you are saying the military government gave Lagos some enabling environment? What enabling environment? They came. All those Ikoyi, all of them, where all the retired colonel, they all live and now. Are you telling me they built them? They built all those Ikoyi Victoria land. They are all
largely, yes. The structurings of it, they are all federal projects. The whole of Lagos State is a federal project.
What do you even mean structuring? What do you mean structuring? You mean the town planning?
I'm talking about Lagos has the most comprehensive network of roads. Hold on. Don't forget who planned it. A good 80% of it was done by
What is the definition of the structure then? When you say structure, are you talking the architecture of Lagos? Are you talking specific buildings? Are you talking what specific asset are you talking about?
I'm talking about the infrastructures. I'm talking about
which one?
That's what I'm about to flesh out. The road networks in the road networks in the
which
road networks. You know there are if you take from take from Broad Street and go all the way to Ojota, 80% of those roads are federal roads.
Which one?
From the one that cuts through from Maryland all the way through to Ikeja, the one that cuts through all the way to Ojota, the flyovers, all of it, they are all federal projects.
No, don't leave it. You are talking Ikorodu Road, all those ones that are linked to Ikorodu and down.
Yes, they are all federal projects.
Okay.
All the roads that run that run from the team ports, from the port all the way through to outside of Lagos.
The one that Tinubu expanded, the one that Tinubu reconstructed. Do you know that road? Wait. Do you know that road? The contract for that road was done by Babalakin, Stabilini Vicinoni. You are talking, one man, you are talking from a point of some generality of like Professor Upatu Tome kind of talking. These are all generalities. Name the specific aspect you are talking about. What is the ratio of its contribution to Lagos?
Oh, okay, let's look into that. What you give us the ratio? What ratio of contribution?
No, you say it.
Okay, then I will say it. The ratio of contributions of assets of federal assets, like the
which one? Federal assets
let me list them now. I'll just give you about 5 to 7.
Which all of them don't contribute?
No. Let me give you 5 to 7 federal assets, and I'll then tell you how they've contributed to Lagos State. The ratio of the contribution of federal assets, like the 2 airports, 1 local, 1 international, built by the federal space in Lagos State, the 3rd mainland bridge, the expansive road networks, and all of that. So, and the mapping out of the structurings of that state, the seaport, the building of a commercial central hub in Broad Street and all of that. The quantum of all of that is a good 80% of what is Lagos State.
A compilation. Many of them, they are nothing to do with federal government. You say expansive road network. What does that even mean? Is Lagos the only place that federal government... Look, you are talking something by its nature. Every state has federal roads running through them. Federal government built these roads in every state. Is Lagos the only place where
but the
whole
80% of the road network in Lagos are federal.
80% of the road in Lagos is federal government. So federal government built the internal roads of Victoria Island.
Well, that would be the 20% that the state did.
See, that's the
how about the Surulere side?
The argument just to argue. Because
no, how about the Surulere side?
I think my wider point
Okpebi Road, Okpebi Internal Road, Ikeja, blah, blah, blah. They are all federal government. They are all federal government roads. Federal government road is the Ikorodu Road, whatever. Okay, they built 3rd Mainland Bridge or whatever. Lagos had existed before. There was a name. Look, one man, you are telling us to even apart from anything.
And even
you are telling us to you forget everything.
Even
look, our parents told us stories about Lagos, right? When they will all go. So all of these things were nothing until because our parents existed before 30 years. They all went to Lagos to make their living. So it was just empty. They were all fishers. My parents were not fishers. They were all living in Lagos.
No, but they are not indigenous. They are not indigenous Lagosians.
They are not indigenous. That's what I'm saying. Lagos as a status between any federal incursion.
All right. So why did your parents, and including my parents, why did they migrate from their own homesteads to Lagos?
Because it's a trading hub. Lagos was a trading hub.
Exactly.
No, they went there because it was the federal capital. That's why.
No.
Before my dad is older than the federal capital, Lagos federal capital. When was the Lagos federal capital?
No, Fatai, please give me some seconds. You see, one man, the answer you that is because of trading. Look at this one. The first seaport in Nigeria is not Lagos, so it's in Calabar. The first airport is even in Yola. Mark those 2 words. Now, before you can trade, you need a volume for the activities to happen. Now, the trading they are doing in Lagos, it simply means that the goods they are trading with and they are shipping out of Lagos, those products were coming from somewhere. Who owns those products? Why
didn't they fly them out from where they from where they produce them?
For Lagos to have the product that we will ferry out of the country, that means that the product is coming from somewhere. It's not as if all these white people they decided to say, okay, we are going to put a papa for them. No, because they discovered some kind of opportunity. So the Western region on its own, when we trace back to the issue of what Allah used to capture the territory and all those stuff, all those background that you see there, all the activities led to some kind of massive commercials within that axis. And when the like of Awolowo came, it didn't even help the matter with the industrialization everywhere. So that was why Lagos was developed. If those activities were existing around Calabar, definitely Calabar would have been as developed as Lagos. The reason Abuja is not as developed as Lagos today is because even despite spending money there, you can't see the people that are driving so straight. So to me, that federal president is not the reason. It was federal that took advantage of the activity
of Lagos.
Of
it's
Lagos.
The opposite. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. And what me I even want to get, I want to evaluate the value of that federal contribution. Marina and Lagos, how many federal buildings are in Marina and Lagos and Broad Street?
How many
federal
the person that opened up Broad Street? Was the one that opened up Broad Street?
One man at Ola, if one man, you even turn my stomach when we said, "Oh, Awolowo, no, nothing," and you want to talk about Broad Street without the great contributions of, I mean, if you are debating, all this is to rubbish Tinubu. But even if you are debating, you are saying the likes of Ajakonde, whatever, Awolowo, Tinubu leverage on what on the thing they built and you put them together. I would even I will make some argument, but I will still. But to say all of these things don't matter. Some unrecognizable federal structure is what made Lagos, is what Tinubu leverage on, is what federal structure, what is the, and I said, can you name specifically the federal structure? The only significant you have named is the airport and the Third Mainland Bridge, which was built yesterday.
The seaport, and the road network, and the road network.
The seaport has been there.
And maybe the federal
The seaport has been
secretariat.
there before. Are you telling the seaport started in 1960 or 1999?
They are still federal projects. They are federal projects. They are federal projects.
How are they federal projects now?
They are not Lagos State projects. They are not. They are not Lagos State projects, though. They are not Lagos State projects.
What do you mean they are not Lagos State projects? Excuse me. This what is the Niger something development or whatever company named the colonial master named Nigeria, whatever, right? Even the attribution of some of the airports is the credit goes even more to those people than the government. The government, what did they contribute? You mean that maybe in 1960 the government put some 2 blocks in one corner of the whatever to make a passage better? What is the contribution of the federal, even the Lagos deep sea port today? What is the federal government contribution to that? Are you also saying that
enabling environment is domino effect.
One man. I asked specifically, what is the enabling environment unique only to Lagos that you don't find in every other state? You say road network.
In a federal presence, federal presence.
Which federal presence you find only in Lagos? You don't find somewhere else. The only thing you have been able to mention is Third Mainland Bridge and the airport. When you say all these
and the road network, yeah.
Okay, so it's only Lagos.
Electrification.
No.
Oh my God. I mean, I don't mind if you just to play devil's advocate and just push. If you believe it's unbelievable. It will be unbelievable.
It's unbelievable because it's true.
Now you don't bother yourself.
What is
No one is trolling.
It's like Professor Patutomi kind of revisionist that is garbage revisionist that don't all this. All this.
I think one man is just pulling your leg. Forget. Let Madam talk.
So there it is, Zeta.
One man. This is what is causing the problem, right? This is when people start making arguments like this, and then they would tend to say something. Because even if you didn't even think deeply about Lagos, and people start making argument that on its face, it's like so. And then they will be impressing it upon you like this. And this is where, wherever all these narratives are coming from, if they continue this narrative, they are going to create war. They're going to create a problem. Federal presence is in everybody's state. Federal government is everywhere.
But to what degree? To what degree? To what degree?
To almost equal degree. By the way,
really, come on.
To almost, if you remove your third mainland bridge and you remove your international airport, every other thing is to almost equal degree. Every other addition is Lagos that attracted it. Is Lagos is the start it's not the enabling environment of federal government. It's Lagos's itself enabling environment that made federal government to do any addition, to put one block in addition to develop a. Oh my!
It was essentially it was a holdover from the colonial space, and what really gave the
colonial space to come there. What did they come there to do?
Because it was the quickest route to Europe in terms of the sea facilitation. At Lagos State, don't worry now. You know it. You know as well as I do. It's a sleepy fishing.
I also gave you an example. These colonial people. Do you know they are? I'll give you two cities. Jos. What about Jos? Jos had heavier colonial presence than Lagos.
Yeah, but it was landlocked. It was landlocked.
Okay. You are saying because Lagos had the water. That is its feature. That is its nature, and it's not the only space that had water.
Yeah, but
it's
not a consequence. But Lagos is a quicker route for the trading routes, the transatlantic. But the seaport, the coastal lines. Hold on, the coastal lines in Lagos is not a consequence of anything that it's an act of nature. It's an act of nature. It's not a consequence of anything that the argument has contributed.
The argument you are making to me is like your head is the advantage you have to have a one-man platform. Because you have a head, you have your head. If you didn't have your head, you wouldn't have one-man platform. How is that an argument? Because
that's a false analogy. Yeah.
That's not an argument. Because you have a head, therefore you have one-man platform. Because everybody who have a head is the owner of the one-man platform. Because you can have a one-man show platform because you have a head, or you have a mouth to speak, or you have a nose to breathe. How is that an argument?
Well, those are prerequisites. Those are prerequisites. Are they not? I would need a nose to breathe.
No, they're not prerequisites. They're not prerequisites. They are who you are. They are who you are. They are who you are. What you are, then what did you make of it? Right? And if you say primarily the only thing is just because of who you are that made it, then I give you other examples of at least similar, if not exactly the same, similar with same feature. I can tell you, Ola also has a head, but he's not the host, the owner of One Man Went to One Platform. But if you just keep saying, oh, because you have a head is the reason, well, everybody, I have a head, I'm not the owner of your platform. So being the owner of your platform has nothing to do with you. Has nothing to do with you. Let's take it and give it to Solly.
It's a false argument you are making, but
it's not a false argument. You can't say because I am something, because there is water in Lagos. There is water in Lagos. Therefore, the people of Lagos and had no. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't matter how much water you have. Like all these seaport you are talking about, all these big international global companies who are docking at Lagos. If today there is war going on in Lagos, right? Do you think they will bring their billion goods worth the billions and billions of dollars? They will come and dock there in Lagos. If that's the argument that Mr. was making you. If everywhere is a war and blah blah blah, they will come and dock there. They're not going to come and dock there. They're not stupid. They're not stupid. It's the environment of Lagos, and that has nothing to do with federal government because it predated federal government. Lagos is an environment. Lagos itself, you say you can't use that and say because of that. I don't know. So you are saying if there was no water in Lagos, therefore Tinubu will not be a good governor. That's essentially the way all this point is making, because all this point will make
that is where the point is leading, but not via the route that you've arrived there. With the
that is via. There is only one route. There is only one route, and that's you are saying because Lagos has water is the only reason Tinubu could do anything.
It's because it's federal presence.
You can't take away a man's contribution. You can't
If
take
you
away
if you remove federal presence from Lagos State, it will be hold on. It will be Abia State. It will be Abia State. Hold on, Fatai. If you this is my argument, and then you can disagree with it. I'm saying if you remove federal presence from Lagos State, it will be Abia State. And then in my conversation with Zeta, so otherwise known as Zeta, I was saying that if you put Tinubu in Abia State, how would he fare? And she couldn't quite answer that. So that is to tell you then that Tinubu leverage on the federal presence did the barest minimum, sort of, just renovate a house, give it a lick of, it's just a lick of paint to make it look shiny. And
how about Atlantic? Let me answer. That is a denigration. That is a denigration of a man's whole being. I don't know to what end is all of this argument. It's not only from you. I don't know to what they intend to achieve. Thank God the election is over. What they intend to achieve from all of this. So without federal presence, Tinubu will not do anything. Without federal presence, Tinubu will not be treasurer at Mobile. Without federal presence, Tinubu.
No, those are his personal achievements. His CV is no. Hold on. His CV is not greater than any other Nigerian governor. His CV is not greater as in personal. Than Rufai or Ayade or whatever.
Really, if you put Donald Duke, it would do better than Tinubu.
It would. Because he has the same set of advantages to leverage.
Oh, really? I bet you Donald Duke himself will not have the mouth to say that. Where is the sustainable? I'm not saying to build one retreat that doesn't last 2 years. Sustainable development of you remember Donald Duke that time because of all those marketing. Come to Calabar, this. Where are they today? It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. I don't like to denigrate people. People have their different ideas. But when people try to do some irrelevant things just to denigrate somebody, towards what end? The man is whether anybody likes it or not, Tinubu will forever remain a genius.
Fatai, let me quickly say something. You see, one man, this thing, we have to just agree with this. There's no point of even trying to demonize Lagos or demonize Tinubu. To maintain is very difficult. This thing Tinubu we are talking about today, when the military presence was in Lagos, the security was far very worse. It was Tinubu that came with his RRS and the way
those are cosmetics now. Those are cosmetic things.
It's not cosmetic. When you had federal presence in Lagos, the crime there was second to none in the entire country. Now, that's people that were saying that is the reason. Do you know that Calabar is even shorter? It's even shorter to London compared to Apapa Port. Apapa Port is almost double, almost times 2.
No, not to the New World though. It's not to London. The slave.
I'm just telling you what if you want to for the British people to settle down in Calabar to London was shorter by the sea. If you want to, so nothing stopped these people to be using the same train they were using to bring goods from Kano down to Lagos. Nothing stopped them from finding alternative route to move goods from those places to Calabar, to move from the western region, from the eastern region to Calabar. At least there was coal in Enugu. They could have even easily moved that coal from that place to Enugu. Why taking this the energy of going further to Lagos to do all those stuff? So we need to look at the thinking behind these people before they move to Lagos. It was the volume of trade within the western part of the country that attracted them, not the other way around. So they could have developed Calabar the same way we can say they developed Lagos. No, because there was nothing for them to pick there. That was just the reason. So when we may say, because of Lagos, that's why Tinubu developed. No, some people, they see tons of opportunity before them and they can do nothing about it. It's just like comparing Fayose and Afeyemi in Ekiti State. They're totally different. Where you cannot easily lay your hand on what Fayose did apart from maybe its dualization project, you can see some kind of economic activities that Fayemi put in place that will benefit the state in the direct future. So to me, no basis we are making it too simple by saying, oh, federal presence is the reason Lagos is developing. So Tomiland Beach, there was a need for it. If there was no need for Tomiland Beach, they would not have built that Tomiland Beach. It's not as if, okay, let us build Tomiland Beach and we expect some activities to come in the future. No, there was already a need. It was that a need, they used that Tomiland Beach to meet.
Thank you, my brother. Lagos created its own leverage. Apart from the leverage that God gave it, apart from the leverage that God gave it, Lagos created. I even forget
the federal government. The federal government did.
One man. You don't know anything about federal government. 1 hour, you have not been able to name any significant federal government contribution. Other you mentioned Third Mainland Bridge Airport. That's all you name. That's not
I mentioned the road network as well and electrification. What about it? Who electrified Lagos? Who electrified it?
Who electrified Lagos?
Oh my goodness! No. I don't understand.
Who electrified Calabar?
Who electrified Calabar?
All right, let's hear from Gideon.
Let's last 2 minutes to roast the corn. As Tinubu would say.
Don't worry. It used to last longer, but
they put electricity. Is it only Lagos?
It's the one they invested the most in terms of lighting up.
How? What is how much compared to another state is the one they invest the most? How do you know
by virtue of it being the federal, by virtue of it being the federal capital.
There's no need for this argument. It's really stomach churning.
Well, because it's fact based. That's it. Because it's pushing at your.
One man. There's no fact based in this talk.
It's pushing at your hero.
This argument, this line of thinking, wherever they are coming from, they are going to lead to war in that country.
No, it's not leading to war.
I am telling you, all these Lagos is no land.
Hold on, Fatah. Let's hear from Gideon. Sorry, Gideon, you were.
They will have a problem.
I said you should listen to radio mockery. You will know.
What did he say?
Did great thing in Lagos. I said
yes. Now,
Instagram.
No, I watched it. I even sent it to a few people. I've watched it, the interview. Yes. But what I'm saying is the things that Tinubu did, it was only because the federal government had built the state to the point that he could then build on top of what the federal government built.
But you couldn't name what they built. You're only saying road network.
No, I said this. I listed it now. I said they built the state.
No, you didn't list. You listed airport. Let me count it back to left airport, Third Mainland Bridge, electricity, whatever, road network, and what else?
What more do you need?
No, those are nothing.
Is that not good grounding?
No, Lagos is not the only place with electricity. It's not the only place with road network. The road network is different. Federal roads, state roads. Every day, every state, every day they are fighting over which one is federal road.
The only other place
that unique to Lagos. How is that unique to Lagos? All those things you mentioned.
Let me tell you how it's unique to Lagos. The only other place that the federal government invested anywhere near what they invested in Lagos is in Abuja. A good 60% of the federal revenues were plowed into Lagos. In fact, if you look at it, there's an argument that Lagos is no man's land. If you look at it from that prism,
where did that federal government investment start? When did it start? When did it start? When did that investment start?
Go and look like Lagos in 1999. The way it's dirty. Go and check it.
Yes, now Tinubu hire some cleaners, so that's fine.
My sister. When did that investment?
Those are cosmetic something.
Federal government, they cannot do that,
Don't worry now. He hires some cleaners, but
my sister, one man is just trolling. He don't believe whatever he's saying. He's just trolling.
And I say he's just pulling your legs. You don't know.
No, I know. No, actually, I know, but I am saying wherever those narratives are coming from, they are going to cause a problem in that country. They don't know what they are playing with.
Tomorrow you
They think they can just create some stupid narrative from the staple of Professor Patutomi, and they think they will be banding it around. They will cause a problem in that country. They don't know what they are playing with. They will have a problem.
Don't speak Yoruba if you don't. Look at that.
I laugh. One man that is even correcting one person can't even speak that Yoruba the way it is. Which one is taller?
Oh no, yes.
You see, one man. The reality is this: federal government just came to exploit Lagos, and they leveraged the advantage. They needed all those road network to move the products from the southwest Nigeria to outside. So later, the one from the north came with them, even although they were using this airport in Kano to do some kind of cargo shipping and all those stuff. So federal government, for them to maximize whatever they are going to get from the western Nigeria at that time, so they needed to put some infrastructure in place. So it's not a function of let us go and develop Lagos and Lagos. No. Development was going on in Lagos, and these people let us make it. Just like that's why I gave an example of Odua investment, and these people they just grab some of Odua investment and now make it federal, and you will believe that federal built them. No, so we can't give that credit. Rather than even giving credit to the military government, they came to destroy our our economy. They came to destroy.
They build only the Barak.
So
only the Barak is what they do.
When you take the Barak out, you take Ikeja, is it 31st or whatever in Ikeja there, you take them out of all those places. Just tell me, you can't credit levities to federal government.
Exactly.
So you can't credit all those industrial estates to federal government. What exactly do we want to give to this federal government? What exactly? Even the electricity you are talking about, was it not in 1983 or thereabout? They just did the thermal station because Lagos that time already needed more than enough power. They just have to do the thermal station. So other than that, where are those power stations in Lagos? They were mostly relocated. They were mostly located outside Lagos. You know, we have them in Jeba, we are in Zugeru, or all those. They just scatter Shiroro everywhere, scatter around. So the first question we now have is, why are those places not as Lagos? Why are they not as Lagos? That's the question, because they have federal presence. So
And also, just to add this to it, was Tinubu the first person to head Lagos? Those things that even if you say that federal government did all of this, since federal government has been doing it, was Tinubu the first person to head it? Why didn't those people turn it into the asset it is today? They had it. Why didn't they?
You just want me to speak, but I don't want to speak because did Jakonde have achievements in Lagos? Yes or no?
Of course, he did. I will appreciate you more. I will have appreciated you more if you say, Tinubu leverage on Jakonde, Tinubu leverage on Awolowo's contribution, Tinubu. But
that's what I said. But Jakonde leverage on the federal government, and Tinubu leverage on both the federal government and Jakonde.
What did federal government leverage?
The coastal advantage of Lagos. Okay,
because Lagos was the only coastal area.
It was the premium one. It was the premium one. It was the most.
The most suited. One day it became premium. One day it became premium.
It became premium by act of geography, not by act of man, but by act of geography.
Man. You can cut off your head and keep your one-man show, because if you have something that is you, and you are saying me by my nature is the only reason I go to school, because I have a head. Okay, I will not have a head. I will not have a head. Lagos, what can you should throw away? You should pour sand and block all the waters because you don't want to have coastal. You don't want to have coastal. Throw all the and block it.
All right.
What did Mobolaji Johnson achieve for Lagos, if I may ask?
Oh, all right, I could answer that question, but a better person to answer it will be Thomas, who has now arrived to rescue Fatai, because he knew I was just about to slaughter him. So he said, "Oh no, leave him alone, leave him alone." So you escaped me today. You escaped me. You escaped me today, Fatai, but I will get you next time. But yeah, and next time I won't be joking, no. But there it is. So, gentlemen, let me hand over to Thomas as the conversation carries on. So, Thomas, over to you. Thomas.
Yes, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, everyone. Yeah.
Hello, brother.
You're welcome.
Ọ̀gágun kọ́ leléyìí o. Ayé alágbádá lélẹ̀ alágbádá la wà.
I saw you in the
They don't declare GRV o. They don't declare GRV. Yeah, of course. Yeah. They don't declare GRV winner.
Yeah. So we were even talking of Lagos State, Gary. So
Olawale, how do you get to Lagos State? We're in the season of election. How did you guys go to Lagos State? I don't know.
No, one man went to bring up Professor Patutomi's revisionist history. Professor Patutomi's narrative. He went to spread it here. Come to spread it here.
They don't declare GRB winner, Lagos State.
Yeah, in his dream. In his dream.
That one is
that is my own part. That's my own party told me. But my own party told me narrative.
Everybody told me theory.
Fatai, did you know one of the reasons I asked one man, because I was expecting one man to give us Mobolaji Johnson achievement. Before people will say it was federal president that developed Lagos. Look at Lagos Badagry Expressway, for example. Who constructed it? Mobolaji Johnson. And Mobolaji Johnson was not the head of state. It was just the governor. So when you look at that, so it's as good as if you will simply credit that achievement to him. Then when you are talking of there are so many ways, like marina waterfront reclamation, so many other things that even the Lagos State governor did. So how will you allocate that one to the president of the federal government? You understand? Because that's the thing that I find difficult to understand when people start the revision of
Tinubu sickness. Now they worry all those people, they bring those narrative now. Now Tinubu get apartment inside their brain, inside their head. Now that thing will kill them. They never know.
So because the way it is that the fact on ground is this. Whosoever that is interested in the history, let them go back into the history and see the level, the volume of trade within the Western region, the way the Western region used to trade with Benin. I mean, those people in the Republic of Benin, is it up to Dahomey, whatever you want to call. So all those level of trade was the reason. Those level of trade attracted the British to that particular region, and before these people could maximize their invasion, they needed to go to those places to maximize, and that was the reason they were putting infrastructure in place. The infrastructure they were putting in place is just to steal your materials, to carry your things. Otherwise, why will you move from if Calabar to London is just like 2,000 nautical miles? Why do you want to come to Lagos that is like over 4,000 nautical miles? Why will you waste your energy just to sail through the sea and to get on? So it's telling you that Lagos didn't happen just by accident. Those guys, they were targeting something within Lagos. So we shouldn't be saying that Lagos was one of the sleepy. Is it that fishing? No. It wasn't like that. In my own humble opinion, I could be wrong, but that's what I can.
No, you're not wrong now, but my brother, how can you be wrong? If you are wrong, all our parents and grandparents were all wrong, because they all made their living in Lagos before federal government came. They all were and they were not fishermen. All sorts of trade.
Exactly. So the president of federal government they were talking about is part of the military. You just to grab power.
Let's go back to politics. Let's go back to politics. Lagos, leave Lagos alone.
Okay, now.
Let's go back.
No,
What do you say about the violence? What do you say about the violence going on that went on yesterday election? I was so pissed off. I don't know. Maybe you guys are
Thomas,
Thomas,
that what happened in Lagos yesterday was never new in our history. And if you ask me, I think it's even beginning to go down. And over time, it's going to, in the nearest future, maybe we'll be able to record almost zero violence whenever we are going through the major election. So it was a sad,
the presidency wasn't like that. The presidency was a little bit calm, more than this governorship.
Because they came to rob Lagos on the faces of the people, right? You come and be telling Lagosian it's no man's land. They will teach you like a place of wisdom. They will teach you. You don't know what they play with because then they look as they always say accommodating is a cosmopolitan. You know, if you bread in it doesn't happen like that.
You see, the statement they made that causes all this problem is Eco is no man's land. That is the statement. They try that the youth of Lagos are so stupid. The Yorubas are so stupid. They are just idiots. Now, when they realize what happened, they went back, come back on their own force. Say that what you are saying, we're not taking it.
More. They go still learn more.
How can someone just even wake up and say Lagos is no man's land when we know the name of the family? You understand? You are saying Lagos is no man's land. Just mention your name of family and let's see whether they will know you within Lagos. You know, like Ebenezer obeys and say it's Aleko, Aobe, Amorawa, Atonriwa, Morawa. People in Lagos, the family, no matter how big Lagos is today, the family in Lagos, they know themselves. Those people from Saleko, they know themselves. Those people from Ikeja, Ikorodu, Badagry, all those, they know themselves. There's no way you
my brother. It's even simpler than this. They say three men went fishing, right? Three men went fishing. They caught 3 fish, right? So one of them now said, how are we going to share it? What kind of stupid question is that? God has shared it very well now. One now. We have north, we have southeast, we have southwest. How are you coming to come to southwest and tell us somewhere there is no man's land? You are asking for war now. You're asking for war. You're asking for war. It's not no man's land. It's not the no man's land. It's Yoruba land.
Hold on. Patai, to be honest, I want to ask you this question. Have you ever heard anybody say that to you physically that Lagos is no man's land? We just
I'm not in Nigeria. They can't come and say to me, you have a problem. I'm not in Nigeria. No, really. Why come and tell me? Did I come in your region and say somewhere there is no man's land? How can you say that? You continue about Lagos, but what you cannot take, you can't do it to other people.
Don't do it to other people. Yeah.
Don't do it to other people. What you cannot take now? What kind of rubbish is that? And they took it to a practical level. They took it to a real level.
Lagos is cosmopolitan. What this English is normally called.
Thomas, lead those people with their grammar.
New York is cosmopolitan. Let them go and say New York belongs to Nigeria, and they will see what they will get. Let them go and say New York because it belongs to Nigeria.
All those cosmopolitan are grammar. Go and try that one in Port Harcourt now. Just go to Port Harcourt. You will know that Port Harcourt is not cosmopolitan. See,
let them go and try it in Kano now. Kano is cosmopolitan.
Exactly.
Let them go and try it in Kano now. It's cosmopolitan.
The problem with our people is that when you convert something that belongs to another, just because they've allowed you, that is exactly what is happening. So even Lagos, okay, like someone now will tell me that, I'm more Lagosian than you, just because I was born in Lagos. Okay, I'm not even fighting you whether you are more Lagosian than me. Truly, I was born in Lagos, but I grew up in Ekiti. That's where I attended my second primary and secondary school. and I moved back to Lagos. If you tell me, say, okay, you are more Lagos, you are more of Lagosian than me, good luck to you. But as far as I'm concerned, even though I was born in Lagos, I can be brandishing my birth certificate and say, oh, we were born in Lagos. But I know I'm from Ekiti. And I'm not saying like it is not okay for me. Why should I now be so greedy that we have to tell another person that, okay, that's your territory belongs to nobody. We are.
No, belong to Ekiti. Lagos belong to Ekiti.
That's existential. Existential. You are telling the people there that, oh, you don't belong to this place. Is that our home? It's just like you invite a visitor into his house, and just because the visitor has stayed there for like 10, 20 years, and all of a sudden you just say, oh, we own all this house together. It's our house. How does that sound? So to me, is those people saying Lagos belong to nobody.
But Allah, there is love in sharing now. There is love in sharing. You can share your lands.
We don't say nobody should not share. But where we are saying is that when you own your own things, it's yours. When I invited you to my house to come and stay with me, it's my house. Now you can't tell me that, oh, the house belongs to both of us.
What Thomas is saying, anything you ask someone to come and feast with you, and the person now begin to hold your hand. They say, okay.
Oko kì í jẹ́ bàbá tọmọ kó má làlà. Oko ń jẹ́ bàbá àti tọmọ kó má làlà o.
Exactly.
You guys, you are setting Yoruba war here. Don't say Yoruba.
No. What Fatai said is so simple. Even if father has his own farm, and the child has his own farm too, whatever it is, we must have.
They are boundary now.
That's
the child will say, Papa, my father, my space is from here to here. That one I buy with my money.
Let me give something cultural from you. Let me give one cultural interpretation of that. Okay, in Yoruba land, when you marry, your brothers, they will be calling your wife, oh, my wife, my wife. You can be calling that so, but are they going to do what you are going to do? That's the kind of boundaries. You understand? Not because you are calling my wife. Now war, now palava you will find. If you try to, you can't do
palava now. Okay, come on, for the Yoruba now. And pay àwọn mama yẹn, wọ́n ní pé ọkọ mi o. Èṣù yẹn wà wá nítorí pé màmá ní pé ọkọ mi o, bàbá ní pé ó fẹ́ wọlé tọ̀ màmá lọ. Ó mọ̀ pé wàhálà ọmọ tẹ́lẹ̀ ni.
Abi, so those are the things. So I think.
But what is the update? What is the update? I just started listening to you guys.
No, Thomas.
Àti wọlé ni. Àti dìbò. Àti wọlé.
There's a guy I used to follow. The guy is a journalist, and we happen to school in the same village, like a town in Kerekiti. Once that guy tells you that, oh, it is done, just believe that guy. He has all those support. We just be disciplined enough not to reveal too much. Immediately that guy said, oh, a coach is the Sanwo-Olu, I know that it is one. The next thing was the complaint from Rhodes-Vivour was now talking. So once you see the opposition telling story and they start making some excuses, the deed has been done. So.
But the guy, after the guy voted yesterday, he said he's going to fight to the end. I listened to him in his own words.
What type of fight?
Let
him go and ask Ade Dancer in Osun State that even legitimately, it appears that he won legitimately, right? Let him go and talk to Ade Dancer and see the difference. See. It's unfortunate that GRV or whatever.
Ola is Sanwo-Olu leading.
Sanwo-Olu has won. Whatever you have
won, really?
Whatever they are declaring,
they
just declaration. He has won.
It's just declaration now.
It's just information.
Make it official.
People have the information already.
Another election this today now in Lagos.
But they will conduct another election today, like 10 polling booths and polling units rather.
That's
Okay,
why
we
they.
don't
That's why
win.
they
We don't
never
already
declare
win.
it.
We don't even without that one. We don't already win. Someone who don't win. Even without that one.
We will win a last slide.
You see the
Oh
one
my God.
Thomas, you see the one they want to conduct today. Now, so you go know Nigeria. Once it is 7 o'clock, you see people going to church. So if you are expecting population to come and go there, you are just wasting your time. People will go and worship normally and still. So if they come back, if they meet them, they're good luck. But everybody go and take
But
secure
there will not be
peaceful
movement
practice.
now. There will not be movement. Maybe in that only
In that area, in
polling
that
unit.
area.
Thomas,
So there
you
will be
don't know
no
Nigeria.
movement.
Those days, let me tell you something. Those days, whenever they will say there will be no movement in Lagos, you know what we do? Shebi at 7 o'clock, they go block the road. And we don't come out 6 o'clock now. You understand? We don't come out 6 o'clock. What will you do when I come out 6 o'clock? Forget that thing. People will find
They go
a
even
way.
take leg waka go their church. If I
I'm
dey
telling
waka
you.
for street, you go tell me say where they go.
I'm telling you. And so,
So finally, this guy Lule. This guy Lule.
Come on, Olule.
He was not going to
Olule.
win before Thomas. Forget. See,
Olule.
even many people that voted for Obi, that wanted the Tinubu house, they were not going. Some of them, or maybe more than half of them, were actually not going to vote for GRV. See, there's a difference between you voting, trying to vote against Tinubu at the
Apple and
federal level,
orange. Apple and orange.
and someone that is telling you that when they get to that power, we are going to take Lagos. People are not stupid.
Brother, Tinubu
Let's hear
election,
from Gideon.
they rigged Tinubu out for that election. No, they don't win that election. They don't
They
win.
no win now. We know. We just they look there now. They thought say Peter Obi get approximately 90% for Lagos. Tinubu get 10%. Now which idiot believe from they are idiocy. Now that when I hear that thing, I can't look say these people are idiots. How you can't tell me say Peter Obi win 900 and something thousand, like approximately 1 million, but Tinubu win 100,000. That is 90%. That's a ratio of 90% to 10% now. So Tinubu Obi win 90% in Lagos, and Tinubu.
From the situation room. From the situation room.
PDP go see for you.
Those people are idiots. They are idiots. I don't even get respect for them.
No, Fatai. You can't say that. It's from the situation room. From the situation room.
You be a labor. You not see her for your own room, but another person go see her for your room. What did that one mean?
Not only then get situation room. Now only then get situation room, my sister. Only then get situation room.
If they get if they see and labor supposed to first talk and say, now that we see you, but labor don't talk.
Madam, you even remind me, their situation room, you know where they get there. That's Sapele water where you talk. Now that from there then they look. That from now inside that water, now they see the 1 million votes for Peter Obi Lagos and 100,000.
With labor, there be one party. There be two.
This election is interesting.
You see, one thing in politics is this: sometimes some people think it's all by shouting, and now you can shout above the other people that we bring you the victory. It doesn't work that way, because even in the student union politics, sometimes I know that you use grammar to win, but it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop at grammar alone. No. You have to build your grassroots.
Mama don't they cry for since yesterday. That boy, Mama don't they cry.
Now important family for Lagos. That guy wasn't supposed to drag his family through this. Rhodes-Vivour for for Lagos Style and all those areas everywhere. Now recognize name now.
The boy want start answers for Lagos. Now the way the boy the classes yesterday.
The family now recognize name now. Rhodes-Vivour now recognize name. I recognize name. You just drag. You don't need to drag them.
This was the street where I was raised, right? Behind you is Ilezi. Nnamdi Azikiwe built this house. This is where he used to live. He was one of the first settlers in this area of Lagos, and it's a community that has been built based on, the Lagos.
But why is he wearing white? Is from Ogoni or what?
For this thing, they know they see that boy. Even that boy that be both worker. They know they see that boy. They don't know that.
Why is he wearing white? Why is he wearing white always?
And that in cap, the way that in cap, you don't in a special cap.
They want to show Nigeria with the economic of Lagos. They want to try. I would say they give this boy go scatter this and that.
The guy just tell us how the family in a big family for Lagos. We know that one, that's not the argument. That's not the point. We know say your family in a big family for. That's not the point. Now all the other addition where you bring inside the argument, that be the problem. Not that we know say your family in an important family, but all these other things where you come bring, that then be the problem.
Fatai, I don't know. Maybe you watch this video of Tinubu. Let's watch this.
àwọn ọmọ wọn kéékèèké wọn á lọ sílé ìwòsàn wọn wọn á gbóògùn ọ̀fẹ́ wọn á rí ìtọ́jú ọ̀fẹ́ tó o bá tí ì kọjá 12-year old á dẹ̀ tún gbé yẹn lọ sókè á dá ilé ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wọn wọn kọ́ṣẹ́ á lè dá wọn dúró àwọn àjèjì tó ń yá wa èkó tí kò bá dáa tó bá jẹ́ àrùn ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí tó bá jẹ́ àìfọkànbalẹ̀ ló ń ṣe wọ́n bí tó bá jẹ́ àìríṣe ló bá wọn bí wọn ò ní máa wà àwọn tó ń yabo èkó tí wọ́n kúrò lù wọ́n tó ń wá sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àní wípé kọ́ máa wà á lè sọ pé wọ́n dá fún ìgbìyànjú wa eléyìí tó kù ó di síwájú.
Now Ikeja idea that place that medical plus or whatever I say Ikeja.
Ọlá ìwọ ni eléyìí tó kù ó di what is the meaning of that?
Òwe ni
yẹn. Ìyẹn náà ń pè ní ó di ọ̀rọ̀ di hùn ọ̀rọ̀ pé kò jẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ di hùn nǹkan orúkọ tá máa sọ. Lówe ni my brother ìyẹn náà ń pè ní pé orúkọ tá máa sọ ọmọ ẹni inú ẹni ló ń gbé
inú ẹni ló wà
inú ẹni ló ń gbé.
When we told these people that
the remaining ODU, that means go and digest it.
See, Thomas, when we told these people that structure matters, they will tell you that people are the structure. People are the structure. Grammar, fancy word. Now today, they're shouting that Togri ruling. See, whether we like it or not, if you are not popular in a particular place, you cannot perpetrate any Togri. You cannot rig any election. People will
I know. If you don't have structure, you cannot do Togri.
Exactly. If you want to see a typical evidence, go and look at how those states shut down the entire country in 1983 when they rigged Omobori Owo into power. What happened? People stood against them because Omobori Owo had the federal machinery to rig, but when the thing was against the will of the people, what happened? They trooped out. And the same Omobori Owo that we're talking about was the deputy governor to Paradigm Lagasio. But when people realized that this thing was rigged, they came out and shut everywhere down. That's telling you that when you rig in Lagos and people are not talking, assuming in quotes, according to those people that are assuming the Togri existed there in what they are saying in quotes, people will be on the street. So if you are saying you see talk, are you now retracted? You stay at home. Then what's telling you? It simply means that you don't have the movement. You will be brandishing around. So that means whatever you'll be giving us, and they will be false positive. So to me, let everybody just go and strategize for 2027. All these kind of excuses and excuses of Togri and all those sort. People should just someone even told me yesterday that where the concentration of Ibuha, you can see they cannot try that rubbish. I say, hey, so tell me, if they cannot rig there according to you, so how come that you can easily say they are rigging somewhere? Stop this story and face the reality. You don't have this thing. That's why they say
Let's be Ola. Wait, hold on. Let's be balanced
Let's
in
be
our
fair.
narrative.
Let's
Yes,
balance it.
there was a chemist. There are some Togri yet today. You saw some videos now. I don't know. Maybe you saw some videos. It's not a good indication at all. To me, I was not happy because I thought we've
Okay,
left all the ballot box snatching, this Togri.
which happened only in
Yes.
Lagos. Which happened only in
Lagos.
Lagos.
It's not only Lagos that thing happen. Even in Benin,
I never
but
understand.
I
It's
only
only
hear
Lagos.
Lagos.
Now only Lagos video we they see. We know they see another video.
Benin it happen everywhere. Even the last president election, the same thing.
Abio. When somebody win
Only
97%.
Lagos.
When somebody, my sister,
Lagos.
my sister, when somebody win 97%, you know no say Togri dey inside.
No, it was not rigging you. 97%, just because they are Igbo people, no rigging you, everything 100% safe. Nothing wrong.
No rigging. No
So
rigging.
Thomas,
97%.
Thomas.
Now only Southwest they rig. Now only Southwest they rig.
See, Thomas,
Now
like
let's
you
start with
said,
that.
like we said, it's just like Babade Dibu in his lifetime. I'm not supporting Togri. Let me just say this for fact. But
Nobody
you need to be
support. We
popular
don't support
enough.
now. That one is clear.
You even need to be popular enough to carry out Togri. You understand? So if you are not popular, you can. And when you are popular, we are talking about is that ordinarily you should be able to win the election without Togri. That's the meaning of popularity. If you read free and nothing happens, it simply means that the people there, you are popular among the people. If you are not popular, go and read. People will stand against you. They won't mind whatever you want to do. Do it to them. So, and amplifying it is what nobody's supposed to do, but amplify the thing as if it's limited to a particular space.
That one, they don't do this thing for Instagram, this thing, Twitter. If they write for them, say maybe Nigeria stand for make them stand for them. I don't know what they happen to them. Whether they want close their station or where they find Nigeria, we want stand for them. I don't know.
What concern them about Peter? They don't do their work. What concern them about?
Aerofile saying they write for it, Twitter now. Say, make Nigeria make they help them, make they stand for them. The TV station. I don't know what they happen to their TV station.
Which TV station is that? Which TV station?
Arise now, nonsense TV now, nonsense TV. No be.
They say
PDP get them.
Rufai Oseni has branded himself in. I don't know how he's going to cope with the type of branding he's carrying out for a very long time, because you have to be very careful how you manage yourself as a public figure during a major election. So I don't know how he's going to manage himself, but we've seen other journalists that presenters that manage to conduct themselves fairly. Simope Ogun now, she doesn't care whether you PDP or whatever. If that lady handles you in that their studio, yourself, you will know. And so, but when you see a presenter that even from the beginning, you know the political party you want to go against, you know the one that you want to back up. You've already
my brother, what Rufai does not even understand is one word. I mean, Yoruba can wasi mi lori you. Yoruba just say, all those one they go to tell him. He go to be like, say, I am journalist, I am this. They say, nobody is saying you are not journalist, but
exactly. So
what I discovered about that guy is he can't even hide his bias. That is what pisses me off every time. You can see it in his face that this guy is biased. He's always biased in asking questions from the Tinubu surrogate. I watched one interview. Everybody listen to me. He said, "How did Tinubu? They always do like Dr. Abati. We came first, then he would come, then Sodo will come, then they would do it round like that." He asked, "How did Tinubu make his money?" The guy said, "I'm not Tinubu." When you see Tinubu, go and ask him. Dr. Abasi did ask his own question. Tudu has his own question. When it's his turn again, he's still asking the same question again. They did another third round. He's still asking the question again at the third round. The guy said, "What is going on? I am not Tinubu. I don't know how Tinubu makes his money. You can invite Tinubu to ask him how he will make his money.
You can write him a letter.
Asking the same question, the same. The guy said, I don't know how he make his money. So the handwriting is on the wall, is on his face every time he is asking questions from anybody that came from APC or Tinubu surrogate. It's just so nonsense to me. Sometimes you should be neutral when you are bringing somebody. And people the APC will even be scared to go to Arise because they don't know the question they are going to ask them. Maybe the one that is going to name it in the board, or they are going to mistalk or something.
No. I even believe that if Tinubu had wanted to go there, he could have still go. He would still go there. He will still answer their questions. It will still, but there's a way you tell some people. So there's a way you tell some people that you are on your own. I don't have your time. What Tinubu did that time was just to say, okay, let me. There's a district of is this 80-20, all right? 80-20 rules or whatever. See, Tinubu will say, okay, let me concentrate my energy where I know that I can get good outcomes, and whatever noises that are coming from supporter, let me ignore. That is still telling you how intelligent Tinubu was. Sorry. Now, because for some kind of a small politician that needed to be swayed by everything, will have gone to Arise and say, oh, let me go and defend myself, and then the thing will escalate. But Tinubu, even leaving them, it's not that he now pushed the pressure to Arise. Instead of them piling pressure on Tinubu, it was Tinubu that was piling pressure on them during that campaign period. So that is telling you a leader that knows exactly what he wants to do. You understand? So he was not looking for the endorsement. Let them carry their own narratives. Like, we go to where I know that I can solidify my relationship. So to me, the like of Hosseini is the experience. What's the experience today? So you can be 100 years of age. If you don't face some kind of thing in life, that's what we never shape your experience. And if you see someone at the age of 20 can even say something more reasonable than someone at the age of 50. So that's where the life is configured. So whatever Hosseini was doing is just like he's even more of an activist than a journalist. Than a journalist, but unfortunately he doesn't know how to enhance his type of
have they start to do, or did she resign? I haven't Tundu now. Tundu Abiola.
I think she resigned.
She left now.
She left.
I think one day, I think I don't know who said it, that there was one interview and they were insulting about his dad. Abiola. The girl can't look there. She can shame. Something they don't. The guy can't look, say something they do on, I can't come out for him own. Say he reached that one. Let me even add to what you are saying. Only say in this life, Tabari, if you see each other, we greet each other. Now only now. And your to back wale, and your to riwawa go one now. That's what they don't understand. Now, if I don't come to your studio, I will still be president because it's Tinubu. So I know who they talk. Tinubu do them. Who they talk? When your voice never take reach. Who they talk? I know see you because more. I know they see you. Now Tinubu should give them. And the formula I give them.
He should have learned from Abati. Abati still balances his own bias because anyway, Abati is a politician. Anyway, I won't even.
Abati is a politician, a senior politician for big politicians, senior politicians. So. Do you know sometimes? Hold on. you know sometimes if this guy Rufai is trying to ask some bad question, about it will come in to douse the
And now, even
tension,
about to get,
change the
yeah, now you
topic.
get
Yeah,
irritated now.
he get irritated sometimes, but he can't even. I don't
Even
think
Wike
the,
now, Wike
the
is
guy is
not
even.
going there again now. Wike is giving to them
No,
moto
Wike will
moto.
never go there. Wike will not go there.
I think one of the best thing Rufai can do for himself is to just go and join politics straight away.
No, he should just get
Journalism.
his own. He should just get. He should talk to the. He should talk to the Arise, whatever, the senior manager, whatever, to give him his own show. Like in America now, Hannity has his own show like that. This one has like that. You can
Yes.
talk whatever you want. It's your opinion show. Get your opinion show. Everybody knows that your opinion. Eh?
You have your own studio.
No, you know again that one like news arrangement. That one wayo. That arrangement them do na wayo. Now wayo. If you want they talk the way they talk, you go tell your boss, but then give you your own dedicated opinion channel. You can talk anything you want. Anything can talk whatever
anyhow.
you anyhow. You can say I am for Trump, where he's not doesn't go against anything. Right. But if you present yourself like, I am interrogating, I am just asking question. I am just asking question. Whoa, are we a baby?
I forgot this guy in UK, the one that normally do news, where morning something. The one that walk away from the studio. I forgot her name in UK. His name rather.
What is his name? Piers Morgan.
The one that walk. Yes, Piers Morgan. Yes, yeah. He sometimes behave like if Piers Morgan sometimes. I'll just if you follow this guy on his Twitter and Instagram, that guy is very ridiculous. You will be dancing, mocking. Just look at this guy with his big breast. Forgive me for saying that. I will just be looking at this guy. This guy look ridiculous. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what is going
Piers
on.
Morgan is a troll. He's just trolling. Piers Morgan is trolling. That's where he gets his own. That's where he gets his own butter to put on his bread.
So Tinubu finally got all what he wants. Oh my God! So
my brother, they never see anything.
I wasn't surprised.
But my brother, it just start now. They never see. Then go see magic. Tinubu, now they take play. Then go see magic. They never start.
I know. Say someone will go win.
War still dey front. I don't know. See war still dey. They dey plan another war.
War for where? War for where? War from where? From obedience.
Yeah, so
nobody see them. They're not going to come out. War not there from obedience. The possible war where if they now say if military no one they won't do Abiola style. Now that's the only problem if you do. Not be obedient. Nobody see obedience.
You see one thing in Gideon, like most obedient you see, they are middle class and those people that get small money for pocket.
They don't go back to work. They don't go back to work.
Ordinary banger, they will retract.
They go
about all the social.
What way they cause problem for inside? Where all those one way they abroad, now they cause problem for the one way they.
Make I even add to what you talk. Make I even add to what you talk. The obedience, no be them they shout say talk Lego. If they no say them fit cause war, why they no fight those talk? We don't talk no be even. They no get machine gun no. Now inside now machine gun armor tank. Now they won't come fight. They no fit fight talk armor tank.
If you look at you know say people obedient by themselves they plan so na plan.
You see their strength. Their strength is falsehood propagation, like to create some kind of thing that if this thing doesn't go this way, it means that they rig it. See the type of analysis they put out in the public before the election. It's just like saying the Obi will be competing with Kwakwaso in Kano State. How does that sound to you? That Obi will be competing with Kwakwaso in the Northwest.
Why is Kakwaso not going to court?
No, Kwankwaso is not a baby politician now, so he knows. You understand? For him, that the fact that he came out, he didn't mean that time. He must have known that he may not be able to win the election, so he won't even trouble himself. But pulling crowd can give him some kind of leverage that will still make him to be politically to be important politically. You know, but to be a
Ola, what is the Ola? Wait, what is that newspaper? One man always go Igbo what? I forgot the name. I just want to. I want to get some news from the Igbo
Igbo magazine.
the one Igbo magazine. Yeah. I think I will. Yes, continue, Ola.
Yeah. Ola, to even add to what you are saying, Kwankwaso just wanted to hold his own ground in his own area, because Kwankwaso is they are, I will not call it tribe. There is this royal family situation in Kano is kind of complicated. So if Kwankwaso is from the line of this Sanusi and all these things now, I think they feel marginalized or something. Whatever, I don't really know completely. So they want to they are fighting for their survival in the state now. Kwankwaso is just concentrating on Kano. Kwankwaso is not even interested in the whole Northwest. So he wasn't campaigning to be president. He just want to maintain that the relevance of that their movement or whatever it is, you know. So, you know, how Kwankwaso he get wise now. The fool himself now. The fool himself now.
So someone. See, I don't even know how they got to that place. You understand? You that you concentrated all your campaign within the southern region, and all of a sudden you thought you are going to win. You are going to win Kano. You are going to win Katsina. How does it stand to you? How does it stand to any obedient that want to be realistic? Even some of them, many of them are very realistic. But just like there is some portion of them, they just believe that it is either our way or nobody's way. So,
Ola, let me give you some news from the Igbo Times magazine. Yeah, breaking: Tinubu collapsed and rushed to France hospital. Shetima will be swearing as the president. That is the news. That is the news from the Igbo Times magazine. Another one: breaking news: Lagos State police officer captured snatched ballot box with unregistered uniform police. Just nonsense. Another one: even God cannot take away the presidency certificate given to me by INEC, says Tinubu.
All
So
the
as
news
they
from
rush
Sapele
Tinubu to France, they said he collapsed.
All news from Sapele Water.
People, and some people go they read this newspaper too. Say that they read
of course, yes, they have the audience now. If the audience is not there,
oh my God!
No, see.
Let me give you this, Ola. This one will funny. This one will make you laugh. I will do some understand what I mean. I said breaking: the former Imo State governor D, you know what I mean by that? D cancer.
Oh, what's the, I can't hear.
D
I can't get
cancer.
Let
me take it again. Okulucha.
You are breaking, Thomas.
Can you hear me now?
It be like say some people they cut your line though. I mean, which one we know the
you don't go somewhere where you're not supposed to go. You go website where you're not supposed to go.
Are you hearing me?
They don't
hearing me now?
To your
Ola.
Yes, I can hear my name, but I can't hear what you are saying.
You don't go website where you're not supposed to go.
They don't hijack Thomas. Oh my goodness. This thing is becoming interesting. Anyway,
they don't take you offline, Thomas. Oh, you pass your boundary.
Thomas.
Can you hear me now? I was kicked out.
Okay, we can.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Now it's better.
Yes, yes.
Don't go there again.
Yeah,
Don't go back.
No, let me read. I must read this one. They said former Imo State Governor Okorocha is dead over his D cancer. Do you know what I mean by that? D cancer. Is Okorocha dead? D Sale, yes. Cancer.
Show me one. He showed them.
I know. Let me give you the last one. I was joking about threatening against Igbo in Lagos. Oluomo Thug said that. Yeah, well, I think we read that one yesterday. Why is these people carrying these fake? Come on. They said Tinubu is rushed.
No, that one is true. That one is right. That one is right now. Oluomo said he was joking.
But I'm talking of the Tinubu zone.
Una don't fair hear that word, that rumors. Say Tinubu the hospital.
I just hear him now. I just hear him now.
Vote yesterday. You also say people call the right hand. This man what they say he will hospital. Say he remains more.
You don't tell like that.
Oh my!
Now from Sapele Water now. News now from Sapele Water that news. We just the year Amona.
People they write for the down this thing. Where Tinubu come vote, you see say now tell me for this this man they say he don't win.
We just arrived.
Coronavirus test. Put the picture.
Yeah, he just arrived from France. He just come back. Straight from France. I ain't can't go vote. Something they worry them.
They started their
campaign. So make people hide they open. Now make people hide they open. They don't know. They just say they do something. Small time they're not going to believe they for anything when they're talking.
They started their campaign badly, and unfortunately they believe in their own lies, right?
And they are still the end it's even worse. It's even worse. You remember this proverb in Yoruba land? They said the child that is crying wolf, 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 and there was no wolf. So the day the wolf go come, people go say, don't mind him now. That's why they shout wolf. And that's what they do now. Then wolf will go hit and finish. It's even if they brought a good news, an authentic news, nobody will take them serious anymore. That's all. Forget about those people. They always bring fake news.
This election where they do yesterday, even that they tag what did they call us? These people dangerous. They tag US this thing, join this thing. Me all those what they see what they happen for Nigeria. Now where they apply evil, where they do evil, they go tag that person. They know say they want to do something for you. They go tag those people, join her. Now what did they do for Nigeria? They want me outside country, they look Nigeria bad.
No, they want me outside country can't stop Tinubu presidency. Make can't do what they want. Or I don't know what they then go do. So because Peter Obi no win now, make outside country, make I don't know America or whatever. We can do something in Nigeria. What did I do? We'll be sovereign country. We'll be one country now. We don't conduct election. Anybody we know making go court. When go court. If you know if you go court, go sit down your house. I never understand. You know what they vex me for all these people. Now their arrogance. Then they think say na them brilliant, na them they will come the blah blah blah, some stupid. You go even they tell them reality, then go they come up with some argument with all these jagba argument, and then go they carry their show down top those arguments. I call look, if you brilliant like this, you brilliant so tell it like this. Somebody can't tell you consumption to production. Yeah, you they do carry me they go. If you're brilliant, how you don't get the brain to ask Oga which kind of rubbish consumption what's your consumption solution me? You don't get the brain to even question that one. You will come here, come the carry shoulder
if
for
they
me.
make their own election next time, Obi no go get this number we get again.
Why
He
you go
finish
take get
for his
that?
life.
Why you go take get that?
You see the
Tinubu make am
problem.
get this number we get so because of Christian. Tinubu make am get
Tinubu number
because
go double now. Tinubu number go double if you don't do them again now.
You see the problem. The problem is when they tell these people the truth and you want to believe in your personal lies. That is what is happening today. Now, look at what is happening in the country today. Now, you can't just come out from nowhere like GRV they are talking about now. You don't just come out from nowhere and say you want to grab power. Now, you like today, you are persecuting Tinubu. People are saying, oh, which experience Tinubu got? I was like, seriously? Who are these people talking about? What are these people talking about? Tinubu that has been with the PDM movement, that him and Atiku Abubakar, they were with Yar'Adua Senior. Tete. That been politics. This guy was a senator. And this guy was one of the key leadership in Nadeco, where he was moving from pillar to post because of when all this Abacha was around him. Look at his own experience, the pressure. Not only that, when you even go to the corporate world, for someone to be like a treasurer with mobile, or just like when you are talking of a commissioner, a finance commissioner somewhere. So when you look at this experience, and you just want to select that which experience this guy got, okay, they will move ahead. They will say, okay, which experience did Sanwo-Olu got? I'm saying seriously, after serving as commissioners for how long? People will not even know what they are talking about. So, like of Tinubu already paid his due. So now, someone that has been in politics for like donkey years, and you think you can just come and give some kind of forceful rhetorics just to strike the person that way? It doesn't work. It doesn't just work that way. That's what people need to realize. If you want to get into this politics, start building up. Now, I will give an example. When Ayo Fayose was going to dethrone Otunba Adeniyi in Ekiti State, how did this guy do it? He made himself popular with the people. He could started fetching water for people to use, started doing some unusual things for people to know him. He could go to somewhere, donate, and show his face for people to know. That's how he managed to get, because he put the work in place. When people
Ola, don't let our mouth be sweet. But Peter Obi try with that number he got 6 million plus.
Peter Obi didn't try. Let's face it. Peter Obi didn't try. Peter Obi just
He tried.
Two different things. I've seen the type of credit they are giving to Peter Obi. We are getting it wrong. See, Peter Obi happened to be product of ethnic sentiments. You had religion, and you had the unfortunate EndSARS situation. Take all those things out of it. Possibly, if Peter Obi will not even get 2 million votes. You understand? Because look at it this way. Look at it this way. Okay, why can't Showore get the same thing that Obi is getting? Have you looked at it from that angle?
Showore is nothing now. Peter Obi is the former governor now.
That's what I'm saying. The
What are
entire
you saying,
South
Yola?
East. The entire South East.
Brother Moss,
Showore,
look at this. That north
Kwankwaso was a former governor too.
North Central, where you see so wait for get vote for that side. Plateau, all those one. Obi for not get that vote too. If not be Tinubu, where you be go carry Muslim
ticket. You are right. Yeah.
If you calculate it like that, you know say Obi, EndSARS and all those people, Christian religious. Now you drive Obi, no be another thing.
Even more than that, my brother. Actually, if you put it, it depends on. It depends on which angle you look at it. If you look at it purely in terms of number, just okay, in terms of who is on the ballot, okay, it tries. We cannot take that away from it. His name on the ballot.
Try now.
But if you, I know. That's what I say first. That's what I say. But if you want to look at it relatively in terms of what carry that number, Is it that his own genius? He's such a genius. Oh my God, he's such a genius. He did it. No, you have to also consider, in addition to what Ola and Gideon mentioned, you have to consider also the Godfather. I mean, you think Peter B is just walking around? Obasanjo and all those big boys, all those half of PDP,
Yes.
that are
They are instrumental.
not
They
with.
are instrumental to the yes.
Of
Yeah.
course, now, of course, you think you think it's only Peter B that is going around? No, those people led by their face now. Obasanjo will be their face. Now, very powerful people. All those people they chop all now subsidy money. All those people they chop, all those big power players. Then they're behind them now. You know, is your lead captain, lead Godfather captain. Do you know how many times Tinubu has flogged Obasanjo? Even when Obasanjo was so powerful, he was president. Tinubu, he don't beat. If Tinubu don't beat your Godfather,
that the other time. Oh, exactly. Tinubu, Obasanjo, PDP could not win Lagos at that time.
If
despite
Tinubu
the
don't
commissioner
beat
of police, so they changed the commissioner of police ahead of the election.
Tinubu don't beat your Godfather many times. I mean, many times. You can't think say you in Peking and you want computer. It's not possible now. You know, but he go beat your with all the people way back. You go beat all. You don't beat them many times now. Now you go beat you. Come on. You know.
But Fatai, can you say the obedience they shock us? They shock me, oh. They shock me. For that number, I know they are not going to win. I know they are not going to win. But with that
But it
number,
depends.
No, Thomas.
Yeah,
we
It depends how
where
you
you
put
wanted
it.
to
It
bet.
depends on which angle you are looking at it.
You know, Thomas, we beg you when you wanted to bet that time not to waste your money. You understand?
Thank God, though. $1,000 to go, don't go.
Because some of us could smell the sentiment. You know, we could
No,
send
I
the
can't really.
sentiment.
I can't really bet. My religion doesn't support betting.
Because
So
that time we knew quite well that the entire Southeast would likely go for this guy. And I said something that if the corporate guys, I mean the middle class people, if they come out, they are likely go to vote for Obi, not because they like Obi, but just because all of them just want to prove a point against Tinubu. Because do you know what problem about our politics is this? Once you mention money, oh, this man is eating our money. This one is this thing. That is just the sentiment that some people want to use. I will find those sentiments, that's some kind of sentiment among the middle class. So the reason some people voted for Obi is not because they believe that Obi will even do better, because they would like to show Tinubu that he cannot hold on to Lagos. Because when I heard some people yesterday, they are saying we have to break free from the from the stronghold of Tinubu. And I keep asking people questions. Is that where you want to break free? Where exactly are you breaking from? You say you want to jump from the fry pan, and fire is there. So because you want to show fry pan that you can't hold yourself, so you want to jump into fire, you don't do that way. And when we ask you question, this guy you want to break, he's going to redesign, he's an architect. I say, so what? Some of us we have engineering background, so we know the limitation of an architect. Because you're an architect doesn't mean you know anything about trade. Oh, there was train constructed for 400 and something million there. We have this thing. I said, seriously? Two projects cannot be the same. When you start talking that way, we are talking we are going to put down the toll gate. The question is this: you mentioned all these beautiful projects. At the same time, you are going to take some kind of where you are getting the resources, where you get revenue for something, for where you will get revenue to even do your project. You are taking those things away. How does that make sense? How does that make sense to you? You understand? So
Well,
to
I
me,
just see that guy sometimes even say some things that he's not thinking about. He just says it. Like yesterday, I think after he actually did his voting, they interviewed him. Then he said something like, "Oh, we would take the money that they are taking from Alpha Beta and give to the people. It's time the people enjoy."
very nonsensical. Very nonsensical.
Really on
Okay,
serious
this guy even
commentary.
know anything about governance? He will take money from Alpha Beta. Is that a money in Alpha Beta going to a source that is not meant to go to or something? We will give it to the people. It's time for the people to enjoy. I think he thinks these things will propel people to vote for him. And to be honest, the Obi wave and everything, Obi know what he was doing. He actually capitalized on some things and it worked for him. To be honest, when this guy did a spreadsheet, Kulata, it brought me to the reality to realize that that election will be very close in terms of numbers when they start announcing. Because if you look at
You
what
mean
people,
in Lagos? You mean Lagos, isn't it?
yeah, in Lagos, generally serve in Nigeria, because you can tell Kulata was sensing that will happen, and it actually reflects it because he was really generous. We all said how he was generous to Obi, but he sensed it, but was a bit cautious, looking at the strength of Tinubu, not to go add extra bit more for Obi. But that spreadsheet told us what we should be expecting, that the voting will be close, the numbers will be a bit close. And to be, I don't see why. I think the problem with Nigerians is, to be honest, I think most youth in Nigeria always has been voting with sentiment and emotions. So if you can capitalize on that and tap into it, they would come to it. Because if you look at when Showore came to the first election Showore contested, you see the crowd, the youth followed him because they just listen and buy what you say. They don't think about what the person is saying. It's just they are like women. Once you can tell them what they want to hear, they will just follow you without thinking about, okay, what this person is saying, is this person really genuine? Because talk is cheap. I can come and tell you things, but do you really want to believe me? So sometimes I think, oh, people suffer in Nigeria and do all those things, but do they really apply their thinking faculty to what people are saying to them? Do you see, oh, would this work? Or you just want to listen to people and buy the idea and say, oh, yes, this guy sounds like he's going to do well. But is this guy capable of doing these things? What are the challenges this guy will face? Is this even visible at all? No, they will just follow the best because, oh, they think one government is not serving them and the government is cheating and stealing money. So what anybody comes and tell them, oh, you see, they are stealing our money. We must go. You see, the youth are suffering. But these people, are they really...
But DOG, I think is the hatred for Tinubu. That man gets enemy. Oh. That man get. I don't know how he won that election.
A bit of
From
hatred for
from
Tinubu, but
every
if you
angle, from
notice,
Yoruba, from Igbo, from
it's just like you know, he has always been like that. Even when Obasanjo contested, some Yorubas didn't vote for him. They voted for Falaye. He has always been like that. I don't think he's only the hated. I think when Nigerians are thinking, see that, oh, the country is not good, they just want a change. They don't care who they are changing to. They just want that person to get lost and bring another person, regardless of, just try new person. This one is not working for us. We think this one is not working for us. Let's just vote this person. Because if you are any right thinkful person, if you sit down and look at it, even if you are regardless of your tribe, you will know that how can we go and vote Gbadebo? Yesterday, a lot of Labour Party the polling booths, these their officials that go to the polling booth and watch. I
agents,
forgot.
the agents,
Agents, yeah.
agents.
All of them are Igbo. All of them are Igbo. I watched one that they were complaining that they didn't allow us to vote. Everybody that was talking, all of them are Igbo. What kind of politics is that? In Lagos State, you don't even have any Yoruba amongst you that is supporting Labour Party. So, and I said to people, if you look from last week, since they postponed that gubernatorial election, if you look even on social media, if you start studying people commenting, supporting GRV, is mostly Igbos. Because that noise of Lagos is nobody's land, then it turned to, and I say to people, you don't expect all those suppression. What do you expect? You came to my house and you are telling me you own my house. Obviously, if I cook, I will starve you of the food. If I do anything, I will lock my toilet. You will shit on yourself. That is what they showed them yesterday to let them know that Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. That is what actually I think I think that level of
Let me talk
suppression, because
one
there's
thing.
always been
I beg
suppression
you,
anyway.
if you are to do this thing for all those people like or whether na I don't know whether na tradition who na they do for Yoruba land. When I put them for a video, all these obedient, these people, they know. I don't know what they worry these people. They go video that people for this thing. Not good though.
Because that's the weapon they were using to canvas people to their
They
side.
go after the video that they can't write something. Say me they see what they say. You go keep. No. These people they're wicked.
Because everything they
Women
do is.
pass there. Women not supposed to see all those things. Women can't go. They see something. It's not good now.
And if we won't even lie to ourselves, if you see most obedient we've had conversations with, you can tell most of them don't even know anything. They just argue with you with what they've heard from somewhere or what they've picked from social media, whether it's true or not. They just bank on that and argue with you, and they don't want to even listen to you to get the clear understanding. Like, this thing doesn't work like this. This thing that you hear is just propaganda. But most of them don't even understand it. And that's the problem I think Nigeria has when it comes to politics and this democracy. People need to think out of the box. You need to drop the sentiment and emotions when you do your judgment. Because, we want a change, that doesn't mean we should just go and vote anybody in a Labour Party to anywhere they are contesting for. We need to look at the people. You need to look at the people. You need to look at who are you electing as the chairman of your local government? Who are you electing? Because that is where the changes come from. You don't expect the president to come from Aso Rock to come and tie your neighborhood. So are we voting the right people? You can't just say, because it will be everybody in the Labour Party is capable and competent to handle any seat they are contesting for. We need to leave this sentiment out of politics. We need to be able to think out of the box. Is this person capable? Are we supporting this person because we just want a change? Or we are supporting, like for Obi now, we would think, okay, you think Obi has said a lot of things, I would think, you people think he can make a change. All well and good, which makes sense. But you can't just look at somebody like GRV. He has no track record of any business that he has been successful in. He has never really even worked or do anything that you can really point to. He's never hold any office. But because of sentiment and that Obi with everybody, is GRV, but is GRV competent enough? And to me, I say to people, that guy sounds intelligent, but I don't think he is. It's a different thing to say things the way you want to say it. But if you look at what this guy is saying, some of it are not realistic. And government is not being run. Like, you can't just say, we will take money from Alphabet. All this money they are taking from Alphabet, we'll take it and give it to the people. It's time for the people to enjoy. What kind of statement is that? Is that how you're going to govern the state, a whole Lagos state? So you don't expect to tell people they don't own their land, and you expect the election to come and they won't tell you and show you that we own this place. That is what happened yesterday. That is why I think all the places where the majority of Igbos, they try to suppress them by probably bullying them, which is not allowed, but it's what you people have. You invited it.
But DOG, it's not good now. I was pissed off yesterday.
It's not good.
It's what it is not good.
It's not good. But I think in anybody's land, even in the north or in the east, if that has happened too, you will also see the same thing happening in those places too. Because it's not like you are slapping people and still rubbing shit on their face. In their own, and you are telling them, because Obi won Bola Tinubu. Majority of those votes too came from the Yorubas. So after you now won Lagos, you now thought, Lagos is nobody's land, and all those things started. You think the Yorubas will keep quiet? Then you will start seeing, even on social media, the Yorubas that are supporting Obi then started thinking, wait a minute, Lagos is Yoruba land. What are the Igbos driving at? Then people start picking, and obviously your enemy will capitalize too on your weakness. So the enemy started putting out things. GRB is supporting IPOB. GRB is Igbo. GRB is this. So everybody started thinking, all these Igbo people. So the Igbos and the obedient actually play the part, and they have a responsibility to take the blame for how the whole election turned tribal in Lagos. They started it. They invited that. So I don't blame people, because if you go to Igbo land and you say I'm Yoruba and you say, this Enugu or this Anambra is no man's land, is with the Yorubas. Obviously, the Igbos that are native and predominant of that place will want to show you that this is our land. So they will do all they can do to do it. I always say there is no tribe in Nigeria that is as accommodative as Yorubas. I've lived in an area that I was living with Igbo. If you go to Sabo, and that is why you see most other tribes, we would rather be speaking Yoruba rather than other languages, because even I think Yoruba is the easiest, and because we are friendly, we joke around things, we take things lightly, it makes people underestimate. But if Yorubas, if you made them turn on their antenna against you in their own land, there is no way you will win it. That is where the problem started from. The obedient caused it after that presidential election. Unfortunately for them, the gubernatorial election was postponed. So those few days, the postponement, a lot of things has changed. There was a shift.
If they don't even postpone that election, they should look for still win this election. For still win now. If for still win now, not be any. If for still win now.
You know, so I just think is after this whole election, I think people can sit down, people can, because there is a lot of healing that needs to be done, especially in Lagos. I want the Igbos in Lagos to know that they are welcomed in Lagos, they are loved, but when we play this politics, this democracy.
GOG. Now you want to be pacifying them now, where you don't show you don't get your land back.
No. You see, that's funny. That's funny. You see, after that election, once Sanwo-Olu has entered, I don't think you will see any Yoruba doing any silly things to the Igbo in Lagos State, to be honest. Even the Agberos, I don't think they will be doing it. They've achieved what they want to achieve. And I think that's the Yoruba way. They will just move on and forget that happened. And they will laugh with anybody. I just think the Igbos, they just need to be reassured, because I'm sure they are scared now. It is only if they now they have an agenda to escalate things, because I even think Badebotu made a statement yesterday that is saying, oh, if is it Lagos or if Nigeria goes on fire, INEC, why would you be making such statements? Why would the country go on fire? Why would Lagos State go on fire? You don't need to be making such statements. This guy, MC Oluomo, even though he's not meant to joke or say things like that about Yaya Chukudi and all that, the whole social media. But when the elder statesman from the East was saying they don't want Tinubu and Nigeria, there will never be a Nigeria on a live TV, none of them was posting that thing that, why would this man make this kind of statement? Why would an elder statesman, a man of almost 90 years old, sit down on a national TV and be saying, because they asked, what do you expect from Tinubu? He said, oh, they don't support Tinubu, and the Nigeria will never remain the same if Tinubu become the president. Why would you make a statement like that? Those are the things that I think people should be even pointing at more rather than what's the point. But that's part of the sentiment.
But DOG, the person speaking is their own. They will not speak against him.
Hey, that's the thing I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to point out. Like, we need to stop.
I know, I understand you. I'm just buttressing what you are saying.
Yeah, we need to stop this type of politics. We need to stop it. If we want peace and we want things to even really work for us, the masses, and not for the people we are even electing. If we don't come as one, how do we tap into what these people even want to give to us or what they promise to us? If Obi enters and there is no peace in the land, how does he even achieve anything? How would he achieve it if there is no peace in the land? Let's say, for instance, now, God forbid, trouble started in that country. How would Tinubu even achieve anything? Whoever you voted as governor in your state or wherever, how would they achieve anything if there is no peace and rest in the land? So we need to wake up from all this sentiment, tribal thing. And I think I will say this, I don't mean no offense, but I think the Igbos too, to be honest, they need to sit down and think through things. If they need to heal from what has happened many years back and think through and think new generations are coming, you don't want to start putting this thing in their head, because like there is a guy that comes to this show, he lives in the UK. I don't want to mention his name, but I know everybody that is familiar with this platform will know him. This guy has not even been, I don't think he's been to Nigeria. But the way he is really in support of Biafra and this hip-hop thing, the way when you say, you think, you that you are not even you've never been to Nigeria before in your life. So I think there is a way the parents are feeding their children when it comes to the East about all this Biafra and all these things. All these things needs to stop. We need to move on. That time has passed. So many of these people are not even living then. So why are you putting it in your head? Why can't we wake up and just start a new path and channel our energy? Because
DOG, you are turning back the hand of the clock. If there is still raising funds for Biafra online till today, direct debit,
Thomas, that doesn't mean we
direct
should,
debit.
that doesn't mean we should keep quiet and not try to say the truth to people. Even of course, there's a lot of agenda going on about that. We know that, but we can't be quiet and not say anything to, because now we are like even before this election, we've always been saying the way the Igbos play their politics in Nigeria is not helping them progress in the right direction when it comes to national politics in Nigeria. This is part of it. These are the things. Now, if you look at the Northerners, if they want to do anything in politics now, they want affiliation, they will look at the Southwest. The Southwest, if they want to do
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. Thank you so much, Fatai.
Thank you, DOG.
Yeah, nice one for that.
Thank you, Thomas. Bye.
Yeah, you know, Thomas. So to me, I
Go on,
just
DOG.
feel,
Yeah.
I just feel a lot of people, most of that the Igbos, need to sit down and look at why are we even hating each other? Okay, is my neighbor that is Yoruba or my neighbor that is Igbo? Are they the one that started the war back in the days when Biafra started? All those things started, agitation started. No. Why are we hating ourselves? Why are you looking to take another man's land when it's not even yours and you can't even tolerate that? And somebody made a statement yesterday, which I really think is true. In the Southwest, wherever you are from, once you are living in that state, if you are from Osho, if you are living in Oyo State, if you've been living there for long and you've been playing politics there, you can actually contest and win. Nobody will say you are from Osho or this or that. But can an Ebonyi man go and contest in Enugu? Can Anambra man go and contest in Edo or Benin? You know, that can't fly at all in the East. Why?
DOG, you forgot the video I normally show you when a man is talking that why will somebody come from another state? In Igbo state, oh, he wants to be a governor in their state, even though they are
Exactly.
both southeast states.
So all these things
They are
too
both southeast states. Yeah.
all these things has a way to work against you in other places too, because people you won't allow it. So why do you want to come to my land and allow it? And if you look at this same Lagos state, the Igbos in positions, political appointments that they've put Igbos to, they have welcomed everybody. So we won't say, oh, they even from onset. If the Igbos are not enjoying Lagos, how is almost majority of the market is full of Igbo since many years back? So they've been living together. So why are you thinking, oh, now Lagos is no manner when you've traveled from your own state to come to a Yoruba state, but now you don't see that state as a Yoruba state anymore because Peter Obi won Tinubu with, is it 10,000 or what's the difference of the vote? All of a sudden, now this place belongs to nobody. Peter Obi is now the new city boy. So obviously now it's no more Yoruba land because Peter Obi won an election there. It's not possible. If Tinubu won an election in somewhere in the southeast, can the Yorubas in that place started saying, "Oh, this state is no more, is nobody's land, though. It belongs to everybody." And you think you, as the person, someone from indigenous from that place, will accept and want to hear that? So the next election, you want to show the person who owns the land. That is what happened in Lagos. Thank you, Thomas.
Oh, thank you, DOG. I was, brother. I wasn't happy that I think we should move away from those politics of oppressing people. No. But I understand what you mean now. That they just want to show that this is our land. You can no, the obedient really they bloat about it. They do some buga now
Yeah, they
about
took
getting Lagos. So
they took a
yes,
lot of
they are
people. They
rubbing
took
it in the face of the Yoruba. So I think
and obviously you want to bring somebody that can't even speak Yoruba to contest again, and you want everybody to support it. Then you will see that a lot of people started thinking, this thing, truly, this Lagos, Sanwo-Olu is doing well. Let's forget this. So a lot of people started dropping that Togate, NSAS issue. They started dropping it.
NSAS, yeah, NSAS, yes,
A
yes,
lot of people
yes,
started
yeah.
moving away from it. Thinking, truly, how come the Igbos are saying this now? I'm Yoruba now. I voted Peter Obi. Why don't you think Sanwo-Olu is competent? So that means all of you didn't even look at the competency of Obi. You just thought Obi is Igbo. Let's vote Igbo. So majority of the people on IPOP, Biafra, everything, think, okay, maybe it's time to put support and let's put our vote for an Igbo. Look at the numbers Obi got from the East. Like a few days ago, we are still talking about like, how is that even realistic? Like
Oh
PDP.
no, DOG. That is if they don't read, that means one day I asked
I
somebody,
don't
I
want to
forgot
even,
the person.
Thomas, sorry. I don't want to even believe they rigged. I just want to believe they just wanted to put their vote for an Igbo person, which I think is the
And there's nothing wrong about it. There's nothing
there's
wrong
nothing wrong
about
with
it.
it, but I just feel it's not
There's
a
nothing
right.
wrong.
There must be
Yeah.
in the west, in southwest. There's a lot of people that voted to be that are not thinking through tribal lines, and that is where we should. That's the direction we should be going to. As a Yoruba man, I want to say, okay, this Hausa man is competent, and this Yoruba man, let me vote him, rather than
Yes,
looking at. Oh,
Yoruba should blame themselves for voting Peter Obi now.
no,
Because
they
in their
can.
own region they doesn't vote Yoruba.
You can't blame them. That is how it's meant to be. If you
I know.
think Peter,
That's what I'm just saying that like devil's advocate. They
yeah,
should be blaming themselves now. Of
exactly.
course,
So,
they didn't vote their own, but Peter Obi was wise. The Igbos were wise. They vote for their own,
yeah,
isn't
but
it? They did.
in the Igbo being wise, they shot themselves in the leg because it was that presidential election outcome in Lagos that actually killed this guy. Because I think DRV, even if Sanwo-Olu would have won, it would have been close to what Obi got in the election and Tinubu. The
In the
difference was
presidential election.
but because after that election, presidential election, what the Igbos were saying, Yoruba, Yoruba people, when they don't joke with their land, when it comes to their land, no matter how welcoming they are, they don't. So everybody's antenna came up like, no man's land, Ile Yoruba, this. Obviously, the politicians started capitalizing on just the way Peter Obi capitalized.
But the DOG, Tinubu people not capitalized on that, and they used
Yeah,
it very well.
they use it. Of course, that is politics for you. What do you expect? Okay, if you look at social media now, every platform supporting the obedient is all the bad news about APC they keep posting.
Of course.
And the problem is most of these people on this social media that are youth, that are young, that are listening to, watching and liking and commenting, they can't think out of it. They don't even know politics. They don't know the history of that country they live in, they call them country. So it's what they see there, they bring to you. So if you are trying to have a discussion or conversation with somebody that supports obedience sometimes, if you pay attention, you will see that you can tell that what this person is saying is not what they know, is what they read or heard from all these platforms.
But somebody told them.
Or what somebody
Yeah.
told them. And they just take to it and will argue with you as if they are very sure that was the thing. And it's just not the right. And that's why I think sometimes we keep saying the youth. I think the youth ruling in Nigeria, getting to a position in Nigeria, people you will call you to be people close to their 50s. Because I think if you put like a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old sometimes, if you don't scrutinize the person well, they will just go and fail. Even more than all these old guys. Because sometimes I think the youth in Nigeria don't take their own time to think through things. It's just like Christianity. A lot of Christian goes to church every Sunday, but they don't even read their own Bible to understand. For me as a person, just to make an example, I grew up in a house where we pray every morning and every night. We read the Bible. Even everybody picks a turn every day. You'll be the one to read the Bible. We discuss the Bible and all that. If I go to churches sometimes, if the pastor, the doctrine and the message the pastor is preaching, by myself, I can think through it like this religion is this pastor. What this pastor is saying is not really right. I can't because somebody sit on the altar. But a lot of people don't even read their Bible. You can't go and sit in the garage. You can't, if you sit in the garage, it doesn't make you a car. And that's what I say to people. You can't, if you like, go to
DOG, I like that. So
if you like, go to
sitting in the
church
guy
the
doesn't
whole
make you
year.
a car.
Yeah, if you like, go to church the whole year. If you are a bad person, you are a bad person. Because you
You
go
are a
to church
bad
doesn't
person.
mean
Yes.
a lot of people go to church, they don't even read their Bible by themselves to get understanding of the thing. So it's what the pastor tells them, they just believe. And sometimes I listen to some pastor, I just think this pastor is chatting shit. This is not what I read in the Bible. But a lot of pastors now, especially in that country itself, they will use those messages to manipulate you. And people are not paying attention. And this is the same thing that is happening in our politics. The youth are not paying attention. They are not thinking through
They are
things.
not thinking. They are not
They are not
thinking.
making research.
They
They
just
just
follow the trend. They
and
just follow the
emotions
trend.
and
And
sentiment and just
emotions,
follow, jump on the bandwagon, and that is it. And that is why you will see people like Showore. It will be tough for them. And that is why we will say, oh, Showore needs help. Because if the youths follow somebody like Showore, before you know it, in the next 4 years, all the mamas would have known Showore because those guys are from a family. They connect to people. But the youth, they don't think in that direction. This guy is the youth. Okay, let's follow this guy's movement. Let's start educating our mamas. When we go to the market, in the next 4 years, we would have changed their mindset. But no,
Showore suffer. 14,000 votes. Oh my God. 14,000 votes.
I think Showore has been part of the wake-up call that even because majority of these guys that even support Obi, let me even say from the Southwest, that supported Obi are previously Showore supporters in the past election. They just switch. Any Yoruba youth there are people that have listened to Showore in the past and think, okay, so the Obi wave got them as well. Then Obi was saying things, playing on people's emotional intelligence, and people are not picking it. He capitalized on the Muslim ticket. He started going to churches up and down, started doing all those things. He took advantage of the IPOB and when they ask him questions for somebody that wants to rule Nigeria about IPOB, the way he will answer is very tricky. It's more like, I don't want to say things to offend the IPOB, as long as I don't even want to say things that will make me look as if I'm supporting IPOB too. But at the long run, all these things,
But DOG, some of his followers are hype-up now. You can't take that away. You don't
that's what
want
I'm
to
saying.
offend them.
Exactly what I'm saying. So a lot of he knew they will shift in his direction, obviously. So he made sure he didn't say anything bad about agitation, about his plan, how to stop IPOB. He didn't say anything that will infuriate IPOB people or Biafran people. He makes sure so they can stay with him. So that is why you will see the East voted like that. I don't believe, even if they rig, I don't believe the rigging was that much. I think a lot of the Igbos are just like that. They just think, okay, we've been fighting for this thing. You don't want to give us Biafra. You don't want to listen to us. This is an Igbo man contest. Let us give all our votes. They call us. So if this man can pick this vote and pick other votes from places again, but this is where, if the North didn't exist, to be honest, Obi would have been the president now. But that not. So a politician like Tinubu know where to tap.
You are right, so you are right. So you are right. If
A lot
not
of
don't
them will go,
exist,
a lot of them,
Obi will become
APC was not really banking on the Southeast at all. They were not. You can just tell. And that is why you will see, even when Tinubu started his visit to places, we keep saying, he's not been to this, because he knew what would happen. They've envisaged it. They know that the East won't vote. The East will vote for Peter Obi. So who will suffer it? PDP. So it took his time to go to the North more, where he knew these ones are neutral. The East were not neutral in this election. The Southwest was a bit neutral until after the presidential election, when he started making as if somebody from Anambra that is not even in Nigeria is arguing with people about Lagos, why it must be GRV. So people have never lived in Lagos. So they've traveled from maybe some Southeast states to overseas. Some people are even in the Southeast. They don't even live in Lagos. Some people live in Ibadan, they are Igbo. But you will see them arguing on social media why people should vote GRV. And when you bring in substantial basis of argument to say, oh, this guy is not competent, this guy is not this guy is not that, they don't want to hear you. They don't want to listen at all. They are just that. Then you think, what's even the point of having this discussion with this person? And if it's somebody that doesn't know if he's online, they will appeal in cost generation.
I did some calculation now. The vote Peter Obi got from the southeast is almost 1.7, 1.6 million votes altogether. Let's even remove it from Tinubu's vote. The guy is still winning. So really, to become a president in Nigeria, you don't need the southeast. That is what the calculation is telling me. I'm
Of
just
course,
saying, let's remove all votes.
we've known that for some time now. That's why they call
remove all votes.
You think why
Peter
we
Obi
just call
get
them
from
a
the
dot?
southeast. Yeah, Peter Obi get
Why
from the
just
southeast.
we call
Remove
them
it
a
from
dot?
Tinubu's vote. He's still winning. He's
But
still winning by 1 million votes.
I think they will call you a dot because you are not playing. Because if you are playing the right politics, and I know, okay, these two guys from the southeast can actually win me the whole southeast. The Igbos will have a say and the national state because they have something they are bringing to the table. But you can even tell, aside that Peter Obi wave, you can tell from what has happened in this election that even the Igbos, they are not together as one. You can see that their leaders can't bring them together. If this leader is calling this group doesn't respect that leader. They respect another leader. That other leader too, some other group. So it's hard for them to bring people together, to bring themselves together as one. To say, okay, from the southeast to, because majority in the southwest, we've always known where things are going. It is only like maybe a state like Oyo State, you will say, Oyo State is always dicey depending on who the aspirants are. It is only, but everybody is always facing the same direction. Why is the Southeast not like that? And that is where you can't bring anything to the table. So they don't count you. You are irrelevant to most of other parties aside PDP. Now PDP itself have lost the ground. So from here, I just think from here, I don't know how Peter Obi want to play his politics that will keep his base. I doubt
His
that will happen.
base, yes,
I
his
think
base, yeah.
for
His
me, the
base,
person
that's the word.
somebody like Tinubu, when he start making his move, when he's been after inauguration, when he start doing things, it will swerve a lot of people back to him that this guy is doing things. I think people will respect Tinubu more when he starts doing things. And I think people like that are strategic and I think is a great politician that a lot of young politicians should learn from. I think he had learned from the mistake of Abiola, Awolowo and co. And he has picked a lot of things and he has worked with it and is helping him and he has gotten him to where he wants himself to be today. I think by the time he start playing his politics and started, he will kill that Obi LP wave. He's going to kill it during these 4 years. So at the end of the day, in the next 4 years, if Peter Obi wants to vote, contest, it won't be like this anymore. A lot of people would have shifted their support from him. In the next 4 years, the politics Tinubu, they will kill his politics, they will kill his ambition, because I don't think they even
DOG,
want.
Peter Obi supposed to respect Yoruba. They supported him.
They supported him, but that's where how me I judge people though. I just feel sometimes Peter Obi, I just feel he's not genuine enough with how he dealt with all these things. Like he says some things even during this election, even before his presidential election, he was saying some things that you can't tell where where his faith is. He's more of we Igbos, and he's using everything to bring the Igbos. We must take our country back. If he goes to the Christian, he's making them think about the Muslim ticket. I don't think a leader should be trying to cause division, because that is part of the problem we have now. See how some pastors turn themselves to idiots as well, go on the altar and start telling people, vote Peter Obi, vote Peter Obi, we want to take our country back, these rulers are bad, is because the Peter Obi has been going around and the message is being
But DOG,
people
all
is this
those pastors
Muslim
that gave us, all those pastors that gave us fake prophecy, are people still going to go to that church today? I
Nigeria.
wonder. Nigeria are so gullible. I
You are
don't.
joking, you are joking
It
with
gets me
Nigeria.
annoyed every time. We are so
That church,
gullible.
the church that the pastor said on the altar that this person will win. If you go to the church today, there will be traffic. People are not thinking, why would the pastor, why should even a pastor be saying all those things? Even such things, you don't say it. You don't see vision who is going to win an election and come out and say, oh, God showed you who is going to win an election. Are you must be something else. You keep
DOG,
quiet and preach peace.
If that pastor said, I am permutating, I am guessing, and it failed, I will not get
So
annoyed.
yes, a pastor should
But
not
they will
even
say the
permutate.
spirit.
A pastor should
No,
not permutate.
I'm not even saying. But they will say the spirit of God just whisper to me now.
You
The
can't say
spirit
what
of
God
God.
didn't tell you. This is part of the problem. If God didn't tell you, God didn't tell you. But a lot of people use that their position of being a pastor and have an opportunity to stand in the altar to pass message to people to spew a lot of nonsense. And it's not new in Nigeria. Even from the previous election, a lot of pastors are coming, this person will win. And at the end of the person didn't win. But you will still see crowd in that church. What kind of pastor is that? What kind of pastor go to church and preach hatred? God is not like that. You now turn church to a marketplace where you canvass people for political gains and all those things. It's not done in any church. As a Christian, is bad. I don't support it, and I don't believe any Christian, and I don't think God is like that. Even in the Bible, where they were paying, people were selling things in the temple, playing gamble, drinking. Didn't Jesus go there to scatter everything? That this is a house of God. House of
Yeah,
God is where you should
that is my father's house. You can't buy and
you know.
sell it
You can't be
in
doing
my
all this.
father's house.
You can't come and do your politics in the church. You can't come and sell things you can't come and do all this. But to be honest, for me, I'm a Christian, but I think a lot of people, hunger and laziness has made a lot of pastors we now have a lot of fake pastors, because I think, to be honest, it's now like an alternative for you. If you can talk and you know the Bible, you can open a church and you start. And a lot of people will claim God has called them, even though God didn't call them. It was devil that called them, and the hunger that called them to be a pastor.
DOG, do you know what baffles me? All this big church, NHA, is a medical doctor. He doesn't excel in medical field. This one is an engineer. This one, but they don't excel in their field. But
Yeah, it's
immediately they
fun.
jump to this
Most of
church.
them are fun. Most of them are
Immediately they
most
jump to this
pastors are
church
419.
business.
Most of these pastors are 419. How many genuine man of God do we have? And I just think this election really showed us, and that's what I'm saying again. I think a lot of Nigerians need a lot of thinking. I think to heal, we need to talk about religion, what a Christian should be doing. We need to talk about religion, how Muslims should be able to think through things and think instead of acting based on what is being put in your head, like the case of Deborah. Things like that shouldn't be happening in a country like Nigeria anymore. But because we have religious leaders that are even fake, they are fake. So how do we expect more from these people that go to listen to them? And that's why I always encourage you, if you're a Christian, try and be reading your own Bible. If your pastors are human beings like us, they leave the altar, you don't know what they are doing after. So you can't just say what the pastor is saying to you is what you want to hold on to. You can't go to the class as a student, listen to a lecture and not read for the exam. and believe you will pass because of what you've listened to in the class. Because how many topics have you treated in the class? So if you don't read to revise and put yourself on track, so when you get to the exam, you can pass. How would you pass? You can't pass on based on just what you've jotted down from what you've heard in the class. You need to read the whole thing and know what you are doing. So I think a lot of this religion, people need to start thinking, this religion that I'm doing, it's just like you want to study a course. You have to research. You want to travel to anywhere in the world for holiday, relocation. You need to do your research. Oh, this place I'm going to. So you won't just go and sit down in a church and a pastor is telling you nonsense and you'll be believing it because you yourself, you don't even know the Bible. You don't read your Bible to understand it. These are part of the problem. And I don't know.
DOG, I listened to one pastor. He said if Tinubu become president, he will leave the work of God. He will go and be doing his Okpele and Ifa. And Tinubu
Imagine.
has won now. That same pastor has never come out and show us when he went back to his Okpele and start doing
You see
the
I think those statements sometimes is more like some of those pastors make those statements to make their congregations get scared and think, Muslim ticket, we Christian, we are in soup, which is not so. It's not meant to be so. If God self doesn't preach hatred. If you God, even no matter even if you don't believe in God, God will welcome you and change you through his own ways. So why are you preaching? Because they are trying to preach to the people. It's a way of saying indirectly, don't vote for this Muslim ticket though. It's the way of saying it. And that's the message. Anybody that is sitting down in that church that is a member is speaking from it. Like, this Muslim, which is not meant to be so. We need to be able to think beyond that religion, tribal, and look at, no sentiment. If we can play that kind of politics in Nigeria, you will see people will be electing a good aspirant in a position that they would deliver, at least bit by bit. Look at Lagos State. We keep complaining about godfatherism. But if you look at the track record from Tinubu till now, there has been improvement. Those are the things we should be looking at.
drastic improvement. DOG, I don't want to sound like broken record. I've told you my experience when I went to Nigeria now.
Yeah.
I reached some place, I missed my way. I don't know my way anymore. I lived in Lagos for almost 12 years straight. I got to Agege Pen Cinema. Everything, bridge, overhead bridge, development, infrastructure everywhere. You
Lagos
can't
is
doubt
moving.
that.
Lagos is moving. I live somewhere in Sunrise, Beachland Estate in Lagos. And funny enough, even before I left Nigeria, every day you will see something new. You will just get to somewhere one day, just something is new, and that is you can see the development coming. And these people have told us they have a blueprint, there is a map already for these things, and they are achieving it. So why should I say that kind of person should not continue? Why do I want to bring somebody that wants to now come and demolish some of those things and push some of those things aside and believe, the money source where they are generating money from, you want to take the money and give to the people. It's time for people to enjoy. What kind of enjoyment? It's just like that governor that said he wants to do happy hour. He wants to do happy hour. Is it a River State or wherever? So that we as Nigerians, I think this election has left to me, I would say something. I think this election is one of the best elections we've had in Nigeria so far. Because even though there are issues here and there, you can't compare it to what it used to be. We can't. It's quite different. I know a lot of people like Obedience who say, they rigged, they do this. Whoever almost every this party rigged. I even saw a video yesterday where a Labour Party official was trying to buy, is it Beaver's code or whatever, and they took off in their
Really?
in
Oh my
in Lagos.
God.
They took off. They wanted to buy, so they were trying to live in their cars. So a lot of people went around them. So one of them snatched the ID card from one of them in the car. It was a Labour Party official, and they zoomed off immediately. That guy,
Wow.
that is Labour Party. They just zoomed off. So these
Wow.
things, because these people too, most of them are PDP member. They've been rigging. They know all these
Oh
things
yes, of
too.
course. They know all the pattern of
They
rigging.
know the pattern and all those things. So everybody is trying to do this, but if fine, but left to some obedience, APC is the only one that is rigging. APC is the only one that is beating people. There are places in the southeast too that they've suppressed the Yoruba from voting, but you won't see all that because what the bloggers want traffic, so they will go in the direction. You won't see, okay, how many media house was giving news of where was peaceful yesterday during the election. They want to give, because if I'm open my TV now, I'm listening to and they say, this place is peaceful, you won't be interested. We want to hear there is trouble. So they are bringing news where there is
GOG.
trouble.
It's what people want to hear, they will bring to you. They will not bring
Of
any
course,
peaceful election. Yeah,
that's
I
true. I mean,
understand you. You are
mhm.
very right. Yes.
Good news doesn't sell.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hello,
So,
Adewale, how are you?
Doing fine, my brother.
Yeah.
Nice to hear you.
You are right. Good news never sell. Good
of
news will
course,
never sell.
it's true. It's not. There's nothing to listen to. Oh, it's peaceful. Yeah, good. But they're breaking somebody's head. I even saw a video.
Wọ́n
One
ti ṣẹ́
man,
nìkan
white.
ládàá. Wọ́n ti ṣẹ́ nìkan
One
ládàá.
man,
Wọ́n ti
one man in
yìnbọn.
white. He was claiming the toy is clothes. If you wear a white top like that and the toy your clothes, you will see some stains. The clothes to me is clean. So it's more like you now did a recording to say, oh, they are beating us there. Even Wasia and they make people beat people down there. No video, nothing. Just a recording with a clothes that was
Wàsíù
torn. The
Àyìndé,
clothes, you are
as big
wearing
as the
white.
guy is.
You are wearing white. The white has no stain, and they ripped your top. How come the white top doesn't have? And they took your gold watch in a situation of that country. Who wears? He said he wears 24-karat gold watch to a polling booth with that situation. Even as an Igbo man, knowing that you're in Lagos and anything can happen, you now took your 24-karat gold wristwatch and wore it. So they tore your clothes and they took your gold wristwatch. So where is the evidence when they are beating you? Because that's why sometimes in the presidential they say, they beat some people. I say, where is the video? Because people are, if you are dying like this, if you are sinking in a mud, Nigerians will bring out their phone to record you before they think of bringing you out to save your life. So I don't see how there is no way you won't record something, a little recording to show up, to even show Wasiu's face. They would have done it if they have the chance, if it really happened. So you came and stay in front of a camera. So whatever you say, we should just believe it. And you will see a lot of all these bloggers on social media were posting it, but you will see traffic, all these obedience will come again, cause everybody, these people, it will be better for APC. Anyway, that is supporting APC, their generation will suffer. Can't you people just think out of the box sometimes? Forget your sentiment and what you believe in. Does it even look
DOG,
real?
DOG. I listened to one channel. One lady said, anybody that votes for APC and PDP, cancer, now you go kill them. Diabetics, now you go kill them. I was
It's
just
just
laughing.
it doesn't we need to move on real quick from this way of politics, honestly. We need to move if you want development, and if the youth, for me, if the youth will have opportunity to take a chance, the youths in that country now need to start thinking out of the box. You can't just buy what people say to you. How long have you been in this democracy? A lot of people have come and said things to us. They never achieve it. So you should know that it goes beyond somebody just coming, looking nice, acting humble, and saying things. Governance is beyond all those things. Anybody can sound anyhow. I can have people script things for me and I can come and read those things. Do I even have any idea of how to accomplish those projects? Probably no. But I can read it out and say it to you because that is what you want to hear. So we need to start thinking out of the box. Okay, what is this person's track record? How has this person been handling things? we've seen different tweets of GRV supporting IPOP, saying a lot of things. That alone calls for questioning. And you expect that it's not even now in the East is contested.
No, they don't care now. So far, it is not Tinubu's surrogate. They don't care.
You know,
They don't
it's
care.
not
They don't
even
want.
in
They
the
don't want to
East.
know what
It's
the
not
GRA
even
is
in
capable
Yoruba
of
land.
doing.
And this same guy, this same person, you people want him to be governor of Lagos after you people have already even, because I think that is part of what killed his vote. Because even if he wouldn't have won that election, I think it would have been close with Sanwo-Olu if the Igbos don't start all those nonsense talk they started after that presidential election. Because all of a sudden, I started seeing on social media that majority of the Yoruba people that will comment and support the obedience started changing what they are saying, Lagos is Ikini, what is wrong with this Igbo people? Didn't we vote for Obi? Why are we saying it's everybody just started saying it's Sanwo-Olu? Before that, you will see that is LP, everybody will be supporting on social media. You just see that some people were switching. I just see that thing, that was just a shift in that just 1 week that they postponed the election. You just see people on social media that a lot of people that would have been supporting this GRV have changed their direction to Sanwo-Olu. And it's because of the utterances they keep getting from the Igbos. And obviously, politicians will capitalize on it. Just like the way Obi was capitalizing on the Muslim ticket and all these things that was going on to channel people to his own side. It's the same way, you know? So I think a lot of politicians, especially young politicians in Nigeria, has a lot to learn from Tinubu himself and this election that has just gone now. They need to sit down and think through it and see, okay, how to move forward. Because if you want to have the youth in positions, in governance in that country, the youth have a long way to go. I saw a lot of youth that they've cross-carpeted parties just because they want a ticket. Sometimes you need to look at how you want to climb the ladder in politics as much as a youth. It need to be gradually. You can't cross carpet from one party because you just want a particular position. Even that position, if you leave this party to go and to other party, what's the guarantee you will win? It affected a lot of people. Somebody like Shina Pella keep cross carpeting parties just because they want to be senator. I don't see why you want to be senator where you can go again as an honorable, then step so that person that is over you in hierarchy can actually contest for the senator. But you went ahead, you went on primaries, the guy defeated you, then you changed party, you went to Accord to go and take the senatorial ticket, but you didn't win. And now APC has the president, APC has this, and you are from APC. So politics is moving forward from the politics of the hold. It's back in the days you can be doing all that. I think because I think that can even kill your political career as a young politician. You need to be stable. You need to be stable. And being stable is part of what helps our democracy. But when you see this person has been in APC, this person has been in PDP, this person has been in HAB, only you have been in all the parties. That means you support all the idea of the party. So what kind of politics are you really playing? Belay infrastructure politics. That means you just want to go there and enrich yourself. Because if you have the idea you believe in, you will stick to one party, regardless of whether you win a ticket or not. And look forward to the next election if you are so that ambitious and you have nothing else to do. How do I come in again in the next election? But let our politicians, let them be stable in one place. Stop jumping from one party to some politicians in Nigeria they've been a member of all the parties in Nigeria, all the major parties in Nigeria. They've been in APC, they've been in PDP, they've been in ABGA, they've been in the Labour Party, they've been in every party. So I think there's a lot of, even though I believe we've improved in our democratic system, the election I think it's improved because before it used to be more crazy than this, but I think there is a big difference. So fine, a lot of people won't agree because they couldn't transmit, they were inputting votes manually and all those things. People will say that, but that is what we've even been using. This BVAS has just been introduced. So we expect them to struggle a bit and probably improve in it in the next coming elections. But yeah, we need to wake up from in that country now and realize the kind of politics we are playing. If you are playing in tribal politics, it's time to move away from it. If you are playing religious politics, it's time to move away from those things. Should not come or be a determinant in the politics we are playing. And we need to move on and believe Nigeria will move forward from here and believe everybody we've elected. So people will say we didn't elect them. Oh well, and I see some people calling Obi their president. When they swear in whoever is the elected president, I want to see whether you want to go and chase him from his office and not to do his job. Then you will hear when. But going forward, let's heal. I want the Igbos to know that we love them. I'm a Yoruba person. I grew up around Igbos. I have Igbos as my neighbors. I have Igbo friends. So I think we are one and we love you. And you people are part of Lagos, the ones living in Lagos, because a lot of them don't live in Lagos, but they have a say. They want to say something about Lagos. I don't understand it. So we need to move on from all these things. We are one. Let everybody go back to their various businesses and believe everybody that has been able to be elected in a position would have learned from all these dramas and the changes Obi have brought, and people have showed that they are really worried about how the governance has been in the country for so long. I think that alone too would have changed our politicians, especially the ones that are elected now, to do more for the masses and think of the masses more. Thank you, Thomas.
I think Thomas is no longer in the house, but I'm still here.
Okay.
I'm
It's
listening
just
to you. You've spoken well.
it's just probably me and you alone left.
Maybe other people were sleeping. I was sleeping earlier too when I woke up and I was like, oh, I haven't joined. I wanted to join but late before, but I slept off. You know,
Yeah.
you've spoken with my brother. I think you've confirmed some of the things that I actually wanted to say. I was a little bit shocked. You know, when I want to gauge the some of the mindset of the youth in Nigeria, I usually go online to some of these bloggers and see how they comment. And sometimes those things, their comments are not really making sense. But what I found out that was kind of astonishing to me was that they quickly turn on Labour Party. Like this statement of no man's land resonated with them. I thought it was a joke, but they took it seriously. Like we're going to capture Lagos thing. People that I know that comment during the presidential election, that their comments were,
Hello?
abusing. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear
sorry.
you. I can hear you.
Can I just input something? You know, this issue of this no man's land, I
Mm.
started way back as 1970. I have a copy of the Daily Times now. You see on the headline of the newspaper, Lagos is no man's land. It says,
They took it serious for real. I was surprised. Some of those kids that word their comments and they usually support Peter Obi. They were so loud about no, Lagos State is not about Igbos, this and that. I was like, wait a minute, this is serious. Now, if the thugs haven't been, disrupting the election to yesterday, I said Peter Obi, Sanwo-Olu would have still won the election
yeah,
regardless.
that's
But
why I'm not happy about that.
It might,
Because
it might not.
eh,
It might just be the gap might not be too much, but
yeah.
it would have
yeah,
still won.
No,
they will
that
find
the
something.
gap will be huge because this kid took it serious. They took it
No, I know. I'm
like,
saying if they didn't come up with that Lagos is no man's land after the presidential election,
yeah,
that Peter will be with at least maybe some people would think Sanwo-Olu is capable, yes, but at least majority of those votes would have still gone to GRV,
yeah.
even
I
not
actually,
qualified.
I thought before that momentum has its own limitation and you can only ride it for a while. After some time, the music will die down, and that momentum was for OB, not for GRB.
Exactly.
And you know, this is a guy that unfortunately is still a political novice. If we're to be somebody who has a pedigree, you know, politically established, it will have been a different ballgame. Now, the question is that would he have found a good routine in Labour Party if it were to be an old order? I I I doubt it. Someone like only Peter Obi that could easily transform from an old order to obedient, you know, kind of a person. Now, what I also said is that the way they they unleash the venom on anyone that they think looks like an Igbo is quite shocking. But you know, I get it. I mean, you can't say that all the polling booths in Lagos State are the where they have all this mayhem. Some of the polling booths were actually peaceful. But you said it sometimes
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
GOD.
Majority of the polling booths are even peaceful.
Yeah. But
It's just like few three places or like four places, And
yeah.
even at that, I think that's why I said, to be honest, if we really want to face it, aside that people will say, "Oh, INEC didn't transmit the results automatically; they did it manually." This election was still part of the best election we had in that country because
You said something earlier. You talked about the celebrities and these bloggers concentrating on Lagos State, having this fixation on Lagos State only. I mean, for crying out loud, there are 36 states in Nigeria, including Abuja. And then, uh, hardly you will see any uh, video of malpractice or whatever coming out from any part of the
other
country.
states.
Yeah,
And
and
Mr.
I
Dewale,
saw the
you
video,
see,
man.
it's
You know, I
even
saw
crazy. It was crazy in Oyo State few days to that election, and we didn't even hear anything about it.
anything.
wow,
Yeah.
wow,
You know, there was a video I saw on
They
Twitter.
they killed almost like six people. I,
wow, in Oyo
as
State.
in, I
Yeah.
shared I think I shared some of the pictures. There is no way we can even bring it here.
Wow.
There is no way you can bring that kind of picture and post here.
You know,
And
there
you
was
can't, you won't see any of that on
And you
social
didn't
media.
hear from that, but you know, it's only the one. You know, another thing is that I won't be surprised if station like Arise News also project that tomorrow in their daily telecast, showing online in Lagos and all those other states like Bauchi where they were uh, selling votes, I mean, buying votes and all that. But you know, like I always say, it's like a six to some, it's like a six to some, it's like nine. Depend
something.
on any
Can I play it
perspective
for
that
you?
you look
Mm,
at it.
yeah.
There was a video I saw on Twitter. Labour Party thugs and PDP, they were facing themselves like this, throwing bottle to yourself, like
Hmm.
that normal fight to fight in Lagos Island.
Hmm.
And I was like, wow. So all these kind of things happened here yesterday, and they couldn't even show us anything. All they did is to concentrate on Lagos, 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 Lagos.
Yeah, but that's another thing.
Lagos is the
People
bomb. Lagos is the bomb.
people
Thomas,
need
Thomas,
to.
Thomas,
People,
Thomas, can you play video today?
Do you have any video?
I sent one man many videos.
It's only one man that can do that. It's only one man that can do that. One man is sleeping now, so it's only one man that can do it.
You see, what is it called? Shinedu's mom lamenting the way she was talking. I was like, what's wrong with this woman? He was talking as if she owns she owns Lagos State. Yeah, they were buying vote. I said, what's wrong with this woman?
I
You see,
mean, she was just being an abiyama. You know, there's
yes,
no there's no
exactly.
parent that will sit back and saying that I mean, the mayhem should be should be condemned. It was unnecessary.
yeah.
It wasn't good for coexistence. It wasn't good for the election. It wasn't good for anybody, and it should be condemned and condemned totally. And
And
I think the Lagos State APC deliberately
But
allowed it.
Adewale,
Yeah.
hold on there, please. Can you say they asked for it?
Well, I won't use the word actually. I think the momentum kind of led to it because, you know, I went back. I have that video clips where a gentleman was talking about the next place is to capture Lagos. Uh, when I watched it again, I wasn't offended. Me being not partisan in the first place, but at the same time, people living in Lagos will sit back and say, "Look, no way." And then I started reading some argument online where they were saying that majority of the Labour Party agents and members who are majority are from the southeastern part of the country. And I was
Not even
like,
majority. I saw like three different videos where their agents were being interviewed and they are all complaining. "Ah, they didn't allow us to do this, they chased us, they did it." Everyone, almost 10 people
and the
that were
argument online was that why is the fixation on Lagos? Why must Lagos
Yes,
be the target?
yes,
So I
yes.
think kind of like riled out a lot of people, and they were so they were ready to vote for Sowolu. I mean, honestly,
Can I
there's
interject?
yeah,
nothing.
you see, Mr. Adewale, you see, my thing is that's why I said I think the obedient themselves killed this guy's GRV guy vote themselves because they always say something in Yoruba. They say Ogun Awitele, òun parọ́ tó bá gbọ́n."
Hmm.
It's like the Igbos have announced it already. Like, we want to come and take over Lagos with GRV, are voting GRB, capitalizing on the obedient movement. So immediately
Hmm.
they came out and they started, oh, Lagos is no man's land, and now it's GRV next. We want Lagos, so be one Lagos, so GRV will win. So obviously, a Yoruba man would think, wait a minute. Hey,
Hmm.
these people are not joking. No. They want to take our land because you won, of which we are part of the people that vote for your own man that came from Southeast in the presidential election, thinking, okay, we like him. And so why are you now being fixated on Lagos, taking over Lagos? Now that this guy has lost, because we gave you our vote, Abi, we will show you. Obviously, the Agbero choose will come because every time.
I have close family members that vote for Peter Obi. I didn't change
Mm.
their mind. That is their choice. I didn't influence them. I said, well, if you want to vote for him, so be it.
Hmm.
So be
You
it.
see,
I don't
and
care.
sometimes, as long as we don't want to entertain division and all those things in that country, a lot of people will say things about Igbo are like this, Igbo people are like this. All those things people always complain about actually reflected in the Igbos in this election. And I think like somebody like that chief priest, all of them started supporting Sanwo-Olu now, saying no, it's Sanwo-Olu they wanted to support because they know what they have property in Lagos, they have businesses in Lagos, they have multi-million building for a club in Lagos. So they know what they are getting from the government, what the government has done that has helped their business. So all of a sudden, this GRV
I
guy
mean,
wants to come
Sanwo-Olu
because he's
hasn't done badly at all,
at all. So
at all.
apart from the only thing people are using, all these people are using against Olu, they keep pointing to NSAS, NSAS. This guy came and protested with you. This guy told you, "Oh, I will take." He went to the presidency, went to complain to the presidency.
Oh
He
yeah.
came back the day they shot, the day the soldiers shot, and that's why I keep saying, I've been saying since even that period because it was a sensitive period. I said on this platform, I said I don't think the way they've gone with that NSAS thing. I didn't think they handled it well. The people that started the NSAT, they should have had people spearheading you. So if I'm complaining to you as
One thing, my
if we are
brother.
complaining to you, if you are our boss, Mr. Dewale, and we are protesting, obviously we are protesting because we want to dialogue with you and
Yeah,
make
but
our
they
request
were
known to
invited.
you.
Remember, Oshibajo invited them.
They didn't go.
AIG invited them. They were even fighting Macaroni because Macaroni chose not to go.
Go.
And those people that went, they were condemning them for going.
When
Remember, they started with NSAS. Then they also moved to Buhari must go
must go.
for
You know,
3 weeks. So,
and
I mean,
that
what
is
would
it.
you do if you're a governor?
What's the
What would
essence
you
of
do?
protest? Because you want people to listen
You
to you. Now they
barricaded
gave
the
you the
entire
platform
road
to
that leads
listen
to a
to.
certain region of the state, and those people over there can come to the town to conduct business. You can barricaded that road for 3 weeks. What would you expect a sitting governor to do?
Exactly. And exactly
Yeah.
for me, the reason of protest is you want to be heard, you want to be listened to. They now give you a platform to come but nobody wanted to go there. So what do you expect them to do? To watch you people turning the country upside down
DOG, do
without
you know
no
what
answer?
scared Buhari? Do you
Fine,
know
it
what
was
scared
wrong.
Buhari?
It was wrong. It was wrong. They came to shoot and all that. But obviously, there must be something. Then, when you hear a state government say there is curfew, at that point, at 7 o'clock, everybody should be on the way to their house. Because when there is curfew, that could be arrest, which should have been the normal thing rather than shooting at people, which I don't support. But I
You know what?
think they
You know what
went
I think about
overboard. I think they
answers?
went overboard as well. And a lot of jobless people too capitalize on that. They come, everybody pack their car, play music. The one that will smoke Igbo. It is now more like a carnival
A
than really to achieve.
lawless gathering. You know what I think about answers? This may sound a little bit conspiratory in the nature, but this is where I feel about it. You know, um, I guess I watched too many uh, what do you call them?
Nigeria movie.
Spy
Nigeria
movie.
movie.
So I
No
don't watch
spy
Nigerian
movies,
movie. All those spy movies that you
Nigerian
may call
movies
it
scare.
fiction, but it has some element of truth in them.
Mm.
Um, you know, politicians are very terrible people. What happens in the North Africa that's called uh, Arab Spring? It can happen in Nigeria, but that's what they wanted to replicate in Nigeria. And then they wanted to start from a commercial place like Lagos, that will attract, attention. Now, what I think happened was that there's some elements or some people behind the curtain
Mm.
that planted those seeds. Ideally, it was a good cause because those kids, especially those younger artists and all that, being harassed. I mean, for time immemorial, they've always been harassed anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But then they sold it to them. Sometimes you may be actively working for somebody without even realizing that you are working for somebody's benefit.
Mm-hmm.
They sold it to them. Look, we can support this cause. We can push it out there. And I tell you what, even Fela sang it in the song. Nigerians don't like to be inconvenient for too long. They don't have time for all that. They protest, they move on. After 2, 3 days, they will even begin to yab you. But no,
Mm-hmm.
when you have people constantly pumping money, I mean, to the point that they were serving them food, they were bringing
Food,
them
yeah,
water. Now, it
water.
tells you that
They
somebody
pay
already
for
put that,
DJ to come and
somebody,
play.
somebody planted it because those elements uses the good course to latch on so that they can plant it. Now, at the end of the day, they started degenerating and slow burning into something bigger on a daily basis. They were invited because I think the state governments and federal government foresee that this thing might be, getting bigger, and they invited them. They didn't go because they have no central coordination. They were just doing it. The people coordinating it were faceless. But then, to the public, it was as if they have no direction. Nobody was in charge. And that was how they continued to the point that they started blocking some celebrities' account. Remember. Now, at the end of the day, they were invited. The video went to Abuja, talked to IG. The particular group of people, police force, were disbanded, right? After that, what happens? I think something happens in between. They went back again and said, look, Buhari must go. Why? Because they said the same people that were disbarred from answers now already working for another group or something like that. And I said, well, we cannot retire these people from the force. We still have to utilize them. I bet we have to, reorientate and train them and all that. Then they started attaching, police. They went with some demand about police salaries and training and all sort of right. So at the end of the day, those demands, some of them were met, but they were pushing it because they wanted to cause attention so that the government of the day will see them as a threat. Remember, people don't usually forget, even here in America, there were protests, there was NSAS protests everywhere. No.
Adewale, please hold on. Can you sum up with this, my question? What are we gained from NSAS? Please.
NSAS created obedience. That's the only gain. And NSAS snowballed into obedience. NSAS created that sentiment. All right.
To be
So that
honest,
is
I think I agree with your theory in a kind of way because I remember there was a video during that NSAS when they now started. You don't even now know who is who because there was a video that showed luxurious SUVs coming to drop miscreants and touts with cutlass, and you would think, would this man? How would this guy be in a Lexus Jeep of 2018,
dropping
2020,
them off.
dropping them off. So I agree with you. There are some elements that are trying to use that NSAS as well. Because that day I saw the video, somebody say, "I see, oh, they are dropping to see how do." I saw that video and I'm thinking, truly,
Yeah. Do you?
who is bringing these thugs, dropping
Those
them off with this
those
kind of Jeep?
guys coming out today to disrupt the voting process today. Do you think they will be the same people that will be burning those buildings and unleashing the mayhem in Lagos?
No
Do you
way.
think they're the same group of people? So where were those people that were burning buildings and causing mayhem in Lagos at that time? Where are they? Those area boys? Are they a different group?
It's just
I think I try to read between the lines and try to put that conspiracy theory in place, and it did happen because obedient movement started from it, and they latched onto it, and the gullible youth latched onto it and believe it firmly, and they massively voted for Obi, thinking that they are changing and making the changes. Not remembering that Obi is also part of the old guard. Some of them were
exactly.
family in primary school when he was the governor of Anambra State. So how come that transformation happens in between the time that he left government and now? People don't learn about issues. In fact, some of these
I just
younger ones
think
don't even know that he was once a governor.
I think it's selfish again for the obedient to think, oh, you casted your vote for your own principle. Other people that counted their votes doesn't matter. You believe you won election. There are other people that have voted this guy in the southwest, in the north, and so their own vote. You believe it's just that your vote that gets to be the presidency. He should be the one that should be in the president. Some of them till today they will still say, "Oh, our president. You are the one that we know as our president." And I think about it. But leaving that, I was just going to ask you, how do you think we can move on from here and heal the ones that needs healing? What are the things you think can be put in place? Or are we just going to be the same Nigeria that, oh, once something else happened, everybody will move on. Then another news will happen. Then before we know it, we forget about it, or people will go back to watching their Big Brother Africa. But I just feel there is a way every region in that country needs healing, and people needs healing with what has transpired between this election period. Because we can't fold our hands and think this is where it ends. Now the election is over. We don't know what the Igbos have in plan in Lagos. Because I feel the Igbo now will feel uncomfortable, a bit uncomfortable in Lagos. Even though, for me as a person, I believe the Yoruba people are the people that, even after they've scotched their beef, they just move on. They don't keep malice in that manner. We are welcoming people. We ourselves are people that, even if a Yoruba man, you won't even know whether he's suffering or not. We are jovial, we are welcoming, accommodating. We just move on quickly from things
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah,
But
but
at
the Yoruba will say the person that excrete the waste will forget about it, but the person that packed the waste will not forget about it. So I want to believe that our brothers and sisters from the southeast, they already, I think they being at the receiving end would not actually forget about the incident, but there's a chances that they might be trying to strategize for for future purposes. But one thing I also know as Nigerians generally, whether Yoruba or Saibo, We are the type of people that we sometimes we move on, but we don't forget about what happened.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah, which I agree because that is part of where we are. Is like when I see young people talking about Biafra, IPOB, and they are so passionate about it. Oh, what has always been my thought is I would think you are not even alive then. Why are you letting this eat into you? It's causing hatred, is
yeah,
affecting
but you know, do you know? Sorry to cut you short. You
yeah.
know, if we put ourselves in the shoe of an Igbo person, how would you feel in a country since you have been born? You've never seen somebody called President Chukwemeka, President, Chinedu, President this, I
Yeah.
think it has to do with identity issue as well. So
Obviously, yeah,
they
I get your
felt
point.
being
But
left out.
what should be thinking is again, what we should be thinking is okay, let's for example, I have a son, he goes to school, then he comes back, then he was the last in class, and I think, how come you are last? I can't question why he's last. That means he's not performing. Are the Southeastern playing the politics right? Because if you look at this election, it just make it open how the
Yeah,
Southeast
but
are
what
coming
if that
together.
child is antisocial? What if that child has been uh, marginalized one way, systemically marginalized? You
Yeah,
know,
which is what I'm trying to say now. Let's say systemically they've been marginalized, yes, fine. But for how do we sensitize these people to move on from that idea in their head and try to think out of the box and look at moving forward? Because I think this thing needs we keep we keep sweeping it under the carpet. Every time this thing happens, then it doesn't really do much to us. Then we sweep it under the carpet. In the next 4 years, this thing will come up again. And then
you know,
another. So
I
how do we
I
okay,
I think
let me
the
ask you the
the
question like
fortune,
this.
the future of the Southeast is
Yeah,
in their hand.
exactly.
Is in their
So
hand.
are they even still doing the right thing? Because I believe this should be like a foundation for them to move in that direction. But to me now, I think, like I said earlier, I've seen that it's obvious that the Northerners
Mm.
rather form alliance with the Southwesterners rather than the Southeasterners.
It is so obvious.
And it's obvious that the Yorubas too will either prefer to go with the Northerners than the Southeasterners,
They've,
even
they've, they've
before
always
this
been their
election.
allies for a
So
very long
this
time.
election now that just went past, as the Igbo, as they have the Southeasterners, have they done anything different to channel them to have a say?
My brother, please tell me one Yoruba man, a credible Yoruba politician that was contesting against Tinubu in the Southwest. Tell me one person. Don't tell me Adewale. Don't tell me Shawari. These are just
No, those
inconsequential
ones. Yeah,
people.
I
So
get
tell,
what you mean.
you see,
The carry
it
of
has
the
to do
person.
with uh being
No, Adewale, I got one.
who,
I got one. Call Abiola.
please,
Mr.
Come on,
please,
Mr. Oji, can I say something, please?
please.
Big
But
QB, yeah.
before you say
Yes.
something real quick, I'm trying to drive at
Okay.
something. You
Okay.
know, if you look at it, Yoruba may disagree with Tinubu's uh, political ways, but then they chose deliberately decided to step down. Some of them, supported him. Some did not support him. But then, no, even in PDP, no other person. Even in Southwest, I mean, in APC, no credible established politician. It was only him. So it was easier for him to galvanize and mop up some of those votes that he was able to get from the South, apart from Lagos. I'm not sure. Even in Osun, he did quite well. He almost got it in Osun State. So even a typical Oyo State, he got it. It seems the entire region are in unison in making sure that a Yoruba man gets there. Now, you can't actually say that in the Southeast. Is it the Ebonyi? Is it the Anambra? Is it the Imo? Is it the Enugu? They are all fall into different uh, group. And I expect, you see, sometimes you make alliance, even though the person you are making alliance with may not be your best friend. You may not even be able to stand that person for a second. But you are making an alliance for future, for the purpose of future. You are calculating. Now, you come together in unison. It is so pathetic. When the meeting was held in Asaba during the South governors meeting, they all agreed, they signed an agreement that this power must come to the South, whether South or Southwest or South or Southeast. No, Southeast or Southwest. They all agreed. Only for one of the brothers, talking about the Delta governor now, to accept that vice presidential candidacy. And from Abubakar, that alone shows people that are not really ready to capture the power. Because if you do, look at what happens in APC. Like I said, no credible or established politician stand up to challenge Tinubu's aspiration because they knew they needed somebody who is well established, who is more stronger. And then they supported him after he won the primary, even before the primary. Now, I expect that to be replicated in the Southeast. You've chosen Obi to be your Ashiwaju. Now, how have you been able to form alliance with other political party, APGA, PDP in those areas, even APC in Mboi, because their governor now moved to APC. We form alliance with all these people so that, I mean, look at it. APC and PDP formed alliance in Oyo State because it's for a cause. And the government of the day in Oyo understood the assignment
God
and it
bless you.
massively
It was from
voted for
PDP, and
APC.
they were against Atiku as well, and they
Yeah.
understand. Thank you.
I mean, I learned
Carry
that
on.
it was massively voted for in yesterday too because people felt he did perform the assignment given to him. You know that he did what he has to do during the presidential election. So I
Election.
expect that same thing to replicate, to play out.
Funny enough,
You
on the
know,
platform, we thought it would be the sacrificial lamb when the old saga,
honestly, yeah, you are right. I was scared for him too. I was really
you know.
scared. You know, but you look at the Atoize, who publicly denounced and said Obi is not going to be president.
But Adewale, hold on before we continue.
Mm.
Do we have any updates? Any winner from any states? Any updates? Because we are just in the dark. We don't even know what is going on here.
BQB is in Nigeria. I think he wanted to say, so I don't know
Adewale,
whether
please,
he's
if you
trying to
can give
update
me
us.
some minutes.
Oh,
Do we
yeah,
have
sure.
BQB? Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and hello, brother. How are you,
Yeah,
my brother?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's nice
Yes.
joining
Do
the
we have
show
any
this morning.
updates? Yeah, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so
It's
much.
not. Most of it are not really official. They are just on different
In-house,
platform.
in-house,
Yes, in house. Yes, I
situation
think
room,
it's
situation room.
no. Most of the one we have are usually from the APC people. Of course, all the normal APC stronghold local government, Alimosho, Ikorodu, Epe, Badagry, those places, they were posting some good results. So with those results, the camp of the APC, at least.
Have we lost BQB?
I think we lost. Yeah, I think we lost BQB. Hello, BQB.
Yeah,
That is
hello.
Nigerian factor. Yeah, we can hear you now. Continue.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm actually driving, so I'm moving from. I'm in Ikeja now, local government now. I'm
Okay.
driving from
Yeah.
Alimosho to Ikeja, so the network might be going off and on sometimes. Am
No,
I
no, we
on
can
now?
hear you now. Yeah, we
Okay,
can hear you
yes.
now. We
So
can hear you now. Yeah.
what I was saying is that I was just trying to talk about the ethnic. You can't really understand and feel the way it is if you're a Yoruba man living in abroad.
Come on. We keep losing you, BQB.
He said he's driving, so he'll be going off
It's
and on.
driving. Nigerian network, we go bad to you now. Ikeja is a big
Hello.
place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. Continue.
Hello. Yeah. So what I was
Yeah, we
saying
can hear
is,
you.
you cannot really understand you cannot really feel that ethnic hate if you are abroad. If you are here, you will feel it more. But even if you like Peter Obi, yesterday you would have casted your vote for Sanwo-Olu. The way the
Mm,
non-Yoruba people are taking it is too serious and very, very
mm,
difficult.
mm.
That
Wow.
we had to go and all our old women, all our yeah, 80, 90, we had to go and carry them out to come and vote. Most of these women didn't vote
Wow.
during the last presidential
Presidential
elections.
election.
So even in
Yeah.
Alimosho, we recorded significant numbers in the margin of win in all the local governments for Sanwo-Olu, and basically it's
Osawolu.
Yoruba's vote. For Sanwo-Olu, it's
Wow.
Yoruba's vote. So it's just like a protest vote to show these people. These people say it to your face. Most of what you people see abroad are just they are
No, no,
just
no,
social
no, no,
media.
no. Bill KB. Hold
Yes,
on. Have you ever
yes,
seen anybody say that to your face? I'm
yes.
sorry
Now
for asking
you,
that
of
question.
course, no, yes. Now you interact with them. Now you know most of the service sector, like
Oh, we
maintain your
lost
car
Bill
or
KB
something. They
again.
are in charge.
Yeah, we
All these
can hear
spare
you. Yeah,
parts.
go on. We can hear you. Yeah.
If I reach, I'll
Uh
try and join again.
yes,
Okay.
please. Yeah,
We'll
please.
be
We
looking
want
forward
to
if you
hear from
join.
you. Yeah, if you reach where you are going, please. We want to hear from you.
If
So
I
I
reach,
would love
I'll
to hear.
join. Yes, if I reach, I'll
Yes, yeah,
join.
yes.
I'll join to
We
drop
are
my
we are
phone.
here.
Yes, let me just start.
We are still here.
Yes, I'll be listening.
Yes.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm
we are
listening.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Adewale, go on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Adewale, that question I asked you before, Bill Kibi said somebody has said it to his face that Lagos is no man's land. And that is, I haven't, nobody has said it to my face. I haven't heard it from anybody. This is
But
the rhetoric you've been
you are
hearing
not in
for.
Nigeria. You are not in Nigeria. It's telling you on ground that we are abroad. We don't really get what was going on in Lagos. And I told you
Wow.
last week
Wow.
I noticed that shift on social media. Like usually the people that will come online and say
Yeah.
LP, they started saying Sanwo-Olu. If anybody put GRV, you see people put Sanwo-Olu, same people that would have been saying LP. So I think
Wow.
that's why I said they shot themselves in the leg. They should have just kept quiet after that election when Peter Obi won Lagos and look at, okay, let's move GRB forward and not bring in all those, Lagos is no man's land. You can't say that to people. I can't even come to Anambra or anywhere in the east or anywhere in the north and say me as a Yoruba or we group of Yoruba in the area to be saying that place is no man's land. Nobody will accept that. You can't come to my house and tell me I own your house. I can chase you
You know,
out of your house. How
you
now?
know, you know what I've realized as a student of this thing called political science is that
As a student.
yes, I'm
Go
still
on.
learning it. Politics is a
You
science.
are not a you
Yeah,
are not a student, my brother. You are
I,
you are you are a
No,
senior. Yeah, go on, Adewale, go
I'm
on. Yeah.
still a student. It is a science because it brings a lot of components that makes it
I know,
work.
I know, I know. Yeah.
What I realize is that populism have its limitation. Uh, Whenever the populism is being practiced, culture will always take center stage, and you have to factor that in. Even though Obi can be seen as a populist, some of these people always started as a populist because they appeal to the sentiment of the electorate. They want to tell you that they can do things different than and the others. And then it progressively moved from there when they attain the power because culture is going to change the dynamic. Culture is still going to change the way things are. Now, what I've realized is this even though we make progress in Nigeria, ethnicity and religion kind of shape the way we, perceive each other, not just on a politics stage only, the way we relate with each other. Someone was posted something online and said people that he went to school with, people that they were hanging out, the acquaintances in the street, that they turn around and bullied and abused, the other tribe. That that it was disheartening to him that he couldn't fathom how people would turn so quickly simply because of this and that. And in my head, I was thinking, you see, hatred or culture, let me put it, I don't want to use the word hatred, but culture has been practiced for years. And, like those people that switched it, they switch off in their head simply because someone threatened or somebody that is not consequential. The faceless people that says, we are targeting Lagos because I didn't even say the face of that individual. But people took it and run with it. And then somebody living in Lagos who belongs to the tribe, then they're saying, look, we can do this. And like the BQB said that was being said to the other people's face or to his face. And then the Yoruba person see that and say, look, wait a minute, how come you are thinking of doing this? This is not going to happen. And the culture now takes center stage. They forget about what has been built, what has been, the course being abandoned and decided to go with the culture. Now you now have the culture that is saying, look, we are resisting this. Even though it might not even be the issue. Because if you count the populations of Southeastern and in Lagos, they cannot be more than the Yorubas that live there, even other tribes that live there. But then that is what they believe, and they run with it. So culture kind of put a stop to where populism should have taken course. Now, would that affect the momentum of Obi if the outcome of the court does not favor him? Because what I said is that let's assume that the courts uphold the status quo and said Bola Tinubu is the de facto president elect and gets sworn in on May 29. So he becomes the president. And Obi never conceded and decided to pick up the form in 2027. Will this momentum still be able to be put in place during that time? I doubt it because I think the culture is shaping the mindset of people now. So when that time comes and it decided to come out, guess what will happen? People will bring the sentiment, the cultural sentiment, into this discussion, and you may not be able to get that momentum. If I give you an example, I'm sure you'll be surprised. Showore is an example of this theory I just put out. Because remember when Showore was, 2019, you know, people were solidly and campaigning for him and say, this is the revolutionaries we wanted. Now, well, because of him during this election, he could barely get 30,000 in the entire country. What happened? Because the culture switched. People form alliance with other person that speak their language. Now, there's a possibility.
14,000 votes. Adewale,
Okay, that
14,000 votes.
that is all he could get with somebody who was, more popular during the Buhari's second time election. So at the end of the day, you now be even his own people turn against him. Can't tell me that the Laje people voted for him because if Laje people had voted for him, he won't get the percentage 14,000 votes. Probably the entire Laje will have been maybe 100 or two something. So will Obi be able to get this momentum again if it comes out in 2027? That will be very hard question to answer because momentum change. All right. And people wanted a change and they voted for not particularly, resonated with his promises or his manifesto, but the fact that they wanted this old guard face to change, and they wanted somebody from that part of the country, at least for the first time in their lifetime. Someone asked a question in the comment section and said, "What do I mean by forming alliance? Do I mean by rigging?" Look, sometimes you want the country, except maybe you are just born yesterday. Rigging has been part of our election right from day one, the first republic. Rigging has always been the culture of our electoral process. Now, we were deluding ourselves by thinking introduction of the electoral voting will put a stop, not actually limit, but put a stop on the rigging and other malpractice, not knowing that we were just deceiving and deluding ourselves. There's no country in the world that is strictly doing electronic voting. No, not even United States. You vote, you get your paper ballot, you drop it, they take it to the collation center and compile, get numbers, and computerize everything. They do it remotely. They don't do it that you vote here and appears in Washington or in any of your states. They don't do that because they know that it can be hacked, it's subject to hacking and all that. So they're trying to make it partially manual, partially electronic. So there's no 100%. So with this that's being brought to us like, oh, we are doing electronic voting, we are just kidding ourselves. Eventually, they resorted into the manual collation. So what I mean by forming alliance is this. Sometimes you have to hold your nose, all right, to feed the pig. You are not rigging. You go to somebody and say, look, I'm conceding certain position to you if I win. I'm conceding this to you if I win. You wanted the head, the entire body, but you want to offer them the leg. But they are asking for the head, but you can't offer head. So you begin to negotiate. All right, this is what we are going to give you. We will give you the Directorate of Port Authority, or we'll give you this, we'll give you that. And you begin to look at it. What is your area of target? Do you want to deal with in Nigeria? Do you want to tackle infrastructure, education, uh, electricity, or you want to tackle education only? So at the end of the day, you go into an alliance with it because you need numbers. That was the reason why Obi could not get much vote in Kano and up in the north. So now the thing of political or religious sentiment will now be minimal because all this thing that is happening will not actually be the form of discussion at that moment because you've already formed an alliance. So those you form an alliance with will now mobilize their people. That look, we've been asked to form an alliance and you've proposed and this and that. And then the people will go to the vote and vote for you. And when there's time for making an appointment, you select there are people. They'll give you names, then you select people. That's how concession and alliance always form. It's not about rigging number and writing one number down. So when you form an alliance, it helps you to have a widespread, to be able to have much acceptance. Even when you are already governing.
Adewale, I have this question for you.
Yeah,
Will you
go ahead.
advise Peter Obi if Tinubu spread his gesture to him to join him in its unity government of unity? Would you advise Peter Obi to join him, or he should continue with his momentum come 2027?
If I were advise as a student of politics, I would say uh, you shouldn't join. You know why?
Why?
Except
Why?
if he's ready to put a paid on his political career, that's when he would join. If you are to form an alliance with Tinubu, I don't see him as a potential presidential candidate. I don't see him directly joining that administration, but he can second people to join. And now, if the word gets out, at least for someone who still have that ambition to contest in the future. If the word gets out that he has people in the government of Tinubu, guess what he's going to do? He's going to lose the momentum. So what I can advise him as a student of this thing called politics is that even if the outcome of the court does not favor him, his public utterances and appearances has to be well managed and well
Coordinated.
coordinated.
Coordinated. Yeah.
So that it won't look like it's against or is for. So at the end of the day, the government of the day will not perceive him as a complete 100% enemy, but at the same time somebody that they could bring close to form an alliance. Yes, it could have somebody to form I mean, to be in his Tinubu's cabinet. But then if he's still not showing ambition, it won't work out well because Tinubu wouldn't want to have somebody representing him in his government, knowing that this individual will be relaying whatever tactics they're trying to use. So, having said that, it's still all about Nigeria, right? That's what politicians always make us to understand. But how can it uh, will be galvanize and maintain this current momentum? I can assure you, Thomas, by the time 2027 comes, he will only get half of this momentum that he got this time around. You know why? Because the
Why?
people that supporting him now, there's a chances that by that time they will have outgrown, it will have went off on them. Because at that moment, somebody else is gonna come to the stage and try to take a center position away from Obi. Obi will now be perceived as a failed politician or be celebrated by the people that are, uh, you know, that seriously loved him and see him as their president. So those camps will now divided into two. But that new person that come to absorb the stage from him will now be seen as the credible person, just like they did to Shawore. So at the end of it all, you will not be able to galvanize the 100% that momentum that is enjoying now.
So
Because the
are
go
you saying in essence that this is the only chance Peter Obi got to win this election?
every politician always says it that way. He always sees it as a one chance thing. That's why they want to seize that opportunity to snap that power, to grab it and run with it. So as it is right now, Tinubu is the de facto president elect. So the day he got sworn in and becomes a full fledged president of the Nigeria, that is the day he will have Nigeria balls in his hand and he will play with it and he will become the president in another 4 years. The only thing that would take that away from him is if he dropped dead. You see what I'm talking about? Because Tinubu is not
I
Jonathan.
understand you. Yeah. Yeah.
Tinubu is not Jonathan. Tinubu is not Buhari. These are politically not savvy like Tinubu. Tinubu who knows how he can orchestrate a plan that will manifest in 15, 20 years right now. So this is the kind of person that we have in charge of our government. And that makes him really super dangerous. Dangerous in the sense that he can wreck you or he can build you.
It
So
can
now
make
that
you
yeah, it
or
can
break
make you
you.
or break you. So now that we have him in charge of our government in Nigeria, it's going to take God Himself to wrestle that power away from His hand. Reason being because He now has the absolute power vested in His hand. So any person coming into stage now to say want to contest against Him, that person is contending with number one, the maverick politician, and also contending with an incumbent president. So it's a two principality to that
Adewale,
person.
what will you
Yes.
Adewale, what will you suggest for Tinubu to do to his enemy now? Because he can identify his enemies. So do you
Yeah,
want
but
him to crash them or bring
if
them to, if he doesn't bring them to his cabinet, but just bring them together, let them know that don't be scared of me. I'm still the father of the nation.
the only weapon Tinubu can unleash on his perceived enemy now is to perform. You can
Mm,
you cannot
mm.
continue to come out and uh, say these are your enemies and all that and trying to break them politically. The only thing you can do is for your work to speak in your favor so that
For
the
you,
public can
for
turn
you.
against
Yeah.
those perceived enemy. Because if it doesn't, if it does, mind you, the so-called enemies too will be trying to point out to some of his inadequacy, trying to tell the public that look, we told you this man is of no good. But then he has to embark on this big PR, and at the same time trying to do things different from other government before him. So if he's able to utilize that, his enemies will be silenced, just like Jimmy Agbaji is in Lagos State when his successors were, building capacities and all that. That completely shut down Agbaji's uh, rhetoric
Even
because
even his enemy, they will be quiet if
I
he's
mean,
performing.
and not just that, they will even there's likelihood that they might join him. Except somebody like Ogunlewe, somebody like Pedro, somebody like Obanikoro. These are his
Abalikoro, yes.
sworn enemies at the time in Lagos. But if you look at it now, they
But
are
not
back in his camp.
not Bababode Judge. Not
Huh?
Bababode Judge.
Ambode has never
I said
been
not
allied with
Bababode
Tinubu.
Judge.
They've never been in the same camp before. They've never been in the same camp before. Gunlewe and Bode George were in the same camp when he was a senator and also in PDP. So
Mm-hmm.
that is the only way I think he can. But nevertheless, Tinubu also, in the other hand, will be working against the interests of his perceived enemy. Whoever is going to be contesting against him come 2027, guess what? He will know on the day he got sworn in because that individual.
Adewale,
Yeah.
wait. Is he contesting for 27 again?
You mean Tinubu?
Really? Yes, now.
It's only God that will take that away from him. You know why? Because
Come on.
I will
Come
explain to
on
you.
now.
I
Come
will
on,
explain.
Adewale.
Let me explain something, Thomas. Let me
Don't
explain
suggest
something.
that now. Don't
Let me
even
explain.
suggest that, Adewale.
Let me accept. Let me
Oh
explain
my
something.
God.
When Buhari became president 2015, right? People said it was not. Look at him. He was looking frail. He was not
He's
looking.
going to die tomorrow.
So now we have a Buhari that's looking like a young man, right? So
Jubril Al-Sudani.
the cloned one. Now, the reason why I said that Tinubu will contest 2037, at least by that time he will be 75, right?
And if you
74,
look at it,
75.
sorry, Adewale, Thomas, do you know people are now saying,
Yeah.
what happened to Tinubu? That Tinubu has changed. Oh. He's looking more LDR compared to how he was during the rally that was going on. Is it the certificates he received?
Let me tell you what happened. What happened
DOG,
was that
hold on, please.
during
Do you know
the
what baffles
election,
me? Let me say this, please. Do you know what baffles me? He stood up, he spoke almost 1 hour for that congratulatory speech, and what did they normally call it? I was just
Acceptance speech.
thinking,
congratulatory
I
speech.
said, what? I was just saying, so this guy can stand this while? Almost 40 minutes.
Yeah, but Thomas,
Almost
everybody
40
have their
minutes.
moment. You see, if
No,
there have
no,
been
no.
some
What
days
happened
that
was that, let me just interject quickly. What happened was that during the election, the only video they were circulating was the gaffes. So that's the only thing they saw about Tinubu. They never sat down to watch any. It's only
but he
here that we
himself
were
never
watching.
get granted interview now, so it's
He
easier
did
to
now.
circulate.
He
You
had
know,
plenty interviews. They just refused to watch it. He had
uh,
plenty.
no,
And
Everybody had gaff.
again,
Atiku had gaff.
the
Peter Obi had
interview people
gaff.
keep the interview
But they
people
didn't
keep
see those
pointing out.
ones.
If I was
What?
Tinubu at that time, the interview people are complaining is not granting. If I was him at that time too, with what is on ground, I wouldn't have granted those interviews because those are when everybody was shouting around, oh, he has a case in the US, he didn't go to the school. And those interviews you want him to grant, those are the questions they want to ask him. So what is the point? He would rather use that time to go and meet with people. And that's why he started his rally early and he did rally more than any of them.
to be honest, that guy worked more than every other candidate. It was,
So what are we
in fact,
saying?
it got to a
He
time it
made
was
the right
actually he
statement
took
at the right
presidency in the
time.
north. It was always in a Kano, always every
So
con,
how
con,
you still think this man is not capable? I don't
no,
get it.
look, if you look at Tinubu is in his 70, right? Don't let us deceive ourselves. At 70, you shouldn't be contesting for election in Nigeria. We leave it for the younger one. But this is a man that his lifestyle is already been programmed. He doesn't sleep 2 a.m., 3 a.m. See, me and you, we are still asleep. Quarter, you are 50 years old, right? But here is a man of 70 years, so he's still not asleep by this time. And meetings, on countless meeting every day. As they're waking up, meeting. You go to bed, meeting. So that is their lifestyle. And at the stage, at
He
the
has
70 years
meeting
old,
in his bedroom.
not just
I
in
remember
bedroom. They
one
don't
of these
even
northern guys
to
saying
eat
that
no
sometimes
problem.
when he goes to his house, he will say, let him come to my room. That he will be awake, that is in his bedroom that they will have the meeting.
So sometimes it's like that. But and I get it. People feel like, look, Tinubu is frail. Tinubu is old. Is older. That at least by now he should have left the stage. But look, he said something in Abeokuta that resonated with me. Uh, Number one is not my preferred candidate, but then he said something like he has he has been carrying these children for a very long time. That he doesn't want when the history of Nigeria is being told, he doesn't want his name to be said that, oh, he's just a party member, that he wants to contribute. He said it in Yoruba. I'm trying to interpret it in English. And that is one thing. Do you know a lot of politicians that have traversed that land in the 60s, 50s, 70s? People don't talk about them anymore. People don't even remember who they are. Today we remember the premier of Western State region, Akintola. Do we ever mention his name? Some of these kids yelling LUP today, they have no idea who Adoke Akintola is. They only know that there's a school. But here it is. History never been taught in our school anymore. And there's a chances that they would not even have an idea who this man was when he was
Funny
traversing
enough,
the.
Adewale, I actually did my first degree in Lautech. So, and my grandma maternal side is from Ogbomoso. I
You're just,
couldn't
yeah, go
allow
ahead.
it. I never knew that story of Akitola. It was my grandma that told me the story. And it's just to buttress that point that in schools, even in Lautech, they don't make it. It's only if you want to find out. And kids of these days, how many people want to find out about that kind of thing?
hmm
The
It's
distraction
like
is
your
internal.
boss in the office. Your boss, they give you guys assignment. Your boss send it to you and say, look, work on it. You work on it. Now you took the glory. Your name is nowhere to be written. Nobody make reference to you, even though you work on it, right? So at the end of the day, will come a time you feel like, you know what, this is not good. This is cheating. I need my name to be written boldly when the credit is given for this project too. So he decided I'm going to take the book by the hand because he knew the time is passing by. This is his only shot, and if he misses it, that's it. There's no way he's going to get it back. That was the reason why he put everything he's got into this. And I would say he forgot about Lagos, but he just put Lagos on the side and concentrated on the Big Apple. But and that's what tells you about a politician. The politicians uh, that is good at the game. The numbers, he was able to get the numbers right. Even apart from the rigging in Lagos, or should I say, the disturbance in Lagos, not particularly rigging, because the other party were able to get on their throat and win the election in Lagos. Even though it will still win this election hands down, but because of those malpractices here and there, the typical electoral hiccups, the now says it has not been credible. But then he worked the number. He went to those places that he knew that people won't focus attention to get the numbers. Who knew that he would get the highest number in Oyo State? So what he got in Oyo State negates the negative number he recorded in Lagos State.
In
What he
Lagos,
recorded,
yes,
he went
yes.
to Ekiti
Lots of
State
minors.
and got more numbers there. The same thing with Ondo State. All right. So those numbers now negate what was not achieved in Lagos. And here we are discussing about how he lost Lagos. Yes, for the optic, it looks like, oh yeah, he lost it. But then he was able to make up the number that they needed in the entire South.
25%.
More than
25%.
25%. He was
Yeah.
he was he
More than
was leading.
25%. Yeah.
He won in those states. Even in Osun State, he did well in Osun State. So that tells you about somebody who takes his craft seriously and working on it. And it's not just in his head. He knew people that he could tap to help him do that. Look at the old minister of works, crunching numbers, sitting down on the computer, working the numbers and all that, strategizing. That tells you somebody who take his job seriously. But I don't know if Nigeria will forgive his sin of being on the stage for too long. And God help him this time around, if he had not gotten it right, I don't know how he will be treated, because sometimes it's best to take your exit when the ovation is loudest. So, but
Yeah.
if the court,
Adewale,
yes.
I'm just checking Osun. I don't even check Osun numbers.
Mm,
Labour Party, APC got 343,945, and PDP got 354,366. It's just
mm-hmm,
barely 10,000
mm-hmm,
votes
I
mm-hmm,
difference.
think that's another thing people are not really looking into. Okay, fine. That will be one Lagos. But what was the difference
mm-hmm.
compared to where Tinubu went
Really? Just
landslide
just 9,000, even if it is
and looking
9,000
at the
in
gaps?
Osun, it's almost the same thing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Because
almost the
if you
same
if,
thing,
if you if you
9,000.
win a state, it's the numbers that matters, not that you won in that state. I could win
Mm-hmm.
you with 20
Mm-hmm.
votes in a state, but if they put the numbers together, what are
Mm-hmm.
we put? What are we having?
And
Because
was able to
Tinubu
get
did
the
landslide in
25%.
some states in the southwest,
It was get
like gaps of
it
almost
got
100,000.
25%
You know,
easily.
so
25%. And that is a requirement, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
exactly. So that's what people are not looking at. We won Lagos, we won Osun, we won. But what are the numbers? What are the difference in the gaps
Imagine
of
if it's
your
not that much,
margins? Yeah,
then
you know,
you,
people,
you,
and that's what I
you
was saying. Trying to call a lot of youth in Nigeria
VOG.
need to
I'm
wake
sorry. Let me
up.
read Nasarawa. Nasarawa APC 172,000. Labour Party 147,000. Labour Party 190,000. They are still the same range, just 20,000 between
You know,
APC and Labour
actually,
Party.
so
Thomas,
there are so many things to look
Yes,
into.
Thomas,
You
I
know,
said
you
something
can't.
earlier. You didn't pay attention to it. I
what?
mentioned something briefly. You didn't pay attention to it. That's why I didn't ask me. I said, look, on the day he got sworn in as a president, that is the day he will knew who will contest
Well,
against him in
yeah,
2027.
I heard that.
Mm.
So you heard it.
Yeah, I
That is
heard
the
that.
Yeah,
exact
I didn't
day.
hear that. I
It
didn't
was
hear that
because
now.
Thomas
Uh,
interjected you.
yeah, okay. You didn't pay attention to it. That day,
Mm,
that same day is when he will knew who are those that will be coming against him, that will be coming at his throat. That same day he got sworn in. Watch it.
mm.
People, wherever you see in the news now, featuring constantly, constantly featuring in the news, uh, that is the people, that is the person or the platform that will be featuring his opponents in 2027. I can assure you that.
Since you
Mm.
mentioned it the
Mm.
first time, sir, since we've been talking, I've been thinking about it that truly it would know the person. It just keeps ringing in that he
It,
would
it,
definitely know the person truly.
it's a journey of 20 years. They've sowed that
Mm.
seed now to grow, and it's growing,
Mm.
and it stay on the course.
Mm.
That is the way politics goes. So now it's
You know,
possible, yeah, it's possible that that individual might not be constantly in your face and your television most of the time, but the
mm,
interest that will be featuring him, that political interest that will want him, You continue to see that interest in your face till that 27 comes. That is
Adewale, hold on, please. They really flog APC in the southeast. Oh my God! Look at the numbers: 8,000, 5,000, 4,000.
mm.
Goodness! Ah, they flog APC.
You
Oh
know,
my
so that is what
God!
I was trying to say earlier too, as well. Like, so a lot of the youths, fine, it's good to have interest in politics, but there is more that comes into it altogether. There is more than the way they understand it, because I know, like, 100%, most of them, like almost 70% of the new voters, don't really know how the politics of Nigeria really plays. They might feel they know it, but you can, because you can tell from when people start saying things, they don't even know some things, So I think people need to try and think outside of the box. Don't follow the wave. I know, okay, there's a lot of struggling going on and all that, but all these people, we must learn to allow ourselves to scrutinize these guys. Because I could remember when we want to say something, you don't want people to say, if people support other people is a problem. No, learn to think outside of the box. Don't just take what you hear from social media or from just anybody. Do your own research, do your own findings, understand what is going on. And governance is not it's not that simple, to be honest. So there is a lot to factor into it, which we need to start thinking. Don't just let people talk is cheap. I'm not saying a lot of people don't come like they can perform or they can do what they promise to do, but don't let us listen to those talks alone. Let's see reasons to hear other people's views to things and dialogue reasonably and decently. It gives you more understanding, because there is more to learn. There are things you learn. You can't know it, or nobody knows it all. So sometimes don't just go away with what you hear or what somebody say and just believe the person just because of the person that's saying. So we need to wake up from it, because I would like us to improve as the youth, because if this is the way we want to keep going, no youth would really hold a position in that country that will be that of a significant to any of the youths. And that is why people will call youths in Nigeria in governance now the people, the son will lose, the people almost 50 in their 50s. So what are the 35, 30? And it takes a lot to get into that politics of Nigeria at a young age itself, to have that ground. It is only if you are connected, or you have that connect to start from somewhere in the Nigerian politics. So let's wake up and let's see things differently. Don't let us see things in one direction just because what we hear or the emotions and the sentiments. It doesn't help. Now we are going back into normal living. The election is over now. So let everybody try and heal and move on. Let there be peace.
No, no, GOG. Election is not over. There will still be rerun, presidential rerun. Some people are in
Presidential.
the court.
Where is that
And
going to happen?
That's no. I follow what the government,
Promise.
what they are telling. I know that I will be sorry that there is nothing. The court case is on. There is nothing. No sign. It's even looking as if it's no go area.
how
Nothing
do
can
you know
happen.
they stole some people's mandate?
You know what
Prof.
the Yoruba call
Thomas.
Olegbe Olegba?
But anyway, I think I made the point I want to make already. Like, because life goes on, everyone won't fall. We all move on from this. I just want us to move on the right way. So the people elected, and if they were sworn in, they can do what they promised to do, and we see. And that doesn't stop us from challenging things in a way, in a more organized way, you know and I think we will get there. I think we'll get there, and
You
I,
know,
I
man.
want to believe. I want to believe the president-elect in Asiwaju Tinubu would deliver. as it promises. So let's all just calm down and move on. And for the Igbos in Lagos, we love you. I've always been living with Igbo. I have Igbo friends. Let everybody go back to their businesses. Let's move on from this and let us all heal and believe we are on. Where's the humanity in us? Let us forget all these things and move on. You've been living in Lagos for many years. We are all brothers. We speak to each other, we transact with each other, we dine together, we wine together. So let us move on from all this. These politicians will still have meetings together, they will still dine together and wine together. And we can't stop them from living their life as well. They have their own personal lives too. So let's move on from this and believe they will let everybody go back to their business and hope for the best. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, DOG. Let's hear final word from Adewale before we
You
shut
know,
down.
oh yeah, me too. I'm about to go to sleep. History is good for us to tap into and learn from it. Nigeria has had it worst in the past. I mean, we're not even witnessing half of what actually happens in the 70s and 80s when houses were burned and politicians were being killed. So this is a far departure from it. But is it the best we could do? I bet not. But as it is right now in Nigeria, it's already daytime. Some people go to church, worship, and come home and eat and watch television and sleep. Life goes on. Uh, People shouldn't take politics too serious. If you're not a principal or or primary actor, you're actually practicing it. Don't take it too serious because just like when you're watching a soccer tournament, it will give you heart attack. Don't read too much meaning into it. Whether you're Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, you go to your place of worship or go to work and life goes on. Your co-worker in the office. But also we must have it at the back of our mind. Uh, if you attach too much importance to what is happening, you will lose yourself. What I mean by that, those people that decided to attack Igbos in Lagos today lost themselves to what is happening around them. They're allowed to be used for that purpose. I don't think someone who will be the first to tell them, look, you need to go and form chaos in all this polling booth. But they have minions that, the interest of the politician favors them because they benefit one way or the other. May not have direct link to the Sanwo-Olu himself, but they have people that are benefiting from the government and they don't want that to stop. However, if you allow the what is being done today to affect you, you may also end up becoming like them. So what do I mean is at the end of it all, do your bit and go home. Life goes on. Some of these principal actors in politics, we don't even know who they are. Always remember, it is for their interest, not to your interest. There's no politician in the world that will tell you they are doing something for the interest of the country. It's a lie. They do it for their own selfish reason. Some of them are full of ego. They have money, but they want position and be in power to control other people's lives. So the person you are celebrating today and see as your hero politically may not actually believe in that BS, but is doing that and selling it to you simply because he wants your sympathy. So if you're listening, please don't lose yourself. Policies is not about that. Everybody will vote, somebody will get elected, somebody will lose, notch their wound, and life goes on. However, like you said, Thomas, election is not over. There will be no rerun in the country. But then,
But there are some people still saying that they're going
of
to
course,
overturn the election.
no, that is not going to happen. That to me, how do I mean by that? I'm not a soothsayer or somebody who sees tomorrow. But if you look at the antecedents, you will realize that Supreme Court hardly take a stand. Hardly we won't see a judge in the Supreme Court dissenting the general consensus judgment,
Mm,
because for the
mm.
peace and stability of the country, they will do whatever it is to make sure the status quo remain the same.
Adewale, can we afford to have another 400 billion naira to conduct another
What?
election?
That would be so harsh on us, on the economy. I mean, any national assembly that will want to approve that now is that will be tough. I'm sure they've made provision for it, but then with this level of mismanagement to some levels in some hotspot like Lagos and all that, it will be hard because what happens in Lagos will be the yardstick that the election will be judged. So,
Mm,
and that would not be okay for the INEC that have, to some people, they've lost their credibility. So, as
mm.
far as I'm concerned, it's now in the tribunal, and it may or may not go to up to the
Not
Supreme
yet,
Court.
Adewale, not
Yeah,
yet. Not yet in the
but
tribunal.
but they file some, some paper,
Yeah, they
paper.
filed some, yes, they filed some, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I
they
think
say
just
that's
to, I think it's just to to inspect the materials of the election. That is
what are
what
you?
they filed.
Okay, well, if you are inspecting, well, they will have to. Yeah, that's the process. They have to arrive. Let me know how the INEC arrived
Adewale,
at.
do you know what still baffles me? What
Mm.
I heard is you have to even present that you have a case before the tribunal will. I don't know this terminology for the lawyers.
To
You
accept the
have to
case.
prove to them yes, yeah. You have to
I
tell
mean,
them, you have to prove to them you have
yeah,
enough evidence for them even to even
yeah.
accept your case in the first place.
I,
You can't
I,
just say, they cheat me. That
mm-hmm,
I want to protest
mm-hmm,
this election.
mm-hmm,
You have to
mm-hmm.
bring something on the table for them to even say, this is the case that we can
Mm-hmm.
accept. And you know what I mean? I don't know
Yeah,
the
yeah,
enigmatic is not yet to
yeah.
me what
No,
their
you are
terminology.
right.
But I think you
Yeah.
understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, you are absolutely right. If you are accusing me of certain wrongdoing, you have to pinpoint on your submission how you come about that, and there's a possibility that the court might even reject your application. It's
Yes, that's
possible
what
if
I'm
they know
saying.
that what
Yes.
you are filing for is not really have no legal standing and all that. They could. So I will say that I think because this is more or less like Nigeria's national security, so they're going to be paying much attention to it. However, sometimes it's easy to predict how the outcome will look like because any judgment or any court pronouncement that change the status quo is going to throw the country up in flame. And I don't think,
It's look, yeah. It can cause anarchy, my brother.
yeah, and I don't think because it's going to be hard. And I don't think Nigeria is ready for that at the moment. So they will try to play down and water down. Uh, if I don't know if you're a common
Adewale, do
sense.
you know what baffles me?
Hmm.
Yaradua came out in his own word. The election that brought him in is rigged. And the court doesn't even turn up the election against him.
No, he said it
So
was
what
flawed. He didn't say it was rigged.
he
He
said
said it
was
was flawed.
flawed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so is that not an evidence that
No, no, no,
they should
no.
just cancel the
him
election?
recognizing him recognizing that his election was flawed not necessarily mean that it was rigged. Okay, I mean, if the election material not arrive on time, won't that lead to
On time.
disenfranchisement? Won't that lead to
Yeah.
somebody being felt cheated? So sometimes the word that he used matters, and he was able to use that without indicting himself. So yeah, I mean, it's possible. However, it's not limited to being disenfranchised alone. Some malpractice also happens. So it's possible that the Court of Appeal might decided to accept some application and reject some. But it's also based on how you argue your case. And most of these cases, sometimes the judges already make up their mind. You know, so for any judges to dissent in a further, I mean, pre court judgment on federal government. What am I even talking about? The Supreme Court judgment. It has to have a strong basis, but majorities always rules, and was the majority rules that be the law of the land. But then, people that are familiar with how court proceedings always goes, you may think you have a slam dunk, and you go to court, and when they start throwing you off balance, you realize that you don't even have a case. You have no choice than to abide by the court judgment. So it's 50-50. The burden is on them to provide substantial evidence to protect their application. If not, we just meet in another 4 years. So what am I saying? Don't lose yourself in it. It's not really worth it. It's fun while it's
Don't die.
happening.
Don't die in their war.
Yeah,
Don't die in their war.
and
Like the Rotimi.
the person that wrote the book now is dying in their war too, because it seems he's very invested in it, and every day he lives and breathes. He come to the television to give comment and all that. But yet you said it in your book that don't die in their war. So as far as I'm concerned, things never change, remain the same. So people that are now felt that this, things have gone worse or bad, if not even half of what actually happens in the 70s and in the early 80s. Because if you have witnessed that, this would be a child place. So it never get to that point. Everything is still like abuses online and all that. But nevertheless, we move on, we learn from it. But now that the power is going to Tinubu, forget about it. Because once that man inaugurated, Thomas, yeah.
Case closed. Case
That's
closed.
it. That's it. Him being a progressive, look, when he was a governor of Lagos State, he changed the face of governance. How did I mean by that? In the past, we used to have military administrator. The last civilian government was Otedola Pa Otedola, you remember. And the subsequent ones have always been military. So the last one, I think, was Buba Mara, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Bimba Marwa, yes.
Yeah, when it comes to PR and information and dissemination of information, really they do it once in a while. But then when it came, he made sure that it features in a television station, NTAs, LTVs, like virtually every week, one way or the other. Commissioners must come to TV to give account. In fact, when telephone came in 2020, 2002, I guess, he makes sure that there's a public cell phone, a GSM, that you can call, you can dial to report potholes, to report, dangerous road and all that. And people felt like, look, this is a departure from what we used to have during the military era. So it changed the way governance is being done in Nigeria. And then it remained perpetually in that position till now. So that's what reason why people
Actually,
kind
it
of
reminds me
discuss.
of something. When Tinubu came in, there was no one ambulance working in Lagos State.
Yeah.
One.
Even if they do,
I
not in
remember
operational.
if Akojaye then.
It will stage them in Antonio, okay, those strategic locations. But
In
after some
strategic place,
time, they
yes.
were not maintained. After some time, they were not maintained. They just kept them there. They hardly use them. Hardly you will see ambulance running in the street of Lagos. You know, he focused in some area, and some area he knew that it was, he didn't perform excellently. But in terms of road, because the roads will have to be rehabilitated before building another one. So
Yeah.
I just felt like people now despise him because people understand his potential and also understand his level of, the enormous power that will be in his hand, and that makes him dangerous. So politicians understand that, and they try as much as possible to make sure it doesn't. It's not in one person's hand and one person's hand only. So their affair are legit and valid. But I just hope if tomorrow comes, Nigerians are able to switch the light and the light comes on, Do you think they will be talking about what Tinubu hasn't done or what he has done? Nigerians will be
Mm.
happy because
Yeah.
now that Buhari is on his way out, he already signed an amended constitution that allows states
Constitution, yes. Yeah. It
to
was
generate.
very good. Actually, if
I
you
was
go
where
go
was
through
he
it, it's
4 years ago, my brother? Where?
he
How?
signed
Look,
17 of them or so.
but how? I mean, some of the especially here in America, you can tell the some of the baby project of the president, maybe they have a legislation in mind and they want to make sure that it gets signed. What do? They work with the National Assembly, right, to pass
National
this
Assembly,
law.
yeah.
Yeah, but where was Buhari? What have they been doing all this while since the past 7 years? Not signing it. If Nigerians are able to switch their light on and off, they probably will remember his party, right?
Mm.
Unfortunately,
Mm.
most of the time too, any outgoing president, any outgoing administration don't usually have a very high scorecard. They usually despise them, and they welcome the new one. So and they later become the bride after they've left the office for some time. But that moment they were leaving, they were the public enemy number one. So yeah,
Mm.
uh, you know, um, I just hope people understand this and not take it personal. Not take it personal at all because it's not worth taking personal. People will move on. You'll be amazed how quickly people will move after this election. People will move on and life continues. The only place is if you are keep watching. But Thomas, I think if democracy going to die in Nigeria, the press will be number one culprit. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I was watching Arise News. I've stopped watching it, but it kept popping up on my YouTube feed.
Channel, yeah.
And yeah, and then day before yesterday, there was a story that they ran about the teacher or principal that sent one of the students home for using Peter Obi's rap to rap it
Yes,
into
yes.
a book. So that
Book,
story
yeah.
was out there. They condemned the woman. In fact, Rufai took it upon himself to, rip words, against the teacher. They all said all sort of things. Only for come yesterday for yesterday, and then they ran the story again, only to find out that other students who were, they have the rap, and they were
Mm.
asked, only to find out they were being those raps were being sold to them 50 naira.
50 naira. Yes, I
That
saw the
was
video.
so
50 naira,
immediately,
yes.
and I was like, okay, now that you guys have rushed to condemn the act in the first place, what are you guys got to say now? Now, I yourself something that was, reasonable enough to understand, where the issue came from and all that. Only for Rufai and what is it called? Abati to started
Abati.
going. All of them were going south, and I was talking about things that was not even founded. I was like, is it not the same story we watched last time? And I was talking about those kids being coerced, being this, and I was like, look, it's worse now because people don't even understand what is real and fake news anymore. You know, it's just sickening. And if care is not taken, media and the vlogger and all these people, YouTubers, they will kill democracy. I think it's heading towards that disastrous end. Because if you look at it,
Mm.
you're supposed to
Mm.
strengthen it, but fake news and fake news, well, not necessarily fake news, but they want to dwell more on what they believe in must. So anyway,
Uh,
that's all I've got.
do you listen to the Igbo Times magazine that I read that Tinubu has collapsed? It's been rushed
Where do
to
you always find all this news?
I just read some Igbo Times magazine before. Maybe you weren't here. It said Tinubu has collapsed and he was rushed to a France hospital. And Shetima will be swearing as the president.
Okay.
You
Anyway, yeah,
don't even have any comments.
people.
Very ridiculous, isn't it?
Ah, one of the challenges democracy is facing, even in the advanced country, is this online issue thing. Nobody can control it. It has become an hurricane. It's sweeping and
Hurricane
fake.
Peter.
Yeah, fake news is swirling around unchallenged. You know, unfortunately, we didn't build the app, so we can't control how people consume and the type of fake news that is being shown out from time to time. So it's
I
unfortunate.
know. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Adewale.
It's been a pleasure,
Yes,
my brother. Me too. Go sleep
yeah.
small.
Have a good night's rest. My regards
And
to the
you too.
family.
And you too.
Yes,
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, brother.
Bye
Yeah.
bye.
Do we have Solly? I don't think we have Solly. Solly. Little awesome. Solly's in bed already. Let me check if we have. Do we have Sam? I don't think we have Sam. That's thank you, Sam. Do we have Fash? We don't think we have Fash. Yeah. Thank you, Fash. Thank you, everyone. It's a nice session. Yeah. We carve it under 10 hours. Sorry for my camera. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. To the super chatters, to our commenters. Thank you so much. We don't have anything to say more than to say thank you, guys. We wish everybody happy Sunday. Yes, everyone. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Don't mind my camera. And I said, peace. Peace to you guys. Love you. We leave you with this. They will jolly. Maybe with the jolly go house. I will leave you with this. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Yeah. God bless. Thank you, guys. God bless.